Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the D and WhatIf, with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Became a Monster. All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Thick icy clouds cover Musutafu like a blanket. The murky overcast cracks with streaks of lightning, jagged lines slicing through the vapor like a knife digging into soft flesh. A gray fog begins to drift overhead, the broken shape of it forming a glassy sky. It's late. Not even a single car splashes through the flooded streets. Periodically, streetlights gleam overhead, shadows dark crisp in the flickering glow. The sound of emptiness hums with the dying bulbs, only to be disrupted by a loud gregarious boom of thunder. At last, the first of many water droplets begin to descend from above. It doesn't trickle out like a shower faucet, it's more like the clouds could no longer hold the weight. The rain has become a living fabric, something one can reach their hand through. It's almost like being in a car with the window open, an outstretched arm surfing through the fast-moving air. Cold beads of water land on a girl's pale skin, running down her thin frame. She skids across the slippery path of a flooded sidewalk, her posture weakened by the weight of her soaking clothes. Arms wrapped around herself, the drenched cardigan doing a poor job of keeping her warm now that it's wet. She tries to duck under a shop's awning to get someplace drier. The fierce sound of heavy rainfall pounding on the sheet above her head is louder than the occasional boom of thunder. She shudders when a chilly breeze nearly sweeps her off of her feet. It's not an ideal place to wait the storm out, but it's the best she's got. The girl then catches sight of herself in the shop's window reflection. Messy blonde buns had become slightly frizzled and damp. A wonder how the pins held, but nonetheless disappointing to the girl. Letting out a pouty huff over her disheveled appearance, she lets herself untense a little. There's nothing better for her to occupy the time with than fixing the mess. However, there's a person watching her that isn't as concerned about the state of her hair. Slitted pupils narrow in on the damp clothing, admiring how it clings to her luxurious body. An elongated tongue runs along pointed teeth, glossing over scaly lips. Like an apex predator, the person begins to slowly creep towards her, using the dark atmosphere as a camouflage of sorts. She can't even release a startled gasp before a heavy hand is clamped down over her mouth. The person assaulting her forcefully pulls the petite girl backwards, essentially dragging her like a luggage full of dead weight. Before the girl can recuperate or struggle against the hold, the attacker pins her against the rough brick of a wall. Her head collides with the concrete, resounding with a sickening crack of her skull. Whatever concussion that may have caused makes her vision blur with occasional blotches of random color. The disoriented girl tries to wriggle free from the death grip she's in, but only makes the arrival of a headache transform into an ear-ringing migraine. Through the splotches of hazy vision, the blonde takes in the features of her assaulter. A large man with what must be a mutation quirk stands at over 8 feet tall. The scaly pattern of an alligator's hide makes up their skin, a dark shade of malachite glistening in the rain. A thick leather jacket and jeans make it hard to distinct the guy's age. He could be a biker or edgy teenager. In the face of fight or flight, the girl chooses to fight. Underneath the blonde's skirt, she keeps a knife strapped just above her thigh. Carefully unsheathing it as not to draw attention to her movements, she pretends to whimper under the alligator hybrid's strong grip. Then, she lashes out with the blade, aiming for their throat. A shard of steel clatters across the pavement. The knife had split in two. The man's alligator hide is too thick to slice into. The blonde's eyes go wide as she realizes there's nothing she can do now. Her opponent is too strong to break free from. Let alone the disorientation from hitting her head is making it hard to do much of anything in defense, and she doubts her fists or nails will be enough to harm considering a knife didn't work. The alligator has a perturbed face, glancing between the broken weapon and the girl a few times. He then begins to chuckle, mostly in relief that the surprise attack didn't work. You sure are naughty. The rank breath makes the blonde's eyes water as if it was the smell of onions. A clawed finger begins to lace itself down the cardigan on her torso, popping buttons as it runs along. I can be naughty too. The alligator hisses in her ear as he goes to slice through another layer of clothing. The man licks his chops. The damp shirt shows an outline of the girl's black bra underneath. It's all that's left to undo for him to be filled with immense pleasure. The blonde squirms a little, hoping to slip free, but she stops instantly when sharp talons dig into her arm. Warm liquid mixes with the cold, rain washing away blood, but all the same sloshing across her skin. It's a searing pain, a wound that will no doubt leave a scar. The man presses his chest against her own, condensing her breasts in a painful way. A sharp inhale from the alligator makes her rear back in reflex. Sharp teeth are bared. She's assuming the scent of blood must have triggered something in his instinct. That's quite the perfume, little lady. The gator laughs at his own joke. The elongated tongue that keeps slipping free then laps up the dribbling blood. A moan elicits from the man. He presses himself against the girl a little harder. I can barely contain myself. Let's just get on with it. His predatory gaze then flicks to her skirt. The girl lets out a muffled cry, her futile struggles now increasing tenfold as she realizes what the man is about to do. The tears brimming her eyes begin to spill, streaking down her cheeks. She's powerless to stop him as a scaly hand reaches for the skirt. She contemplates closing her eyes, hoping that'll ease the approaching pain somewhat. However, movement from behind the gator catches her sight. Then, there's nothing but the hot sting of red splattering across her face. Specks of something warm cover her body now, as if a water balloon filled with paint just collided with her. It's then that the girl notices the sharp object protruding from her assaulter's chest. Even though her knife had failed, something else succeeded in piercing the gator's tough hide. The man coughs, gagging on some of his own blood, tilting his head down to stare at the wound. He lets out a blood-curdling scream, as if he only now realized he got fatally stabbed. The girl stares at the foreign object that tore through the man's unnatural flesh. It looks like a streak of blood frozen solid, but with a mind of its own. The tentacle whips around like a tail, showing no muscle or bone tissue to restrict its movement. It moves with a flexibility that's transparent to the flow of water, but remains firm and steady. Another agonized cry for help escapes the man as he gets thrusted backwards, the tentacle protruding from his chest carrying him into the sky. Then, the gator hybrid is brought back down with immense force. The forceful effort slams the man into the street, splitting cracks into the cement and leaving behind another splatter of blood. However, the onslaught doesn't stop there. The tentacle hoists the gator back up for another round of being thrashed about. Watching the horrific display, the girl begins to quiver and falls to her knees. The man continues making a sickening wailing noise that's too distorted from gargling blood to reach beyond the block. The tentacle shows no mercy. It just keeps slashing up down with the man as a kebab. The crater left in the road is soon filled with enough blood to make up a hot tub. If the man has a mutation quirk that gives him similar traits of an alligator, then he should be able to hold his breath underwater. At least, that's what one would think. When the man is forced back into the crater, he's pinned there this time. The blood stops just above the nape of his neck, cutting off any oxygen he may need. Bubbles begin popping at the surface, the weakened body of somebody that had been beaten trying to rear itself away. When the corpse stops resisting, 3 more tentacles rain down from above like they're part of the storm. The sound of flesh being torn apart somehow overlaps a clap of thunder. In the flash of light from the sky, like an angel, or perhaps a demon in this case, the owner of the tentacles drops down with grace. The strange appendages retreat into the person they belong to as he staggers over to the unmoving body. Dropping to his own knees, he bends down and sinks his teeth into the gator's flesh. Even with a transmutation quality, the person is still a human, whether it counts as cannibalism or not. The gruesome tearing of teeth through meat would forever be ingrained in anybody's mind that watches it. What's even stranger is that the person who rescued the girl looks no older than 15. Despite the slim figure, it's apparent that there should be some muscle under the articles of a baggy hoodie sweatpants. The clothes are as dark as the boy's unkempt hair. A heavy set of locks cover his left eye and leave the strange-looking right one to peer out. A red iris is shrunken down to the fraction of the pupil, surrounded by a black sclere. Webbed veins crack the void, even reaching beyond the eye and stretching across the skin that borders it. Ripping another mouthful of flesh from the corpse, the boy swallows it without bothering to chew. Like a condiment, Gore surrounds his lips as if the sauce got spilt by a messy eater. It was just so enthralling to watch that the girl let out a peaked pant. However, the boy's ear twitched as soon as he heard it underneath the downpour of rain. Whipping his head up to spot the blonde that's gazing at him, he freezes like a deer in headlights. The two stare at one another for what feels like a solid 10 minutes. Both of them are so lowly crouched that they could look into each other's eyes if they wanted. But the boy looks more dazed than focused. Perhaps it's because the blonde girl is so fixated on him with her Cheshire eyes. A toothy grin and heavy blush covers her face, the freezing rain doing nothing to fade it. "Hi, I'm Himiko Toga." She frantically waves with both her hands like she's trying to flag down a taxi or grab a celebrity's attention. The blonde then cranes her neck forward, as if she's trying to get a better look at the boy in front of her. "What's your name?" She brings her arms to her chest in anticipation of the answer. The boy is still looking at her with an appalled expression. Most people would have ran off screaming by now. Yet, this girl is still here. She even watched him feast on the guy's corpse. Now she's introducing herself and asking his name. Maybe that concussion is more severe than either of them could diagnose. Albeit reluctantly, the boy returns her greeting, Akatani. Akatani M. Makumo. The giddy grin on Toga's face broadens somewhat. She's pleased with her rescuer's answer. The boy can't help but smile in response, even if it's just a small one that nobody can see through the thick coat of falling rain. An aroma of fresh coffee grains tickles his sense of smell. The gust of wind from the air condition also holds the scent of recently baked pastries, each of them displayed behind dainty glass platters. There's the slap of shoes against tile as he walks across the rustic terracotta floor. Booths are bathed in sunlight, the reflection gleaming through the window only slightly. Just ahead of him is a familiar face, albeit a few years to boot. The old friend has his arm raised just under the coffee shop's slow-turning ceiling fan. Tashinori. The hand waves in a gesture to come over so they can sit together. Tashinori chooses to oblige. The gaunt blonde grunts as he slides into the booth, a result from the strain on his bones. If not for his sickly appearance, the groan may have been a reminder of age catching up instead. Yet, his hollow cheekbones are pulled into a soft smile regardless of those health issues. Sunken eyes meet rectangular ones. It's good to see you, Naomasa. Always the detective. Whether he's on or off duty, Naomasa is wearing his usual attire of a tan overcoat and slacks. A matching hat is set aside, letting his short black hair breathe a little, as well as exposing a few gray strands. It's always a pleasure. He returns the smile before sliding a menu across the table. Please, order something. It's on me. Oh, I wouldn't want to impose. Tashinori tries to politely push the menu away. The food wouldn't be very good on my stomach anyways. He subconsciously places a hand over the left side of his chest, beneath an oversized t-shirt. There's a gnarly cicatrix, the very cause for his health problems. Right, caffeine is probably a bad idea then. Naomasa looks down with a pensive expression before returning his gaze to the blonde. Would you mind a cup of tea instead? He suggests. The blonde nervously scratches his cheek with a forced chuckle. I don't really have a choice, do I? Nope. Naomasa pops the pea as he shuts the menu. Tashinori's laughter becomes genuine after that, the wound on his side aching a little from the racking of such a frail body. Clutching the sore injury until the pain fades, he can't contain a few side effect wheezes. The blonde lets out a cough in order to clear his throat before asking, as much as I'd like for this to be a simple friendly meeting, I assume there's a reason you called me here. Since when do we ever skip the pleasantries, Tashinori? Naomasa tries jesting the blonde a little more before letting himself give into a stressed sigh. You're right in your assumption though. I need your help on a case. Tashinori bashfully rubs the nape of his neck. Don't get me wrong, Naomasa. I'm flattered, truly. He then hangs his head with a small shrug. But you're the detective here. I'm not exactly the best person suited for cracking a mystery by comparison. Trust me, I would have gone to Aizawa for help instead if all I wanted was half-baked conspiracy theories. Naomasa leans back with a dismissive wave of his hand. What I'm really looking for is somebody that can bring this one in for me with relative ease. The detective taps the menu as if he's pointing at a case folder instead of an overpriced croissant. Tashinori muses to himself for a few seconds, nodding in understanding. Occasionally, there's a villain that the police can't handle. That's where the pro heroes come in to help. However, there's a variety of talented locals to choose from. Why me of all options? Tashinori has to ask. You know why? Naomasa fixes Tashinori with an intense stare. The blonde swallows his nerves, acknowledging the unsaid reason with a single nod. This is a villain that's just as elusive as the hero killer, with a body count even higher. The victims are found as mangled corpses, half-eaten and signs of torture completely evident. Naomasa briefly summarizes the information necessary for Tashinori to become determined in catching the criminal. Leaning forward in his seat, Tashinori gives the detective his complete undivided attention. Tell me their name. Naomasa locks eyes with the blonde again, gazing into blue orbs of righteousness. Everyone back at headquarters has dubbed him. He hesitates as if the name itself is evil, the Tokyo Ghoul. Hi, I'm Mikumo Akatani. I'll be your server. Can I take your orders? Their waiter finally arrives at the table. Waiting there with a pen and pad in his hands is a boy with long dark hair. One emerald eye peering out while the other is covered by heavy locks. An apron loosely hangs around his waist, part of the coffee shop's standard employee uniform. A gray waistcoat over a white dress shirt and brown cravat makes the boy look more like an underage bartender though. Ah, yes. Naomasa is pleasantly startled from his cogitation. I'd like a coffee for myself with a touch of toffee nut. As for my friend, could you please bring him your most purifying tea? Of course. The boy nods along to the order as he transcribes it to his notepad. Once he's finished writing things down, he clicks the pen with an assumed finality. Anything else? But still asks the question just in case. That'll be all. Naomasa hands his waiter the set of menus. Thank you. Tashinori says it in synchronization with the detective once the boy takes them away. Once their server leaves to place the order, the two law enforcers return to their previous discussion. I heard from Nezu that you'll be teaching at UA this year. If that's the case, you're the best suited person with the perfect opportunity to capture this villain. Naomasa doesn't miss a beat with the continuation of his explanation. Tashinori is starting to make more sense of this meetup now. While it's true that a villain so elusive can potentially pose a threat to the majority of heroes sent to stop them, this whole thing isn't just about the case. It's not like Naomasa is asking for a big favor when Tashinori is in the local area, so that must only be an added benefit to all of this. Speaking of which, don't take this the wrong way, but I never took you for the type that would get into teaching. Naomasa laughs as he tries to shift the subject into a more lighthearted one. Tashinori only manages a smile, still not being completely content with the bait and switch of the Tokyo Ghoul case. Neither did I. The blonde shrugs as he answers honestly. Naomasa nods along with a knowing smile, as if he predicted that's exactly what his timely friend would say. I'm going to assume there's an ulterior motive to why you chose to begin teaching heroics classes then. The detective folds his hands in a sophisticated manner. When it comes to this perspicacious posture, Naomasa shows a slight relation to Nezu's pawkiness. I quote him, the one with an ulterior motive. Toshinori raises an eyebrow in jocular recrimination. Naomasa sheepishly rubs the nape of his neck, trying to placate the blonde with a rueful titter. I thought you said you aren't a detective. He throws in a joke for extra measure before giving his apologetic confession. I didn't arrange this just to discuss the Tokyo Ghoul. I also wanted to see for myself if your condition has worsened or gotten better, since your patrols have gone down to 3 hours a day and you look even more disheveled from the time I saw you last. It isn't good, is it? Toshinori softens his expression, body hunching in admittance. The smile that he had been trying to use as a mask slips away, a yielding frown in its place. I'm running out of time, Naomasa. He gives his own confession. The real reason Nezu offered me a place to teach at UA is to potentially help find a successor. I see, Naomasa breathlessly replies. He nearly falls over, having to brace himself in the far corner on his side of the booth, conceding to the realization that Toshinori's time as a hero is coming to an end. He almost pales more than a corpse. It's one thing to know of it, but almost near impossible for him to come to terms with. Toshinori must notice the detective's disposition, his demeanor shifting to something somber. Once Naomasa regains some of his composure though, he's able to put on a false smile to reassure his friend. We thought Night-Eye was just being pessimistic when he tried telling us the necessities of finding a suitable successor. Now, the time has come. He tries to keep his voice from wobbling and abruptly stops to avoid giving in. Toshinori begins to absent-mindedly pull sugar packets out of the table's condiment container. Well, my sidekick and I aren't really on good speaking terms because of all that. His hands continue to occupy themselves by lining up the sugar bags into a row that resembles a miniature train. If Toshinori anxiously playing with the tiny packets is anything to go by, he's just as unsettled by this whole predicament. Sinking deeper into the vinyl of the booth, Naomasa finds himself feeling discouraged. That's a shame. You two really were quite the dynamic crime-fighting duo. He and the blonde look off to the side as if that's where they'll find those forgotten days. Shaking off the dull attitude, Naomasa tries to inspire some optimism by making a suggestion. He always liked coffee, right? Maybe bring him here to Anteku to share a drink and hash things out. He slaps the table for emphasis, which only accomplishes the startlement of Toshinori. The blonde gives a non-committable hum, his gaze still lingering on the sugar packets strewn across the table and purposefully ignoring Naomasa's eyes. Neither side says anything more for a solid 6 seconds, the atmosphere turning awkward as a result. It's like the detective is waiting for the person that he's interrogating to crack. But Toshinori is too nervous to steal a glance in order to check. Giving into his own anxiety, the blonde sighs in defeat. You're right. I'll try inviting him here sometime. That must be enough to pacify the law enforcer, since he's already moving on to the next topic of conversation. You know, it was actually my sister that told me about this place. He holds a fond expression as he looks around the charmingly quaint cafe. Toshinori smiles now that they're on a subject that he can get behind. Discussing family with his friends always brings warm feelings, which is much needed after the prior conversation. Speaking of which, how is Makoto doing these days? He decides to ask. Naomasa snorts, as rebellious as always, which gains a chuckle out of Toshinori. But she's doing really good for herself. She actually graduated from college not too long ago with both a bachelor's and master's degree. He proudly proclaims, "That's wonderful news. I'm so glad to hear it." Toshinori fixes his posture as he conveys his excitement for Naomasa. I've always known that she's a bright one. Oh, you have no idea how many times she's come close to figuring out your secret all on her own. Toshinori gives a nervous chuckle in response to that news while Naomasa simply carries on with his own laughter. Their waiter returns to the table with a tray then. One coffee with toffee nut. Akatani Mikumo places the mug in front of Naomasa. Careful, it's still hot, he warns. Then there's a cup of tea that's slided over to Toshinori, and I made sure to consult a few others to find our best option for you. I hope you like barley. I love barley tea. Thank you. Toshinori slightly bows his head in appreciation, wrapping his frail fingers around the cup. The blonde brings it to his lips to take a sip. If there's anything else that you need, don't hesitate to ask. The waiter flashes his customers an earnest smile before carrying the tray back towards the kitchen. On the other hand, it's probably better to have a variety of candidates to choose from. This is a big decision after all, and you can't just pass the mantle on to the first kind-hearted kid you see. Naomasa refers to their earlier conversation about Toshinori's successor and Yue. The blonde shies away, curious as to if the detective has some sort of observational skill that may have given away his thoughts about their waiter being a nice person. I wouldn't be as brash to do something like that. Toshinori isn't entirely sure if he's trying to convince himself or his friend anymore. Naomasa is too busy gently blowing on his coffee to cool it off rather than to be observational, allowing the blonde to breathe a sigh of relief. Have you reached your limit for the day, or are you still planning on patrolling later? Naomasa asks before taking a small sip of java from the mug. Toshinori stops just short of taking a sip from his own drink to respond. I've still got about 2 hours left that I plan on using. He lowers the cup only slightly to get a better view of Naomasa. What's up? Did you need my help with something? He wonders. Naomasa waves in an allayed manner. Nothing urgent enough to keep you from your patrol as a hero. He pauses to take another sip of coffee before continuing. I was only going to invite you to swing by the station so we can go over the Tokyo Ghoul case. It can wait until tomorrow though. I've got other paperwork to finish anyways. Alright. That works for me. Toshinori nods in agreement. Suddenly, the muffled noise of sirens starts to draw near. Toshinori and Naomasa turn their heads in time to watch a set of police vehicles zoom by the window in some sort of high-speed pursuit. All it takes is one shared look between the two law enforcers and they're both giving mutual nods of understanding. Next time, I'll cover the check, Toshinori promises before he downs the last of his tea. Just go. Naomasa smirks as he watches his friend briskly head towards the cafe's exit. Once the blonde steps foot outdoors, he glances each way to make sure nobody is watching him. Then, the frail form of a skeleton morphs into that of a bodybuilder. Steam generates from the solid muscles of a hero. A triumphant rictus grin etched across his face. The shift in mass isn't very hard to miss, especially when what's left behind is acknowledged by all of Japan as the #1 hero. Wah, it's All Might. A teenage fangirl shrieks with glee. The mightiful man bellows out a boisterous laugh at the odd reactions of pedestrians before launching himself into the sky with a powerful leap. Watching his friend soar over dozens of skyscrapers, Naomasa can't help but deflate somewhat. Pretty soon, that sight overhead won't be there anymore. When All Might retires, it'll be the end of an entire era. Not only is Toshinori recognized as the highest hero in rankings, but he's considered to be a literal symbol of peace. The hero always wears a massive smile in the face of danger, assuring everybody that everything will turn out okay. Good will always triumph when All Might is there. So, what about when he's gone? The detective is shaken from his musings by the loud clang of a tray clattering against the tiled floor. Glasses shatter from the impact as well, water and coffee alike spilling everywhere amok the mess. Standing at the center of it all is the one responsible, the young waiter named Akatani Mikumo. The boy's mouth is hung open, undoubtedly gawking at the receding back of All Might. Snapping out of his rumination, he begins to profusely apologize. Sorry everybody, I'm sorry. He repeats it like a broken record while hastily picking up the shards of glass. What must be a co-worker rushes over with a cloth to wipe up the spilled beverages. Naomasa chuckles to himself, appreciating what might be one of the last times he sees a kid geek out so hard over All Might. The show alone is enough of a reason to leave behind a bigger tip than usual. Placing the gray fedora on his head, Naomasa prepares to take the coffee to go. As he slides out of the booth, he leaves behind some yen. As the day goes on, nearly every customer follows suit. Some tips are hefty while others are low. But business is booming, especially after word got around on social media that All Might passed by. When the sun sets though, and day turns to dusk, the coffee shop finally closes. Akatani has the responsibility of sweeping and shutting things down for his shift though. So, after hours, he remains as the sole worker to clean everything. As he idly sweeps some stray crumbs into a dustpan, there's a sudden tapping at the door. Akatani sets the broom aside, glancing to see who's knocking. Peering through the glass is the girl that he had met the previous night. She looks like she's still wearing her school uniform and her hair is tied into messy buns just like last time. Akatani flips the lock so he can open the door for her. Stepping into the coffee house, the girl lets out an impressed whistle. Anteku, huh? She plops herself down into the nearest booth. If you're curious about the name, the manager wouldn't even tell me why it's called that. Akatani locks the door again to ensure no late-night customers try to get a last-minute order in. The blonde shrugs with no sincere interest. Not really what I meant. I was just wondering why you decided to bother working here. She even starts drumming her fingers against the table in boredom. It has its benefits, such as free coffee, which does wonders for my quirk. Akatani pays her no mind until he finishes setting up the brewer. Would you care for any? Nah, caffeine isn't really good for my complexion. She bats her eyelashes in a teasing manner. Akatani just turns away from her, hiding the small blush that's dusting his cheeks. So, why is coffee so good for your quirk? Is that what those tentacle things are made of? She bounces in her seat with eagerness for an answer, making his way to the booth so he can sit across from her. Akatani shakes his head with a dry laugh. I wish it were something that simple. He doesn't even try to plug up the leak of depression in his tone. I wouldn't want to scare you off, but I guess you've already seen what I really am. Himeko Toga twirls a lock of her blonde hair. It'd be pretty rude of me to run away from the person that saved my... Well, you know. The natural blush on her face darkens a little bit. She ends up pulling her legs close to her chest so she can wrap her arms around the knees. Besides, I really want to get to know you. I think it'd be super cool to be like you. She flashes a toothy grin. Well, alright, don't say I didn't warn you. Akatani rubs the back of his neck with lingering hesitation. I guess you could consider it as a drawback. My quirk makes it so I can only eat human flesh. The boy flinches as he reluctantly finishes the end of his sentence. The blonde tilts her head in confusion at the action, but it soon starts to sink in that most people would likely judge him at that point. Thoughts of bullies calling him cruel names and possibly even beating him over it crosses her mind. Any ordinary person would run away screaming, not even giving the poor kid a chance to show his true personality. Hey, it's okay. The soothing words feel strange on her tongue, but she feels obligated to say them. I got a lot of ridicule for my quirk too. I won't judge you, she reassures him. Akatani's one visible eye widens at that news, clearly surprised to hear the confession of her relatability. Why your quirk? He stammers out what must be a desperate question to hear more about it, raising one pointer finger and wagging it back and forth. Himeko tuts in a teasing manner. You're supposed to tell me about your quirk first. Remember, she giggles at his instinct to shyly turn away. It'd be a cute reflex if it weren't for the reason why he has it. Besides human meat, I can have coffee. It doesn't completely satisfy my hunger though. Believe me, I tried. I still try. He solemnly hangs his head as he finishes explaining the details of his unique taste buds. Yeah, the bag's under your eyes. Oops, I make that obvious. She jokingly covers half her own face with a hand. Akatani doesn't have the reaction she was hoping for. He doesn't look offended, per se, but he doesn't laugh either. You make it work though, she adds as an afterthought to save him from feeling embarrassed since he seems like that type. Thanks, she hears him say it even though it's a low mumble. What about those tentacle things then? She then catches his gaze with her own. Oh, that's right. Your eye was really weird too. She can't contain her elation as she leans forward to get a closer look. Receding just a bit at the sudden lunge, Akatani self-consciously places a hand over his eye. Oh, that's just another side effect of my quirk. He recovers as he realizes she's just genuinely curious about it. Whenever I'm hungry or excited or it just happens. I call it my Kakugan. Can you summon it on your own? She leans forward more with piqued interest, slowly pulling his hand away so that she can see. Akatani slowly nods. Why yeah. The red iris glows at the center of a black sclere just like the last time she saw it. What excites her most about seeing it again though, are the veins that branch out like shattered glass. Wow, she gasps in awe before falling back with a squeal. That looks so cool. Akatani chuckles with a small smile that has the potential to melt Himiko's heart. That's probably the first time anybody ever said that to me. He catches her eye with his own. Thank you. Himeko feels her face heat up more than usual, forcing her to turn away from him. What about the tentacles? You never told me about those. She whines in the hope that he'll be too distracted by the question to notice her fierce blush. Oh, right. He jumps in his seat as if he's suddenly reminded. I call it my Kagyun. It's made out of my RC cells, which is why they're as flexible as ordinary blood cells, but strong enough to fight with. He begins to mutter while trying to explain it as simply as possible. Himeko nods along like she can understand every word until he suddenly realizes that he's still murmuring nonsense. A heavy blush settles over his face as he clamps two hands over his mouth. Himeko can't suppress the laugh that breaks through her lips like water crashing through a dam. Akatani looks down at his lap with a pout. You should have stopped me. Why would I? She heaves in between giggle fits. It was just too cute. Akatani practically has steam coming out of his ears at this point. Fortunately for him, he's saved by the beeping of the coffee brewer, an indication that it's finally ready. Hastily climbing out of the booth so she doesn't see how red his face is, he starts to stammer out his own diversion. It's your turn now. Tell me about your quirk. Oh, Himeko abruptly stops laughing as she starts to deflate with her own embarrassment. I didn't think you would actually want to know. She mumbles so Akatani doesn't hear it. The boy throws her a brief glance as he pours himself a cup of coffee. I didn't catch that. Shaking herself from her self-inflicted brooding, she puts on a smile that would make some people assume she's the illegitimate daughter of All Might. My quirk allows me to turn into other people. She summarizes it to the best of her abilities. Whoa, really? Akatani nearly trips over himself as he spins around to see if she's just joshing him. That's so cool. How does it work? Do you get their quirks too? Does it only work if you turn into a girl or does it work with boys too? How does it activate? He starts spewing questions like rapid fire before lighting up as if he just had an epiphany. Do you mind if I write all of this down? Himeko stares at the boy in bewilderment. It's almost like his personality just did a 180. He went from a sulking emo to an overly excited dork. Not only that, but this is the first time that somebody showed such genuine interest in her quirk. Akatani just looks so enthusiastic about it that she doesn't have the heart to say anything other than, I don't mind. Realizing that he just geeked out over her quirk, he does a reclusive action similar to when he caught himself muttering paragraphs. Awesome, thanks. He tries to passively play it off while grabbing a notebook that's stashed under the cashier's counter. Himeko instantly notices that the journal has some serious damage. The binder looks singed and some of the pages are sticking out as though they were torn apart at some point. Despite the condition of the book though, she can also tell that he takes it seriously since there's a label all the way at number 13. Flipping through some seared pages, he eventually lands on a blank one. Setting his cup of coffee aside, he clicks a pen and looks at her with eager anticipation. Like your quirk, most people shun me for how it's used. She reminds him before continuing. I need a person's blood so I can drink it. I then look and sound just like them. I only use it on people that I really like though. Akatani glances up from his notebook at that last part, still writing detailed descriptions from what little information she gave him. That's amazing. He exhales in awe. You would be perfect for stealth missions, whether it's as a hero or some sort of spy in the FBI. Himeko's mouth starts to slowly slide open. Nobody had ever told her she can work as a law officer, let alone a hero. She doesn't know whether to be flattered or angry. She's still too shocked. Instead, she asks, do you really mean it? Nodding enthusiastically. He only piles on more crazy compliments. There's so much potential for what you can do with your quirk. If there was some sort of assassination target, you could disguise yourself and set up the perfect ploy. If disguising as somebody else comes with any other perks, you could catch your opponent by surprise in a fight as well. He then gasps with worry. Oh, are you crying? Himeko lets out a startled gasp too, bringing a hand to her cheek where she feels a warm stream of tears. I. Wiping the water away with the sleeve of her cardigan, she profusely shakes her head. I'm just surprised you can be so sappy. She jokes with a laugh to boot, laughing along, even if it's somewhat forced. Akatani slowly relaxes. I sometimes forget that's still a part of me too. He lets out a distant sigh. It's probably from my mom's side. Himeko tilts her head like a kitten trying to figure out why he looks so sad. How does she feel about your quirk? The blonde warily asks since that may be the cause. Akatani's smile quickly vanishes, replaced by a woeful frown. Instantly, Himeko jumps to wave her hands in an apologetic gesture. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. She shouts with the anxiety that he may be too upset with her to keep talking. And no, it's okay, that's not it. Akatani shifts his gaze to the notebook that's in front of him. This was actually really nice. It feels good to talk about my quirk with someone and to hear about theirs without any kind of ridicule. He runs a hand along the journal before shutting it. The last time I got to experience something like that was with my mom, actually. He continues staring at it like it's a picture of her though. Himeko nervously rubs her elbow, thankful that he isn't looking at her as she asks, do you want to talk about it? Akatani looks contemplative for a moment before he closes his eyes with a sigh. No, sorry. Himeko nods in understanding before snapping her fingers with a grin. We can always get out of here and do something fun to forget about it instead. Akatani takes a sip of his coffee before shaking his head. Not tonight. Sorry, Himeko pouts, feeling although she just backpedaled and lost all the progress of befriending the boy. She doesn't want to sound desperate, but she still decides to use a final question as her last resort. What about tomorrow? Akatani taps his chin as if he's mulling over some plans before shrugging. I could probably do something after work. Meet up here. Same time, same place. Himeko feels relief wash over her with the breeze of the building's air condition. Perfect. It's a date, then. She shoots up from her seat with excitement. The date. Akatani looks like he just blew a fuse or something. Due to the computer crash of his mind, he isn't able to register her leaving the coffee shop until she's already gone. His head hits the table, eliciting a groan from him despite the smile on his face. The night's cool breeze whips his face as he steps outside, almost like walking straight into a spider's web. To help bite back the cold nipping at him, Akatani takes a sip from the to-go cup that he filled with coffee on the way out. The heated contrast is almost enough to burn his tongue that had been nearly smitten with frostbite. The bell above the entrance jingles as he squeezes through the opening. Akatani then shuts the door, watching to see if it closes completely. With his free hand, he turns the key in order to lock it. Once he hears the familiar click that comes with the twist, Akatani slips the key back into his pocket. Waiting out front with her hair tied back into two messy blonde buns and the usual school uniform is Himeko Toga. She gives him her trademark pointy-toothed grin with a small friendly wave and greeting. Hey Akatani-kun. A light blush dusts her cheeks as she says his name. Akatani returns her grin with a small smile and slight nod. He takes another sip from his coffee cup before replying with, Hey Toga. The petite blonde gives him a playful pout while tilting her head to the side. You're gonna hurt my feelings. We're friends, aren't we? She continues after seeing his face take on a worried expression. Friends refer to each other by their first names, don't they? Matching the same tint of red that the girl has on her cheeks, Akatani nervously turns away. Sorry, Himiko. I don't have very many friends, so I didn't really know. He then awkwardly shuffles his feet before asking, so, what did you want to do? Treading down the sidewalk with a single skip, she happily answers the question. I was thinking you might need a disguise. Mr. Tokyo Ghoul, I'm gonna take you to my friend's mask shop. She glances over her shoulder to see Akatani scramble after her while trying not to spill any of his coffee. Well, I never really had a problem with hiding my face since. Akatani tries to stammer out his best attempt at a polite way of turning down the offer. Nobody ever survived to tell anyone, but starts to mumble when he realizes what he said was practically a confession of murder. Himiko keeps skipping down the sidewalk. Perhaps she didn't hear the last part, or she simply doesn't care. What about the people that you save? She asks instead. What about the ones like me? She gives him a teasing flutter of her eyelashes. Akatani bashfully rubs the back of his neck with a small huff of laughter. They usually run away before they can get a good look. Himiko hums a little before giving him a small shrug. You can never be too careful. She then grabs the hand that isn't holding onto a coffee cup and drags him forward. Come on. At least give it a chance. The boy doesn't manage to utter a single syllable as he stares at the feminine hands that are gripping his own. The cool touch makes him self-aware of the heat rising to his face. Akatani tries hiding his blush with the coffee cup by drinking out of it some more. The empty street block is filled with the teenage girl's laughter as she forces him to keep pace. Air breezes by them, the two briskly cutting corners. The light pad of Himiko's shoes on the pavement play along to the tune of Akatani's heavy sneaker thuds. Akatani runs alongside her a while longer before asking, how far is this place? His voice is nearly drowned out by her joyous giggling. We'll get there faster if we take this shortcut. She suddenly yanks him in another direction. Akatani almost trips over the sidewalk's curb as she pulls him away from the street. The two tread up a small hill of grass, coming upon a long chain-link fence. It should be somewhere. Himiko briefly slows down to survey the gate before jumping with glee. Aha, right here. Akatani hesitates as she peels back a loose section of the fence. The torn piece looks like it was dug under by a dog and then popped loose by what must have been the animal trying to squeeze through. After what might have been a few times of Himiko lifting it up more, the gate must have gotten looser. Akatani glances around to see if there are any private property signs or witnesses before following the blonde through the small gap. Once they cross to the other side, the duo must venture into a small patch of trees and bushes. Eventually, Akatani is able to spot a clearing. There's a small stone path that's dimly lit by a lamppost, a park bench underneath it. Himiko shows no shame in plucking a flower from a miniature garden, sniffing the plant like it's a freshly baked pie. Akatani has to fight the instinct to flinch back when she thrusts the flower into his face. I love their garden. Doesn't it smell so good? She asks him. Akatani gently pushes the flower away from his nose, nervously chuckling as he glances around. It starts to sink in that they're in the city's public park. However, the park is closed at this hour of the night, hence why Himiko had them sneak in. Almost like she can sense his thoughts, she waves him onward with a little reassurance. It's just a little further. We'll cut through the park and then it's just up ahead. Her cat-like eyes catch Akatani's emerald eye, and it's almost like a form of hypnotism. Taking a sip of his coffee like it's liquid courage, Akatani gives her a single nod. All right, lead the way. His feet are already moving before his voice can catch up. Himiko's Cheshire grin matches her eyes as she begins skipping again. We should come back here when they're open and go for a stroll. Himiko takes in the aroma from another patch of flowers while making the absent-minded suggestion. Akatani gives her a noncommittal shrug before realizing she isn't facing his direction. Maybe, he mumbles before clearing his throat. I mean, if you'd like to. Nah. One of her lighthearted laughs makes Akatani's heart swoon a little. Parks are too sappy. A teasing tone then laces her voice as she adds, that's why I figured you'd like it. She spreads her arms while spinning like she's presenting the place. It's pretty but so boring. She stops to giggle and grin at the boy. Not that you're boring or anything, Akatani-kun. Breaking and entering is boring. The question is more or less meant to be rhetorical as a way to jest her back. You'll need to show me something fun one of these nights then. He finishes off the last of his Java before tossing the cup into a garbage bin that they're passing. We're just getting started, Akatani-kun. Have a little faith in me. She raises her pointer finger as if it's some sort of declaration before aiming it at another patch of trees. The blonde diverges from the path as she asks, have you ever hopped a fence before? Ew. Akatani drawls a little as he thinks back to times that he's scaled entire buildings. I think I'll manage. Himiko must pick up on the hint of amusement in his tone, since her grin holds some humor in it too. The two step through overgrown grass that needs to be mowed and weeds that need to be plucked. Then, they come across the metal fence that surrounds the property. Himiko steps forward first, placing her foot in one of the small holes that makes a rung for her to climb on. However, she pauses for a moment as if she's hesitant, and looks back at Akatani. "Don't look up my skirt." Himiko holds no real reproach in her statement as she pokes fun at the boy. However, she does find some pleasure in seeing how flustered he can get while spinning around to avoid any discomfort. Even though it's cruel to torment him any further, she still adds one last remark, or, "Don't get caught looking," even adding a wink regardless of if he can see it or not. Himiko can't suppress a tiny giggle when she hears Akatani groan in embarrassment from behind her. After she clears the fence and lands on the other side with a soft smack of her shoes, the blonde turns around to let him know. "You can look now. As a matter of fact, it's your turn." She tries beckoning him over. Akatani doesn't budge. He refuses to turn around. "Is this some sort of tea trick to make me look up your ass skirt?" He nervously stutters. Himiko crosses her arms with a small huff, slightly disappointed that she hadn't come up with such an idea on her own. "You'll just have to peek and find out." Her mischievous side pokes through before she spins on her heel to leave. "Otherwise, I'm going without you." Cautiously tilting his head, Akatani slowly turns it so he can see behind him. He must have been holding his breath, because there's an exhale of relief when all he sees is Himiko's receding back from the other side of the fence. Hey, wait up. It then dawns on him that he needs to chase after her and scrambles to climb the gate too. "Took you long enough." Himiko rolls her eyes as the boy jogs up from behind her. The duo start crossing a bridge that only has 2 or 3 cars passing by at a time. "I didn't know what to expect. You're too unpredictable." Akatani tries to defend himself and the actions that he chose. Himiko doesn't let up on her teasing as she lightly pokes him in the chest. "And you're almost too predictable. If all it takes to get you hot and bothered are words, then..." Akatani covers his ears with his hands. La. Not listening. He shakes his head like whatever words did manage to get in will somehow get past the barriers that his hands created. Himiko playfully shoves his shoulder and the two break into a small fit of laughter. "Well, it's your lucky day to avoid this conversation, cause we finally made it." She then announces their arrival at the mask shop. The store would have been easy to miss without Himiko's directions. Among apartment buildings and the occasional supermarket or diner, a small structure made from brick looks to be tucked away in something of a small alley. The only sign of it not being vacant are the glass door and glowing open signal that's above it. The interior proves to be vastly different from the exterior though. Neon lamps light up what looks like something a fashion designer put together. Several masks are out on display like it's an art show. Some of them are even covered by tarps or kept in glass cases. As he strolls down the aisle, Akatani takes note of a plain white mask whose only variation are the occasional holes poked in it like a hockey mask would have. There also appears to be a cowl with pointed rubber ears and an equally sharp nose. It leaves a space open for the mouth and has white lens where the eyes should be. "Yuta-san, where are you hiding at this time?" Himiko starts trailing off to find what Akatani assumes to be the owner of the shop. Rather than follow the blonde, he continues browsing the selection. Akatani comes across a red one that's laced in what looks like a webbing design. The only diversion being the strange white spots that must be some sort of lens. However, his eyes are drawn from there to a white tarp that must be covering something considered to be a masterpiece. His curiosity getting the better of him, Akatani pulls it away. Oh, his reflex to shout in surprise and instinct to defend or fight makes Akatani settle on this dull reaction to an actual person being beneath the cloth. The man doesn't seem to be fazed by their abrupt meeting either. "Yo." He then stands up, revealing just how tall and lanky he is. Dark hair like Akatani's is styled into an undercut, surrounded by piercings on his face that varies from lip to eyebrow and ear. Tattoos cover his exposed arms. There's enough to make sleeves themselves. "Yuta-san." Himiko rushes over as soon as she notices him and wraps her arms around his waist for a hug. The stylist doesn't seem to care as she crushes him like a teddy bear, remaining as stiff as a board until she lets go. "What are you doing?" the blonde asks once she steps back. "I thought I'd try to scare your friend." Yuta points a lazy finger at Akatani like his wrist is shackled down by a set of heavy chains. The rest of his fingers then unravel as he holds out his hand. "I'm Yuta, by the way." Akatani returns the gesture, shaking the man's hand. "Nice to meet you. I'm Akatani Mikumo." A speculative brow raises when Yuta leans in to get a closer look. "I apologize if I'm making you uncomfortable. This part is a little necessary though." Yuta doesn't fully regard the boy even though he means to speak directly to him. The mask designer tilts his head as his eyes skim Akatani's face, his neck craning a little so he can take in all the features. "Excuse me." Akatani scrunches up his face in confusion as Yuta's cheek nearly touches his own. "It's part of his quirk." Himiko starts to explain as she sways back and forth on her heels. Yuta can take in every detail of something if he looks close enough. It's how he makes his masks for everyone. It's hard to put into words, but yes, thank you, Himiko. Yuta nods along as he swaps to the other side of Akatani's face. From the corner of his exposed eye, Akatani sees Yuta's hand flinch as though it wants to part his hanging hair. May I? The designer surprisingly asks for permission first. Akatani shrugs and Yuta takes that as a yes, carefully lifting the dark locks. Himiko stops swaying on her heels, leaning forward completely now to get her own glimpse of what's underneath. There's only another emerald iris. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but I'll admit that I'm mildly disappointed. He lets the strands of hair fall back into place. Yuta then waves Akatani over to a stool, patting the empty seat as a gesture for him to sit down. Let's get started then. He waits for the boy to follow before adding, firstly, a few questions. Do you have any allergies? Perhaps to rubbers or metals? Not that I'm aware of. Akatani shrugs as he tries to think of anything notable and comes up empty. Do you want a full-faced one? I personally find beginners prefer to have half-faced ones for their first time. Yuta taps a finger against his chin as he mulls over his customer's appearance one last time. Akatani has to resist the urge to shrug again, instead opting for a soft hum. I'll leave it to you to decide. He replies before noticing the strange mask that's on the crafter's table nearby. Surrounded by tools such as scissors and pins or needles, lays a magenta mouthpiece that's shaped like a beak. What about that one? Akatani nudges his head in that direction for Yuta to look. That's for another one of my clients. There's actually a whole assembly line of those for him and his friends. Were you interested in one like that? Yuta glances between the mouthguard and Akatani's chin. Akatani regards it for a moment before shaking his head. I'd rather not look like a cockatoo. He then jumps in his seat at the realization that his remark might upset the designer. No offense. Yuta chuckles instead, with his own small headshake. No offense taken. The design choice was mostly his idea anyway. A plague mask. The designer rolls his eyes like the thought of it alone is silly. How pretentious. Yuta works his way around Akatani, grabbing the clump of hair that covers an eye again and weighing it in his hand. I didn't really care for this particular style at first, but it suits you. It gives me an idea. Akatani peers up at him as he waits to hear more, but the designer appears to be too fixated on the hair to notice until later. Pardon me, I was just thinking aloud. Akatani feels a small smile tug at the corners of his lips, but it quickly subsides. I can relate, he admits while glancing at Himiko to see if she's listening in or not. The blonde got to experience that side of him firsthand back at Anteku, a side of him that he thought had been long forgotten. Yuta hums a short tune as he dons a pencil and notepad to write in. Interesting. That makes me wonder what else I should ask you. He nibbles the eraser side before using it to point at Akatani. Makumo-kun, do you happen to have any lovers? That particular question seems to break whatever social barrier the boy had put up. Blah. He jumps in his seat, almost knocking the stool and himself over. No, I've never had one. The recovery holds a shyness to it that only interests Yuta even further. I see. Could it be that you find girls younger than you cuter than the same age? Or is it the other way around? Could it be that you like older girls instead? If not for the genuine curiosity made evident by Yuta, one would think this were an interrogation. I guess if our ages are close, then it doesn't really matter. Akatani holds an uncertainty as he tries to stammer out a proper response. See, can I ask you something, Yuta-san? He peers at the designer from the corner of his eye. You ask me something. Yuta's eyes widen as if he just saw a new color for the first time. Now that's interesting. Please, go ahead. Well. Akatani turns away with the concern that his question may disappoint the designer. I was just wondering. Is there a connection to these questions and making a mask? Very much so. Yuta nods like it's common knowledge before elaborating. The more that I know about you and your personality, the greater my motivation will be. Oh, Akatani lifts his head up in understanding. That makes sense. Yuta then cranes his neck with a burst of excitement, his nose just mere centimeters from Akatani's, as if he just had the epiphany. He asks, what about Himiko? Do you think she's cute? Akatani feels his face flush red and instinctively covers it with his arms. Can we not talk about girls anymore? He pleads while peeking through his sleeves to see if Himiko happened to hear what had been asked. The blonde appears to be in her own little world, browsing the masks on display a few feet away, which allows some comforting relief. Yuta gets behind Akatani, a smirk on his face. I think I understand you now, Makumo-kun. You're a person with a lot on their mind. He strolls back around to the opposite side so Akatani can see him again. But you don't have very much to say, do you? He mimes an invisible zipper being closed across his lips and tosses the equally invisible key. Akatani is about to make some sort of retort, but stops short and slowly nods in agreement. Yeah, I guess you're right. His admittance isn't very enthusiastic though. Well, in any case, I believe I have everything I need. Yuta begins shooing Akatani off of the stool. I'll need a few days to work on the mask. You two kids go have some fun and come back during the weekend. Oh, okay. Thank you, Yuta-san. Akatani staggers a little as he's ushered towards the exit. Once there, he gives a small bow in appreciation. Bye, Yuta-san. Himiko drags his name out as she waves to him on her way out. Akatani pauses once he notices a vending machine and makes his way over to it. There's a canned coffee that he selects with a hot or cold selection. He chooses the hot coffee. As the canned beverage drops into the compartment below for him to take, Himiko skips on over. So, what do you think? She asks him while tucking her arms behind her back. It was cool. Akatani pops the lid open so he can take a sip. Thanks for taking me. Himiko points an accusing finger up at him. Told you so. Her taunting is followed by the usual laughter that Akatani has come to enjoy hearing. The two then carry on into a leisurely stroll down the sidewalk, with no particular destination in mind. We'll call it a draw. He turns the next corner so she doesn't see the small smile he has from teasing her back. That's no fair, Akatani-kun. She protests like a kid throwing a temper tantrum by hopping up and down while waving her arms in an exaggerated manner. I won fair and square. Just admit it. She huffs and puffs. All right. He shakes his head since that sort-off display was his breaking point. A grin etches across his face as he looks at her. But consider this payback for back at the fence. Himiko looks baffled at first, but almost instantly mimics his toothy smile. You'll need to try better than that to get one over on me. She quickens her pace as if putting a short distance between them will give her the last word. Oh, come on, I had you completely fooled. Akatani chases after her with a bemused laugh. In her dreams, she lightly shoves him once he draws near. It's probably where you get to see up my skirt too. Okay, I'm not going to go there. Akatani raises both his arms as a sign of surrender. One hand lays flat to show his palm while the other continues to cling to his canned coffee. Too easy. Himiko keeps a victorious grin on her face. The way she struts next to him is almost too sly, but it's mostly meant as a form of mockery. The two then fall into a comfortable silence as Akatani drinks from his can of coffee. The bitter sensation on his tongue is vaguely familiar to the blood that drains from biting into a person's flesh. While that particular similarity is unsettling to him, it's better than the alternative when it comes to his opinion on the matter. However, that may vary. It isn't just when his hunger overtakes him that he enjoys feasting on a corpse, but the occasional times where he's exhilarated by the capability of ripping into a criminal. Even if the person is a villain, he can't help but get disgusted with himself for feeling that way. It's like whatever humanity remained inside of him started slipping away. He never told Himiko the second reason for working at Anteku, to remain as a member of civilization, to remain human. He doesn't have to though, since he feels the most human when he's with her. And the best part is she knows about his quirk to understand the unspoken matter. By the way, I heard All Might is in the neighborhood. Himiko snaps him out of his musings by mentioning the symbol of peace, as if the hero's name itself is a trigger word. Akatani practically freezes in place, his body stiffening like he was caught red-handed during a crime. Akatani-kun. Himiko slows to a stop as she realizes that he's come to a halt. Himiko, what do you think of All Might? He avoids eye contact with her as he asks the question. The inquiry isn't necessarily meant to be a test for her, but that's how it feels for both of them when it comes to whatever answer gets given. The blonde's smile wavers a little, as if she's saddened by whatever thoughts get accumulated in her own head. What do you think of All Might? She throws Akatani's own question back at him instead of answering it herself. Akatani stares at the canned coffee in his hand as if it had personally offended him, his grip tightening just enough to crush the metal a tad. I used to adore heroes, especially All Might. The boy scoffs with a feigned laugh. I guess there isn't a kid that would think otherwise. Do you not like heroes anymore, Akatani? Himiko hesitantly asks him as she moves closer. She's like a child hearing a bedtime story for the first time, her attention completely devoted to the boy's response. The blonde flinches when he raises his head up, but the gaze misses her completely and focuses on the sky above them. Like he's staring up at All Might himself, his eyes glimmer in the pale moonlight as if tears are bound to be shed. Heroes are a lot like doves. Himiko tilts her head as she tries to understand what he's saying. Doves soar over everybody. They fly above the people on the ground who continuously look up at them with admiration. Doves, they're symbols of peace too. Why? These birds, they look the part of an angel, but they don't do anything. Nobody looks at them the same as a vulture or a buzzard since those birds are considered disgusting. Just because those animals rip into what's on the ground, what everyone refuses to see on the ground, they're considered ugly too. Personally, I think the bird that's willing to come down from its flight shows more bravery as a hero. Himiko recalls the time that she found a wounded dove, a toddler stumbling across the bird that broke its wing, the little girl taking it so she can nurse it back to health. The dove was so pretty, so cute. Just like Akatani said, she sank her fangs into it like a vulture and got ridiculed like she was something disgusting. Slowly, the blonde takes his free hand. Her fingers interlock with his, her soft and cool skin pressing against his rough and warm palm. Akatani's head whips down in surprise to see it, the surprise making him swallow something dry. Himiko continues holding his hand since he doesn't say or do anything to protest. Unlike the first time that she guided him this way, she gently tugs in the direction she wants to steer the boy. Want to drink something other than coffee? Himiko asks a rhetorical question, but Akatani's eyes shifting into its Kakugan state is enough of an answer. Toshinori Yagi steps off the elevator and into the fray of hard-working law enforcers. Officers run back and forth in order to deliver documents to their co-workers or to answer ringing telephones. The frail blonde nearly gets trampled by a plump detective that tries to brush by. Even the slackers by the water cooler look out of breath. Regardless, he somehow makes it to his friend's office unscathed. Another quiet night at the precinct. Toshinori leans against the doorframe as he greets Naomasa with some sarcasm. The joke gets a chuckle out of his friend and puts a grin on the blonde's face as a result. Thanks for stopping by. Naomasa pauses as if he's only now noticing the cluttered paperwork across his desk. Sorry for the mess. Toshinori both metaphorically and quite literally waves it off as no concern. It's not a problem. He steps forward to help the detective organize the folders in a dented filing cabinet. Taking a second glance, the paint looks a little faded and the desk appears to have a few splinters on it. The police department must not be receiving as much funding as it used to now that pro heroes are gaining traction in their popularity. Did you happen to foil any muggings on your way over? Toshinori's grin stretches a little since he finds some humor in Naomasa's way of making small talk. Nope. Aside from a robbery this morning, Musutafu has been as quiet as a mouse. The blonde slides the last folder into the cabinet before it gets slammed shut. You've noticed it too. Naomasa continues when he sees the perturbed expression on Toshinori's face. Criminal activity is higher during the day. At night though, it's nearly as rare as finding a unicorn in comparison to somebody shoplifting. Now that you mention it, that's odd. Toshinori rubs his pointed chin in contemplation. Most villains do the opposite. They operate at night in order to avoid the heroes who patrol the area. Aizawa had a theory. Naomasa begins digging through folders that are kept in his desk drawer. Apparently, he did some cross-referencing and finally found a connection between all of the Tokyo Ghoul's victims. The detective stops skimming the documents when he spots the one that he's looking for, slapping it on the table and flipping the file open. They all share a criminal background. Every single one. Naomasa spreads out the crime scene images for Toshinori to see better. We're dealing with a vigilante. Toshinori glances up at his friend with some skepticism. When it comes to how much of a bot account there is, it's hard to believe it could be a coincidence. However, each corpse is so mangled that the comparison to serial killers such as Moonfish could be made. Something doesn't add up. Aizawa's theories are starting to seem not so far-fetched anymore. Naomasa settles on a pensive frown as he skims the papers. The two are snapped out of their cognition when a police officer with the head of a ginger tabby comes stumbling into the room. Sir, there's been a bank robbery. He pants like he's out of breath from running to the office. Tamikawa, Naomasa exclaims in shock before taking on a stern and reprimanding tone. I told you I would be in a meeting and any interruptions would not be tolerated unless it has to do with the Tokyo Ghoul. The cop speaks in between heavy breaths. But sir, the robbery. He shakes his cat-like head with a pant. The officer's large yellow eyes meet Naomasa's brown rectangular ones. It's a blood bank. The sky may as well be a black canvas tonight. The tiny stars and faded moon being no different from white specks yet to be painted over. Its natural darkness only gleams with a periodic hue of dark blue. The red side of a police car's flashing lights not radiating bright enough. Cool colors reflect off of smudged windows, shimmering in the night. The vehicle's sirens are off, leaving only idle radio chatter and the scrape of shoes against cement to fully confirm police are present. Detective Naomasa Tsukachi and his subordinate, Sansa Tamikawa, duck under police tape that's meant to seal off the blood bank's entrance. Naomasa's eyes search the doorway for any signs of forced entry, but any chipped wood looks like it's due to being weathered than any other reason. Toshinori Yagi treads as slowly as humanly possible behind them, not wanting to disrupt them during their investigation. The dim lighting from inside casts a long shadow over sickly yellow walls. Where a receptionist would normally be to greet the men, sits a decaying desk with an empty seat behind it. There's a stray cigarette, but that's sitting in an ashtray which stopped burning. But there's also a lingering scent of smoke. The fumes settle on the tongue, leaving a bitter taste that sours when meshed with the smell of blood spillage wafting through the air. The soft crunch of glass between Toshinori's foot and the brown-tiled floor draws their attention to the ground. Large drops of blood gradually lead to even bigger puddles, almost like a trail. One could make the assumption that it's due to a person bleeding out, but shattered glass on the ground and missing vials from shelves tell a different story. Here, Naomasa digs into the pocket of his overcoat as he suddenly remembers something very important. Everyone put these on. The detective hands Tamikawa and Toshinori a pair of blue sanitation gloves so they don't contaminate anything before slipping on his own. Naomasa crouches down on one knee so he can make a closer inspection. Normally, it'd be the job of the CSI unit waiting outside to collect any remaining evidence. However, yellow markers that are placed indiscriminately lets him know they already sweep the building. It's just his job to go over whatever remains and to pick up the broken pieces. Quite literally in this case, Naomasa gently takes a shard of glass, his fingers smudging the red bodily fluid that's on it. None of this has dried, so the heist must have been fairly recent. Tamakawa mutters Naomasa's thoughts aloud for him so Toshinori can get a sense of the crime scene too. Born with a quirk that gives Tamakawa cat-like attributes, he also shares some of the animal's qualities, such as heightened senses. The officer's nose flares as it catches another whiff of the smell drifting around. The cigarette smoke remaining present tells them not much time has passed, and the fresh blood practically confirms it as a plausible assumption. We've got squad cars fanning the perimeter. Something will come up if the perp is still in the area. Naomasa turns his head just enough to look at Toshinori so he can make sure the hero doesn't go to perform his own manhunt. When the blonde doesn't run off, the detective uses his knee as a brace to push himself back up before adding, "The chances that we'll find anyone are slim though. There's no certain way of knowing how much time has passed and how far one could get, especially if they're as elusive as the Tokyo Ghoul. I thought that the Tokyo Ghoul was more colorful with their crimes." Toshinori doesn't bother hiding the displeasure in his tone or the frown on his face. The lack of sanitation there is enough to make his skin crawl all on its own. There's no need to add the recollection of those victim images into the mix. You're right. Naomasa pulls at the latex around his wrist. While this particular appetite does sync up with our perps, the glove comes off with a slight snap of whiplash. It doesn't match the Tokyo Ghoul's mo. Tamakawa chimes in with, "This might be a copycat of some sort," earning a collective look of mild amusement from Toshinori and Naomasa. The police officer's ears flatten as he becomes sheepish, only now realizing he made an accidental pun. Oh, or someone new. He bashfully scratches the nape of his neck while shyly turning away from them. I would be inclined to agree. Each member of the trio whirl around to face the voice of a newcomer. Tamakawa is mostly startled by the stealthiness of a tall and slender man, whereas Naomasa and Toshinori are just bewildered. Once he steps out from the shadows, they begin to recognize him by his ragged appearance. The man wears a black outfit that's tucked in at his boots, no doubt meant to help him blend in with the night's atmosphere. The only distinctive features on his costume appear to be a wrap scarf and small utility belt. Otherwise, he could probably pass himself off as a hobo. What with his unkempt facial hair and shoulder-length bangs that partially hang over his face. Despite looking like he just rolled out of bed and still remaining to be worn out, the trio know better. This is a pro-underground hero in their presence. Eraserhead's eyes look half-opened and just as tired as he feels, but still hold a carefully calculative glare. The flat stare flicks from Tamakawa to Naomasa, although I just so happen to have another plausible theory. Naomasa's shoulders sag as he lets out an exasperated sigh, almost like he's a deflating balloon. Please, Aizawa, I'm already annoyed enough as it is. The detective massages his forehead with his index finger and thumb as if he's trying to soothe an oncoming migraine. Don't go adding your theories to my frustration. Hold on. Tamakawa rests his hand on Naomasa's shoulder in an allaying manner. We don't have much to go off of here. It wouldn't hurt to get his professional opinion. The officer glances at Toshinori with a supplicating expression. Come on, let's hear him out. The blonde shoots his own glance at Naomasa, the two sharing a look that's somehow verbal enough for the detective to give in. Sighing again, but this time his shoulders rolling back in preparation for what's to come, Naomasa chooses to appease his subordinate by gesturing for Aizawa to continue. Eraserhead tilts his head in the direction that he wants them to follow before treading down an aisle of shelves. Leaking vials leave streams of blood that end up winding towards a pool of scarlet. It's almost like the epicenter of it all, several splattered footprints covering the tile there. Aizawa gives the others a moment to track the indentions towards an alley door, no doubt the exit that the perp used to leave. Whoever did this wasn't alone. The trio shoot Aizawa all sorts of perplexed looks, noticing that they aren't entirely convinced. He explains, the footprints here are crossing each other. It's too much of an irregular pattern to only be one person, especially when it's overlapping the other's steps. His hand gestures in a lazy manner as an attempt to show them. Naomasa shakes his head while trying to stifle a groan. That doesn't prove anything at all. The perp could have just simply retraced their steps. He crosses his arms in an exaggerated display of disappointment before asking, Are you done wasting our time yet? Aizawa keeps his deadpan expression while giving a wry response. No, I haven't gotten to the best part yet. The underground hero then casually uses his foot to nudge an evidence marker elsewhere. Before Naomasa can do any scolding or reprimanding, Aizawa points to the particular place that he moved it to. The shoe sizes vary vastly. The imprints are side by side for anyone to see that one is smaller than the other. There are 2 culprits minimum. Tamakawa covers his mouth with his arm, feigning a cough to cover up the huff of amusement he gets at seeing his superior outsmarted. Even Toshinori looks like he's trying to keep a grin at bay, though his is more likely to be part of the jesting that comes with friendship. Naomasa throws his arms up in irritation. Okay, you've made your point, before crossing them again. That doesn't prove it was the Tokyo Ghoul though. As a matter of fact, it only further suggests that it wasn't. As far as we know, he's acted alone and solely operates as a vigilante of sorts, which leads to my belief that he was coaxed into doing this. Aizawa gives the detective a sly glance before addressing Toshinori and Tamakawa. As mentioned, the Tokyo Ghoul has acted alone, picking off criminals during the night. It started with low-tier thugs, ones that were hard to decipher as crooks when their first offense was the same night that they died. As such, these criminals were simply purse snatchers or muggers. Our ghoul then slowly escalated to higher-ranked villains, like a predator finding its place in the food chain. Your point, Aizawa. Naomasa interjects without hiding his annoyance, an ever-present scowl on his face. My point is that we prayed the ghoul wouldn't find its place in the food chain since that's likely even higher than its present place. Aizawa fixes Naomasa with his own scowl. This is a step down. The prayer is answered. Now you have to ask yourself, what could have stopped something like that just when it's about to reach the highest peak? The answer is a significant other. Naomasa gives a dry laugh that's just short of being sardonic. Give me a break. You're saying the Tokyo Ghoul has a lover. The rhetorical question is meant to be condescending but only ushers Aizawa to further explain. Eraserhead points at the footprints again, meaning to draw attention to the shoe sizes in particular. It might not just be fitting the foot that makes this difference so conceivable. It would also make sense for one of these to fit a female whereas the other fits a male. Aizawa catches the rectangular eyes of Naomasa with his flat ones. The other possibility for why these shoe sizes are so small brings me back to another theory I had. If I'm not mistaken, we might be dealing with children. A kid. Toshinori is unable to refrain from making an outburst of disbelief. The brooding look that crosses the blonde's gaunt features don't do the right amount of justice in conveying his inner turmoil. He's heard of troubled youth, but this is beyond that. As the symbol of peace and Japan's #1 hero, he feels like he's personally to blame for such a travesty. How could a kid? He chokes up on his own emotions before overpowering them with an angry shout. A child. How could someone so young do such gruesome things? It's easy for children to become misguided. Such underdeveloped minds may think they have no other choice. Aizawa's expression softens with his tone as he tries to placate the blonde. It might not seem like much of a change in direction, stealing versus murder, but we can thank whoever gave them an alternative. It's better than nothing. It starts as a slow shake, but slowly increases in speed. Naomasa might just suffer a concussion from turning himself into a life-size bobblehead. You are reaching too far on this. It's only a hunch with no real justifiable proof. It's too sudden and it's far too drastic of a shift in motive. The detective groans before adding, I'll throw you a bone and admit there's a likelihood of 2 culprits here, but that's all. Quit while you're ahead. There are quirks with drawbacks worse than others. Aizawa reaches into one of the various pouches on his utility belt. I have dry eye every once in a while that can lead to vision deterioration if not treated. The underground hero applies the eye drops that he pulled out. Someone with gills may be required to constantly stay submerged in water in order to survive. There's a possibility that the Tokyo Ghoul has a similar drawback. It's not uncommon for quirks to show signs of aggression or to have cannibalistic urges either. Aizawa blinks his eyelids a few times once he's finished before putting away the drops. If we truly are dealing with a kid in this scenario, it's even more likely for them to believe this is the only option. Until now, Toshinori comes to the same conclusion as Aizawa once he mulls it over. If the child needs blood or something of the sort to stay alive, then taking from here instead of killing a person means they have no real desire to harm anyone. A small but hopeful smile starts to form on the hero's face. Tamakawa purrs in satisfaction. Equally enthused by the potential of a breakthrough in the investigation, he stops to scratch behind his triangular ear before asking, does that mean we should scratch out the vigilante classification now? He winces when he realizes he made another unintentional pun. Nobody seems to notice besides Aizawa, whose eyes sparkle with more amusement than his expression. One night doesn't mean the rest will be any different. Naomasa supplies his uncertainty with a shrug. We hadn't had a vigilante as violent since Stendhal, the only difference being that Psycho was short-lived and mainly used a katana. Aizawa hums in agreement before contemplating the rest out loud. Most vigilantes don't cross the line of the law any further than illegal quirk usage. Adding manslaughter is too black. They prefer the gray area that they created in between the white. And where exactly is the line that's supposed to be drawn between those colors? Toshinori solemnly asks from his sulking disposition. What's the difference between a vigilante or a villain if killing isn't it? The controversial question might seem rhetorical to the underground hero, detective, and police officer. But Toshinori genuinely wants the answer when it involves a kid. Tamakawa's ears bend as he takes the blonde's words into consideration. You're asking if theft is more of a step over that line than murder. It's more of a grim statement than a question at this point. The cop glances in the direction of his superior, hoping Naomasa might have the answer. Even the detective looks lost in thought, his pensive gaze directed at the floor. As absurd as that thought might seem, it isn't completely illogical. There have been justifiable murders, ones done in self-defense for instance. When put bluntly, maybe there is no line, maybe it's just one big splotch like the blood covering the floor. The real difference in villainy or vigilantism may be whether you love seeing your reflection in that puddle or recoil in disgust. Aizawa finds no real answer for anyone except, who knows what'll be the worst thing the ghoul does if they do become a full-blown villain. The crisp shadows shrouding them start to burn away as light gleams in. Files shimmer under the sun's glare, naturally brightening the room little by little. Hues of orange blend with the red tint, creating a vibrant color that welcomes the morning. Toshinori turns towards the light, closing his eyes as he relishes in its warmth. The blonde bathes in it, the frown on his face curling upwards only slightly. When he opens his eyes, his blue reflects the sky, clearing his throat to gather the other's attention. He throws a thumb over his shoulder in order to excuse himself. It's about time for my morning commute. I should get going. He checks his wrist for a watch that isn't there before adjusting the sleeve to cover it. Oh, Naomasa snaps out of his cognition when he notices the hero is leaving. I'll give you a call if anything changes and send the rest in the mail then. The detective waves a farewell to his friend as the blonde backs away. That would be wonderful. Thank you, Naomasa. Toshinori shouts over his shoulder as he turns and jogs out the door. Once out of sight, the blonde ducks into an alley where nobody can see his transformation and becomes the pro-hero acknowledged by everyone as All Might. Fragile limbs buff up in a matter of seconds, a massive grin spreading across Toshinori's face as he triples in size. The hero takes flight, bounding over buildings in a single hop, guffawing all the way into the troposphere. This is going to leave me an unholy amount of paperwork to fill out. Naomasa complains as he rubs the bags that are beginning to develop under his eyes. While the creases and wrinkles are nothing compared to Aizawa's, the detective wouldn't be far behind. Be sure to fax it over to me when it's finished. The underground hero remains monotone as he treads in the same direction that Toshinori went, revealed to have been concealed under the capture cloth that's wrapped around his neck and shoulders like a scarf. Eraserhead pulls a pair of yellow goggles over his eyes. The specialized lens leaves only a few slits in them, hiding the direction of his gaze. On his way out, he gives the detective a bidded farewell. In the meantime, I've got another lead that I intend to follow up on. Tamakawa places his hands on his hips as he surveys the empty space. Looks it's going to be one of those kind of days. His whiskers bend with his half-hearted smile. Naomasa sighs in predetermined exhaustion, matching the fellow policeman's attitude. In that case, he pulls off the other sanitation glove before tucking his hands into his overcoat's pockets. I'm gonna need a cup of coffee. When Anteku opens its doors to Musutafu in the morning, wave after wave of customers come bustling in for a taste of Java. Lines form out the door sometimes. There's been the occasional circumstance of people bringing lawn chairs to seat themselves during the busy hour. This is another one of those instances. To call it a breakfast rush would be downplaying the crowd. Servers run back and forth as they scramble to serve customers their morning due. Amongst them is Akatani Mikumo, one of the best workers Anteku has to offer. The boy weaves in between tables as he sets down cups of tea or mugs of steaming coffee. Once the tray that he carries is empty, he swivels back around to walk briskly towards the kitchen for another round. There's a customer that asks for napkins on the way, to which Akatani politely obliges. A fortunate waiter wouldn't come across any extra interruptions. But this particular teen finds himself in the most unfortunate of predicaments all the time, so he's stopped once again. Thin arms wrap around his midsection, just above his waist and below his chest. The petite form pulls him into what must be a hug from behind, something soft pressing against his back momentarily. Startled by what feels like a sneak attack, Akatani breaks loose from the grip and spins around to face whoever grabbed him. Surprise! A familiar blonde greets him with a squeal of joy. Himiko! Akatani shouts in shock once he recognizes the petite girl. The boy glances in each direction as he realizes they're standing in the center of the cafe. In an attempt to avoid getting waylaid, Akatani gently takes Himiko by the wrist and guides her to a less populated corner. Can't you see we're packed? I've gotta work, I can't get fired. He keeps his voice down and tone low in the effort to keep a low profile. But I'm bored, Akatani. Himiko pretends to whine as her lip curls into a feigned mow. I just might regret giving you the address to this place. Akatani jokingly mumbles to himself as he shakes his head in bewilderment. From the single eye that peers out from his overgrown hair, he notices a small table meant for two has been cleared. Here, have a seat and just wait. I'll bring you a cup of coffee. Akatani gestures to the chairs so she can see them too before backing away so he can flee into the kitchen. Himiko plops into the seat with a small huff. The girl had so much fun the previous night that she couldn't wait to spend another one with the boy. What Himeko assumed would be a cure for whatever boredom started stirring in her stomach only left her with even less to do. There's nobody sitting in the chair across from her to talk with. There's no television set mounted up anywhere. There's not even any music playing from a radio. Left with nothing else to do, she starts playing with the sugar packets left out for customers to use. She picks through the pink and white, finding those colors cuter than the light blue ones. Once those run out, Himeko slumps in the chair as boredom overwhelms her again. Akatani takes a swig from his own coffee before grabbing the one for Himeko, a to-go cup with a lid just in case she were to leave or accidentally spill it. He hadn't bothered with any sugar or specialties, having not gotten the chance to learn her preferences yet. Instead, Akatani snags some creams and sweeteners for her to personally choose from. The boy scampers back to the blonde, flashing her a benevolent smile once she sees him turn the corner with everything tucked under his arms. Even when he's swamped with other customers, he tries his best to serve her specifically. "I didn't know what you'd want, so I just kinda grabbed everything on hand." He gives her a diffident chuckle while sheepishly scratching the back of his head. "Awa, Akatani, you shouldn't have." The coy teasing leaves them both blushing. When the flushed faces lose a bit of their heat, Himeko's coy smirk forms into a grin. She shows him a vial of blood that was taken from the previous night. "See, I brought my own blend." Akatani's exposed eye widens in an initial shock, the recognition evident in the small twinkle of his iris. The anxiety that comes from panic makes him shoot a worried glance over his shoulder before bringing his focus back to the vial of blood. "Try not to let anyone see that," he whispers in a voice laced with concern. Himeko rolls her eyes like he's being overdramatic. "Relax. Nobody is gonna notice." The red liquid pours into the cup of coffee like an ordinary sort of creamer before she stashes away the empty vial. "It's not like anyone will be able to tell what it is either," she says in reassurance while stirring the concoction with a spoon. "You can never be too careful." Akatani shoots another worried glance towards the people behind him before gritting his teeth in what looks like resistance. The pupil of his eye seemingly shrinks as it turns a shade similar to the blood that was mixed with coffee. There's a dry swallow from the boy as it returns to normal. "Besides, it's more meant for me than them," he timidly mumbles in admittance. Himeko gulps a little as she realizes they're more similar than she previously thought. "You get an urge for blood when you see it, don't you, Akatani-kun?" She cranes her neck as she tries to get a closer look at him. His eye continues to display a constant shift of appearance, the only way to truly recognize Akatani's inner struggle. Any ordinary glance at the boy wouldn't uncover his hidden bloodlust. But Himeko is able to fully notice this side of him. She's able to fully understand it since she empathizes with this desire too. "It's okay to give in. Here, have some." She slides the cup towards him while trying to make her voice as soothing as possible. Akatani stares at the drink with reluctance before the gaze flicks back to Himeko, almost like he's checking for permission. The hesitance doesn't last very long though. He doesn't even wait to get that confirmation that she thought he was seeking. Akatani snatches the cup from the table, taking a big swig of it, practically chugging it. When he's finished, he lets out a satisfied sigh, a bit of liquid dripping from his lips before his tongue laps it up. Himeko's mouth continues to hang open as she watches his every move. It's almost like he's constantly starving, completely deprived of what he wishes to taste. The small content he has from what he swallows, though, she sees it in his features. A grin begins to form on her face, starting small and stretching bigger. The girl fully understands now, seeing herself in the boy. Two identities that contradict one another. The conflicted mind that draws them together just as much as it brings them apart. They both share this quality. She snapped from her musings by the chime of the coffee shop's front door. A man wearing a tan overcoat takes off his matching hat once he steps inside. Ever the gentleman. The green tie he wears with a pair of slacks and dress shoes makes her brush him off as a mundane businessman. She'd much rather keep her attention on Akatani Makumo, the interesting specimen that is giving her an apologetic look. "I'm sorry, I've got to take this customer." He points a thumb over his shoulder in the plain guy's direction. "Thanks for letting me try your coffee blend." The joke that's meant to be lighthearted isn't very funny when his voice cracks with the lack of sincerity. She can tell that the expression on his face is fabricated, that it isn't a real smile like the one she had seen those previous nights. No, beneath the mask that he's made, Akatani wears a face of self-inflicted shame. Himeko wants to tell him so much that there's no reason to be ashamed, but he's already walking away. Naomasa waits patiently for a worker to notice him, hands in pockets and head down as he contemplates the crime scene that he just left. Aizawa left him with a lot on his mind, and the morning rush of customers at Antiku leaves him with the time to go over it all. The thought of two culprits being responsible for the blood bank heist is enough of an issue, but linking it with the Tokyo Ghoul and saying they have a partner makes it a whole lot worse. In all honesty, Naomasa would prefer to make this robbery an entirely different case file and let it collect dust on a shelf with no real resolve to close it. The complications that come with tacking on an accomplice to the elusive ghoul outweigh a simple burglary. The detective bites his tongue like he spoke the thought out loud, enough to cause pain but not enough to draw any blood. A tide of shame washes over his mouth instead, cleaning it out like his saliva had been doused with soap. There was a time when he would never think about dismissing a case, no matter what it is. Naomasa had always been the most honest cop on the force. He had even been dubbed with the nickname True Man, and it wasn't just because of his lie detection quirk. Whether it was from all the stress that comes with trying to catch the Tokyo Ghoul or how many years he's had on the job, he can't help but wonder what happened to himself. A thought that isn't so easily dismissive crosses his mind. Is there a difference between the identity of that noble detective called True Man and Naomasa Tsukachi? Toffee nut, right. The detective is drawn from his rumination by a familiar-looking barista. Whether it's done deliberately or not, half the boy's face is covered by his dark shade of hair. One might say it's the most defining feature that keeps him from looking plain. An emerald eye peers up with what can only be described as kindness, seemingly waiting on the detective's response. Yes. Naomasa is taken back by the waiter's ability to know what he was going to order. How'd you guess? Your quirk. A genuine curiosity that has to do with the detective's instinct to uncover mysteries sparks from it. In retrospect, it wouldn't be that bizarre if the server had something along the lines of precognition. It'd make sense for a business such as this to hire him for it specifically. The boy's laugh sounds lighthearted to the unobservant ear, but the faint sense of gloom isn't covered completely. He wouldn't be winning any Emmys this year. I don't have a quirk as cool as that. His voice is distant but rises in pitch as if it comes closer when he focuses back on Naomasa. I only knew your order because I remembered it from last time. Suddenly, it clicks as to why the waiter looks so familiar. Naomasa refrains from slapping a palm into his face, feeling a tug of guilt for not remembering the boy's name. The kid had served him in Toshinori just the other day, yet the detective had completely forgotten. Forgive me. He gives the barista a slight bow to apologize. The gesture is mostly meant to serve as a distraction, though. It's the detective's attempt to stall for time as he tries to recall the boy's name. Running a hand through his equally black hair, minus the gray strands, he's forced to surrender with a bashful smile. I completely forgot. I'm sorry. He lingers on the end to let the waiter know that he's asking for their name. Akatani Makumo. And it's fine, I'm pretty forgettable when we live in a world that's filled with heroes and villains. He brushes it off with a whimsical shrug. Not at all. Naomasa waves his hand to reassure the boy. I've just had a lot on my mind as of late. The detective finds himself running that same hand through his hair again as he awkwardly chuckles. I see. Hence the coffee. Akatani stands on his toes with some newfound spunk in his demeanor, assuming you're still craving that toffee nut, of course. Naomasa gives the barista a small nod. That would be perfect. Before clearing his throat and holding out his hand. How rude of me, I forgot to introduce myself. Akatani takes and shakes it. I'm Naomasa Tsukachi. Nice to meet you, officially this time. Akatani gives the detective a bright smile before turning around to search for a table where he can be seated. The waiter falters for a moment, as if there's something missing in the far corner of the cafe. He recovers quickly though, maintaining the smile on his face and gesturing to a free space. Right this way, Tsukachi-san, he says whilst leading the detective to the table. Naomasa arches an eyebrow, noticing the single spoon that sits there. It might just be from some kind of jam or something, but he swears there's a red stain on it. Akatani snatches it away rather hastily too, not even making a comment about its existence. The detective lets out a heavy sigh, letting go of what must just be paranoia. Of all the things that I could have picked up from Aizawa, he mutters under his breath with a shake of his head. The glassy sky had just wept over desolate streets, leaving the air still and heavy. Tricklets of water continue to hit the ground, an indirect result of a strong breeze causing damp trees to sway from side to side. With the passing storm, it's like the aftermath is daring anyone to peer outside. There's even a percussion of chirping birds, joined by the barking of stray dogs in the distance. However, in the heart of Musutafu, the darkest is never just before the dawn. Water that had been built up within the street's various potholes shimmer under the glow of bright yellow street lamps. Traffic lights indecisively switch between the colors of green, yellow, and red, the mechanism seemingly operating like a laggard disco ball. Among apartment windows that have their blinds drawn down, there's the occasional orange or white hue that illuminate both sides. In the particular window of a convenience store on that street corner, the glass glimmers with the faint tint of a television's reflection. It's an older model, the cheap box set only capable of broadcasting whatever channels its wiry antenna can pick up. If you squint hard enough at the smudged screen, you might be able to make out the grainy news station though. The reporter's voice barely carries over the static, currently approaching the 2-year anniversary in which the water hose duo made their heroic sacrifice. A brief pause follows as an image is brought up beside him. A man and a woman share proud smiles in the photo, both wearing bright red life vests. and white helmets that are equally radiant. They each have visors and snorkels attached, tailored to their water-themed costume design. The heartbreaking part of the memoriam is the young child in between them. The small boy gazes up at his parents, a wide smile on his face as he holds one hand each of his mother and father, the same hue of red as his parents' life vests. He wears a hat with 2 golden spikes protruding from it, the cap covering naturally pointed black hair. Unlike his parents, he isn't wearing any life vest or hero costume, just a white collared shirt and dark blue jean shorts. The newscaster adjusts his pair of square-shaped spectacles, the glasses having slid down the bridge of his nose when he hung his head in solemn respect. A small curl drops in front of his forehead, ruining the slicked-back style of his straw-colored hair. The man's most prominent feature, though, is the horn that's protruding from the left side of his head. The right side looks to be filed down. The reporter has noticeable facial wrinkles that broaden when he frowns. Let us all share a moment of silence. It's a small murmur only heard if you were to raise the audio's volume. It's rather fitting that he wears a suit and tie, as if he's attending a funeral service. The outfit consists of a dark blue blazer and a pale pink shirt that's buttoned to his neckline. He tugs on the brown tie as he clears his throat, moving on to the next part of the water hose tribute. Each anniversary, civilians that were saved share a few words about the honorable duo which saved their lives that fateful day. This year, however, we reached out to comrades of the water hose team. Speaking on behalf of people everywhere is the symbol of peace himself, All Might. The broadcast then transitions to footage of the number 1 hero. All Might stands in front of a pier located just outside of Musutafu, but the camera is solely focused on him. Per usual, the hero has his blonde hair swept backwards, with the exception of 2 distinct tufts sticking up from his head that lean slightly to either side. Currently, he's wearing his Golden Age uniform, one that resembles a typical Western comic-styled superhero while showing off his muscular physique. The bodysuit is decorated with a color scheme that varies from red and blue to yellow and white. It ultimately ends up sharing a design reminiscent to that of America's flag. The red portion mostly covers his chest, creating a symbol that resembles the letter Y. A white diamond is at its center, with white lines stemming from it that trace all the way to his back shoulders. Other than a pair of wing gloves and golden boots with a matching belt, the rest is as vastly blue as the ocean. The symbol of peace is never seen without a broad smile, yet this one appears much more subdued. The poignant look in his eyes is impossible to see on such a low-quality monitor, but it's there looking directly into the camera. He starts by saying, "I didn't personally know the water hose duo. However, I can proudly commemorate their actions. If I had been in the same position as them, I would have done exactly the same thing." His eyes divert from the camera as he mulls over his next words. Being a hero isn't always about beating the villain. The blonde raises a fist so that he can clench it on screen. It's also about saving as many lives as possible. That's what the water hoses did that day. They earned the right to be called heroes. What they did was admirable. They died honorably. The video feed then switches back to the studio as the reporter runs a hand over his head, smoothing back the hair that had started to crimp. Additionally, we arrange for the symbol of peace to share his condolences with the water hoses' next of kin. Unfortunately, their child denied our proposition and we were only capable of speaking to his current guardian. The studio was requested to maintain discretion when it comes to the matter, but we were fortunately granted permission to share the following clip from the conducted interview. New footage takes hold of the screen on cue. A woman stands beside All Might in what appears to be a forest of some sort, the distinct difference from a normal woodland location being how the trees look to be tall and wide as city structures themselves. She's instantly recognizable as a pro-hero too, being the lead member of a team called the Wild Wild Pussycats. Her costume stays true to the name, consisting of gloves that resemble cat paws and red markings beneath her eyes that mimic whiskers. She has maroon-colored hair that's styled into 3 bangs going across her face. Her large ruffled skirt and tail share a similar hue of red, along with the sleeveless top that's decorated by several straps and a bell. The heroine bows deeply to the symbol of peace. "On behalf of my nephew, I'd like to say sorry for his ill mannerisms in refusing to speak with you. I'd like you to know that I don't believe it's anything personal. He just doesn't wish to be associated with any heroes as of late, myself and my teammates included. No need to apologize. It's quite understandable." All Might places an assuring hand on her shoulder that looks comically oversized in comparison to the woman. Then, the buoyant tone becomes much more subdued, better matching his sanguine smile. The young lad must still be going through a lot, losing his parents at such an age. It's a good thing that he has his aunt to take care of him. All Might tenderly pats her shoulder as a form of reassurance. The pixelated image of All Might gets covered by the glare of headlights. A group of 4 stop their vehicle right outside the store so that they can watch and listen to the broadcast. The television is often left running even after closing, the general idea being to draw in potential customers. However, it can also catch the attention of people less accustomed to civilized methods. The glass window shatters under a single strike, exposing everything inside. Two plump hands reach through the gap, grabbing the television and lifting it from its stand. I just wish I could punch him in his perfect teeth. A rotund Goliath grumbles in regards to all might. The massive man resembles an ogre with his odd shape, causing him to hit the top of the store's awning. He stops to shake any shards stuck in the harness that's strapped to his head. A small spire pokes out from where his nose should be, giving him some resemblance to a rhinoceros. There's not enough pennies or fountains for that one to come true. One of his partners scoff as they step forward to grab a radio left on the same display. Their orange mohawk clips the tip on what remains of the window. Both thieves wear matching jackets that leave the chest exposed. The only difference being the ogre's is purple and the other's is blue. His face is also covered, but this mask is more of a muzzle with a green stripe down the center. Let's be real, even if you did manage to land a blow, it probably wouldn't even faze the guy. A messy-haired blonde hops off the tailgate of a white truck. Unlike the other two, this thief is wearing an equally white tank top. He does share a mask though, albeit his covers only the top half of his face and has 3 red horns protruding from the forehead part. Another distinct difference from his partners in crime is how much darker his skin tone is. Hurry up so we don't gotta worry about having the chance to find out. A fourth criminal with nothing but sunglasses to serve as their mask urges the other crooks from his driver's seat. The blue headband that he's wearing does a lousy job of absorbing all the nervous sweat running down his face. The getaway driver's quirk gives him elongated ears that stretch just above a tower of brown hair. They twitch as they listen out for any police, heroes, or witnesses. He buries his chin into the collar of a black turtleneck that has its sleeves cut off. Grab the shit and let's go. The biggest of the bunch tosses the stolen television into the loading bed with a huff. I'm pretty sure All Might only patrols during the day, so don't go getting your panties in a bunch over nothing. What are ya, superstitious? You got more of a chance to win Lotto 7 than run into him. The one with a mohawk packs the radio he took while reaffirming his partner's statement. I just got a bad feeling about tonight. The getaway driver anxiously tugs at the band around his head. Sweat buildup gets on his fingers during the process, which he proceeds to dry off by using the collar of his turtleneck. Judging by the way his ears constantly twitch at every sound and the way he turns his gaze towards anything that creates a gleam over his sunglasses, he definitely has a severe case of paranoia. You worry too much. I mean, just look at how we pulled off this heist. It was a cinch. The heavy-weighted member plops himself in the back with the stolen goods. A slight creak escapes the truck as it shudders under his mass. He waits for the ginger and the blonde to hop in as well before shouting, I can't believe it either, but we did it. Hell yeah. Let's hit up another place. A grin stretches across the tanned blonde's face as he slaps the side of the truck for emphasis. Their celebration is short-lived though. The rambunctious crew all turn as still as stone once they see someone drop down from above. The shadowed figure lands in a crouch, blocking the direction of the road that they intended to go. Who the fuck is that? The blonde is the first to recover from their collective stupor. Taking in the short figure's appearance, it only appears to be some punk off the streets. A black sweat jacket with the hood drawn up and matching cargo pants makes them seem like a casual civilian. They don't look like any kind of hero that I know. The driver strains his eyes as he tries to peer through the dark. Damn it, Hiro, you jinxed it. The one with the ginger mohawk slaps his chubby criminal partner upside the head before motioning for the driver to go anyways. Floor it. Fuck you, roadkill. The tan thief flicks his middle finger forward so that he can shoot their target a bird. The 3 in the back let out a collective cackle as the driver guns the gas. You're dead if you think you can take on. A blurred flash of red is all they see before the truck is flipped backwards in one fluent motion. The hooded being never moved a muscle. Crimson appendages acted like a predatory organ, striking out from the base of their back. Streams of blood flick back and forth like a collection of tails, mimicking the behavior of something animalistic. Smoke begins to waft from the wreckage. Oil slowly leaks out of the crashed vehicle too, eventually creating a puddle that'll only continue to get bigger. An arm reaches out of the truck's shattered windshield, grasping for something that isn't there. Blood streaks down the limb, soaking the hand until it's scarlet and dripping off of twitching fingers. The hooded figure begins to trudge along the pavement at a sedate pace. There should be a sound of shoes scraping against asphalt, but only an echo of gentle footsteps radiate from its presence. They sway from side to side with each footfall, casually approaching the crashed vehicle. A groan escapes from one of the crash victims, the tan blonde, as he tries to regather his bearings, still disoriented by the constant ringing in his ears. He hardly registers the hooded figure crouching down right beside him. Suddenly, the third digit that had so carelessly flipped off the hooded figure bends and snaps under the pressure of what may as well be a set of fangs. That pain moan from earlier morphs into a shrill shriek as the blonde's finger gets severed from his hand. All of a sudden, the truck is turned over yet again. The thief with a mutation quirk used his strength and size to flip it off of his crew. The hooded individual instinctively leaps backwards, soaring through the air and landing on a nearby street post. A wet gag escapes the lumbering Goliath. His injuries leave him scarred and bruised, shrapnel sticking out of his flesh and bleeding wounds alike. He makes an attempt to wipe away some of the blood leaking out from a cut above his right eye, only to smear it across his forehead. The hooded assailant hums from their perch, eyeing the brute rather inquisitively. A long black bang hangs down from the hood's opening once they tilt their head to the side. Just staring at the chubby criminal is enough to make the hooded predator's mouth water. Blubber is worn like an extra coat on the crook, creating the enticing promise of meat. Saliva begins seeping from each corner of the carnivore's mouth once hunger starts to flood their system like adrenaline. Like a liquid muscle, one of the tails protruding out of the predator's lower back whips down with an effort akin to flexing. However, the force is enough to completely obliterate the streetlight, leaving behind a tapered post and a shattered bulb. This simple move is enough to propel the hooded figure forward so that they may clear the gap between themselves and the Goliath. It takes one aerial maneuver from the predator to twist its body around, allowing itself to vault over the criminal's head with relative ease. Then, the hooded hunter lands in a poised position from behind their prey. One of the liquid appendages cocks itself back before striking like a cobra, piercing the criminal's right arm and threading it like a sewing needle. Joints in the limb are snapped in half while other ligaments get severed, resulting in a high-pitched squeal from what looks so ironically like a pig, similar to that of an octopus ensnaring its quarry. Another tentacle wraps around the burglar's left leg before constricting like a python. These liquid limbs remain resilient as their victim struggles to escape, regardless of how they flow in a fashion relatable to water. Effortlessly, the tentacles hoist the criminal upward so that he may be suspended over the hooded predator's head. Like a set of additional claws, the remaining liquid limbs tear into the victim's flesh. Wails of agony fill the ambience of Musutafu while tissue is torn open and meat is ripped apart. Intestines spill out and blood flows from the corpse like a waterfall, pouring straight into the hooded predator's mouth. There's a moan of ecstasy from the ghoulish being, regardless of how much gore overflows to the point that it splashes outside their lips. A short distance away, still stirring from their car crash, the tan thief attempts to prop themselves up on one elbow. The forced movement is so jarring that they instantly slump back to the ground. Next time he tries to move, it's much more sluggish and only something as simple as rolling over so that he can lay flat on his back. A sharp pain shoots through his side and up into his chest, the side effect of 3 broken ribs. Instinctively, he reaches with his hand to apply pressure, which leads him to discover that it's missing a finger. There's a small tremor that runs along his body as his quivering lips convey the pain into one single word: fuck. The blonde burglar buries his hand into the fabric of his tank top, not caring about how the white material gets soaked in red by blood. Other colors such as orange or yellow appear as splotches in his vision, indicating that he's already lost a lot of the bodily fluid. Momentarily, he clenches his eyes shut the same way he does with the shirt in his fist. Those iridescent spots remain for a short while, shrinking in size until they completely dissipate. When his eyes reopen, the dazed state of mind finally concedes and he's able to draw his attention forward. The first thing that he sees are his friend's remains being cannibalized. He repeats himself at a louder frequency this time: fuck. This outburst doesn't go unnoticed. The hooded predator whips its head towards the source of sound with a feral noise of its own. A startled gasp escapes the blonde's mouth when their eyes meet. It's like a drop of blood landed in the eternal abyss that you're told not to stare into, the veins that stem from it mirroring the reflection of a cracked conscience, as blank as the black void. This ghoulish gaze holds no emotion. It's the kind of look that you'd give an insect under a microscope, the prolonged glance that's never anything more than just that. It's that precise moment that a distinction is made clear between looking into a common criminal's eyes and a killer's. With a wet quelch, liquid talons detach from the mangled meat of their victim. Whatever remains of the corpse splatters against the ground as soon as it gets dropped. These fluid appendages slowly coil around their owner before redirecting themselves so that they're aimed towards the tan thief next. It's a brisk laceration across the neck and stomach that ends the blonde bandit's life almost instantaneously. Blood drains from the gash in their throat, followed by a dead collapse. With no further interruptions, the ghoul goes back to feasting on its quarry. There is no chewing though, only the gnashing of teeth as flesh gets devoured. Fingernails dig under skin like something that has to be peeled off before clawing at the same spot again to expose tissue. There's a handful of pancreas and another one of muscle fiber, both of which drenched in blood for consumption. As soon as any of the meat is swallowed, more gets stuffed into the predator's mouth. It's a rather noisy eater too, slurping on the intestines and inhaling everything else like a vacuum. From corpse to corpse, the ghoul feasts until nothing remains. Even the bone fragments get gnawed on, osine oozing out as munching subsides. A sigh of content carries condensation, the exhale drawing their shoulders into a despondent slouch. Suddenly, the dark chasm called an eye widens as though it's seeing for the first time. The crevices made up of veins retreat into a fluctuating iris, like a reptile basking in the sun. They remain still under a pale moonlight. The ghoul then draws their hood down, allowing a maelstrom of tangled black hair to fall out. A doleful expression crosses their now visible face. Not that it matters when no survivors nor witnesses can identify it as Akatani Mikumo's. He uses the back of his hand to wipe away all the gore covering his lips. No longer severely starved, he doesn't bother with licking it off. Another sigh, this one much more subdued, and then he's on his way. Akatani's leisurely stroll through Musutafu isn't the ideal midnight excursion. Not when the only thing to see around him are eyesores. Dagaba Municipal Beach. What used to be a beautiful public spot is now reduced to a junkyard. Years of rampant pollution turned the coastline into something revolting. Ramen shops and stores that sell fine china were once meant for high-class customers, but months of vandalism leave them in a state of disarray. Graffiti cover the walls like a coat of paint. Heaps of trash litter the sidewalks, and tires run over potholes in the streets. The skyline is a much better sight to behold. Building structures fill the inked atmosphere with their silhouettes, only occasionally joined by tufts of equally Stygian clouds. The pale moon that hangs like an unpolished pearl makes it all seem so monochrome. Not a sliver of fluorescent chalk gleams through. A bitter breeze blows through the fabric of Akatani's clothes, making him seethe through his teeth while trying to suppress a shiver. Relentlessly, the cold continues to nip at his fingers, regardless of its withdrawn effect under how numb they've already become. Even so, Akatani stuffs his hands into the pockets of his hoodie as a futile attempt to ease it somewhat. Frigid feet make it a long journey to Yuta's store, each step as though it's being taken into a shallow pool of water. Cold seeps into his toes and rises like a small tide to cover his feet, making them feel rather bare regardless of the red sneakers that he's completely worn out. It's a freezing fog that he breathes in, something that ices the marrow of his bones like wet concrete. Akatani's teeth begin to chatter behind his blue-tinged lips, making him miss the warmth of a victim's blood glossing over them. Almost immediately, that urge is expelled from his mind. It's as if it got flung out by the violent shaking of his head, settling for lukewarm saliva. He sucks on his own lips to keep them from chapping. It's rather shocking when Akatani finds Himiko wearing nothing but her usual attire in such weather. A short skirt and a cardigan is hardly enough to keep her warm. The petite blonde's thin frame shivers every 2 seconds. Before he can ask her why she's outside rather than inside Yuta's shop, Akatani-kun, I've been waiting. She provides an answer without question. You're gonna catch a cold standing out here. He shakes his head in exasperation while tugging at the bottom of his hoodie. Here, wear this before you get sick. Akatani then pulls it off so he can offer it to the bunned blonde. The boy was already freezing when he had the extra layer on, but now he's downright chilling to the core in nothing but a white t-shirt. The bilabial trill of a dismissive PFFT is synced with Himiko's eye roll. It's still summertime, Akatani-kun. She's quick to riposte but ends up taking the hoodie regardless. Certainly doesn't feel like it. Akatani shudders when another breeze rolls through. The gust of wind is enough to finish convincing Himiko that she should wear Akatani's hoodie. It's oversized on her, but that's probably why it'll do a better job of keeping her warm rather than its original owner. Yuta's entrance is accompanied by the telltale jingle of a bell. Let's get inside already. Akatani takes a step so there's enough room for Himiko to squeeze by, but never once takes his hand off the door so it can swing shut. The blonde flashes one of her signature grins at him, a tiny giggle bound to come out of it. I guess the Tokyo ghoul kills everything except for chivalry. She gets in a good wisecrack as she skips by before allowing the cheeky titter to escape. Akatani's groan overshadows the slam of the door closing shut. Look, Akatani rubs the temples of his forehead while struggling to come up with the right words. I know we're here to literally pick up a mask for my alter ego, but could you try not to say things like that out loud? If you don't want it to be obvious, then you shouldn't wear clothes that reek of blood. The blonde shrugs with raised palms as though it were public knowledge. Seriously, she says while pinching the fabric of her borrowed hoodie. This thing smells like a brand new car. If it were used to run over an entire family. Akatani drags the hand he was using down his face, giving up on the small massage that was meant to prevent any headaches. Sorry, I was hungry and, you know the rest. He murmurs it loud enough for her to hear but mumbled enough that she'll know better than to drag it out into a conversational topic. No need to apologize, she assures him with frantic hands that go to gripping the material immediately after. It's so fresh and cozy. She then lets out a girlish squeal while hugging the cloth closer. It feels like I'm wearing someone else's skin. I love it. Akatani is so shocked by her response that he nearly stumbles backwards. There's words that he wants to say, but none of them manage to climb up his throat. The black-haired boy swallows them down instead. He faces away from her, unable to trust himself with any involuntary expression he may give. Let's see if we can find Yuta. There's no sign of the mask designer anywhere as Akatani scours the store with his eyes. He must have heard us come in. He shoots a glimpse over his shoulder back towards Himiko so she knows that he's still conversing with her. Yuta-san. Himiko follows his lead as she calls out in a sing-song manner for the shop owner. A light skip remains ever present in her stride as the two venture deeper into the store. Do you think he's hiding someplace so he can try scaring me again? Akatani pauses to check under a pair of drapes. He doesn't find anything other than a stack of boxes, all sharpied with kanji that reads plastics. Himiko begins tapping her index finger against the corner of her chin, as though she's pondering the question that's been presented. After a brief moment, she lets her hand drop and shakes her head. Nah, Yuta-san usually tries not to use the same trick twice, but she contradicts herself by checking behind a chair anyways. Akatani bobs his head a little before realizing that she has her back to him. He stops nodding and clears his throat. I don't think he went anywhere if the door was unlocked. If he's not out here, then he must be in the back. Right. Himiko gives him a noncommittal shrug. Let's check for ourselves. And heads towards a door that reads employees only in bolded yellow kanji. I don't think we're allowed back there. Akatani warily follows her while glancing behind himself as though he missed something. Relax, Yuta-sen won't mind. Himiko brushes off his concerns with a literal wave of her hand. The way that the bun blonde bounces through the backspace shows a lot of confidence behind her statement, especially once he sees that it's only us. Her grin is a tad too mischievous to be reassuring though. Akatani's responsive hum is laced with uncertainty, but he continues to trail behind the blonde regardless. He searches the backspace with skeptical eyes, noting that it looks to be primarily used as a supply station if all the tool cabinets are anything to go by. Equipment ranges from things such as small screwdrivers to a lathe and a blowtorch. Eventually, the duo find Yuta hunched over a small desk, staring intently through the microscopic lens of a magnifying glass. Unlike the colorful flavor of all his neon light fixtures, a fluorescent bulb shines down on the desk instead. The designer delicately weaves a string through what looks like a crow-shaped cowl. Fingers that would normally tremble remain still, operating on the mask more carefully than a doctor would during surgery. Hiya Yuta-san. The artist doesn't even flinch over Himiko's boisterous shout. There's no response from him either. It's as though Yuta hadn't heard her at all. Akatani-kun and I are here to pick up his mask. She carries on with her frisky attitude anyways. The designer hums in acknowledgement, his ability to speak currently limited by the pin that's held firmly between his lips. Yuta extends his other arm, holding out a black fabric that must be the finished product for Akatani. Uncertain as to what he should say or do, Akatani stutters out a solid, thanks. When he takes it from Yuta, his thumb grazes the rough lining of a zipper. Curious as to what the front of the mask looks like after feeling something so coarse, Akatani turns the mesh of leather over. The cold zipper that he felt is etched in between an array of what looks like artificial teeth. The design carries a set of exposed gums on it too, adding to the graphically ghoulish motif. Pulling the tab at the end of the mouth lining, Akatani slides the zipper open. He assumes the feature is there to allow increased efficiency for when he's preying on meals. It should allow for him to consume the meat while simultaneously protecting his identity without the need to remove the entire mask. A brow arches when he takes notice of the small filters on either side. The protruding objects don't look big enough nor operable to be a breathing assistant. The metallic bolts don't twist or budge when he tries to turn or pull on them either. Assuming the additional pieces must be mainly for aesthetic, he glosses over it. The mask looks like it'll cover a majority of his face, with the exception of his left eye. Where he'd normally let his hair hang over, leather is morphed into a makeshift eye patch. To say the least, he's happy with the turnout. How much yen do I owe you? Akatani switches the mask in his hand for the wallet in his back pants pocket. Yuta doesn't blink until he's finished stitching the fabric of what's in front of him. All his tense muscles go slack in relaxation as though he's fallen asleep only after it's done, spitting the pin in his mouth out and into a small silver tray. He's finally free to let a breath out with it that he had also been holding in. First one is free. Yuta gives Akatani a carefree wave that's just short of being dismissive. Hey, Akatani's face shoots up with a perturbed expression. Himiko mimics Akatani better than a parrot ever could. The only distinct difference being how much of a higher pitch it is and how her body language turns into that of a childish pout. That's no fair, Yuta-san. How come you never gave me anything for free? She whines with two exaggerated stomps of her feet. Yuta gives her a deadpan expression as he responds. You never ordered a mask from me. How is it my fault that you never got anything? Still, Himiko huffs with a twist of her heel to face the opposite direction. Not even a piece of gum or anything. Ignoring Himiko's antics, Yuta turns to address Akatani again. Look, I have another client coming in pretty shortly. One that particularly doesn't appreciate other customers in their presence. So, if you really wish to pay, then come back another time. Otherwise, the mask is yours to take for free. He speaks while flagging his hand in a shooing manner. Oh, okay. So, like, a tab. Thanks, Yuta-san. Akatani glances between the mask in his hands and the man who created it before bowing deep enough to show his appreciation. The ding of the front door's bell is enough to make both Yuta and Akatani stand straight. "You'd better go." A usually stoic tone in Yuta's voice suddenly sounds extremely urgent. Feeling how tense the atmosphere has become, one would think that they're expecting the Bujaman himself to step through the door. Akatani allows his instincts to take control of the steering wheel, stepping in front of Himiko in order to protect her if need be. "Right, let's go, Himiko." The blonde is startled by how strong of a grip he has when taking her hand in his own. She lets out a small squeak when she's tugged in the direction of the exit, which results in his firm hold loosening a bit as not to harm her. However, it's too late for them to slip away unnoticed. Their path is intercepted by a group of 4 people. Each eye that catches the other widens in initial shock, uncertain of what to say or do. After a brief pause, the brown-haired man that's in between 2 other men steps forward. Akatani instantly takes notice of how the center man is wearing a black surgical mask and white surgical gloves, a sign that the stranger could be ill or a doctor if their wealthy attire is anything to go by. A unique green bomber jacket with a collar lining completely composed out of purple fur hangs from the man as loose as the white tie around their neck. Black dress pants and an equally dark dress shirt are all he wears underneath. Akatani's eyes flick to the small girl hiding behind this odd man. She has her head down, avoiding eye contact completely and making her lengthy flow of white hair hang over her face. What makes his gaze linger longer and wariness wager are the bandages covering the child's arms and legs. She only wears a plain short-sleeved dress that's as pale as she is, making it rather evident that she's malnourished. Akatani's free hand impulsively clenches into a fist as he frets over her health, his gaze switching to the 2 men on either side of her in order to size them up. One of them fits the role of a goon perfectly, their height and muscularity extremely apparent. Just like his boss, this guy wears formal clothing in the form of suspenders and pinstriped pants. Akatani takes notice of the man's visibly pointed facial features. Their face appears to be stretched into a square-shaped chin that's covered by a goatee, much like the goon's pointed nose. Their hair is also spiked up. The other henchman looks much thinner, their true frame hidden by a baggy raincoat that's oddly white instead of yellow. The coat's hood does a poor job of covering the man's chin-length hair, its odd style of clock needles suggesting that it has something to do with their quirk. Completely disregarding Himiko and Akatani, the supposed leader of this group glares daggers into Yuta's eyes while asking, "Is my custom commission finished yet?" Yuta does a hard swallow, nodding before giving his customer a verbal answer. "I just completed the last one of the batch. If you would follow me, they're all in the back." He turns with an outstretched arm that gestures in the opposite direction Akatani and Himiko were headed. Yuta's eyes flick from the man's to Akatani's for what must be a millisecond, acting as a silent cue for the 2 teens to leave while they still can. The man with the surgical mask glances in the same direction, taking notice of the directed communication. The gaze doesn't linger for very long though. His eyes turn back towards Yuta and he nods. "Lead the way." It feels like a permission has been granted as the cronies move forward to follow. "Yuta-san." Himiko opens her mouth to say something but Akatani pulls her towards the exit with just enough force to cut the sentence off before it can even begin. It's not a rough tug, but the guidance is affirmed by how tight of a grip Akatani has on her. The bun blonde considers yanking away, but there's something about how he holds her hand. It's almost like he's afraid she'll be taken away if they're not completely connected. Himiko may be a blonde, but she isn't dumb. She knows when to take a hint and manages to have some self-control just this once. The group of men continue forward at the leisure of Yuta's guidance, forcing Akatani and Himiko to go around them. Nobody says a word and any eye contact that was present before now avoids each other like the plague. The teenage duo pass by the 3 men completely, almost in the clear. Akatani carries the same pace as not to raise any more attention to themselves than they already have. He and Himiko are nearly at the exit. Then, something small latches onto Akatani's leg, preventing it from moving any further. The extra weight isn't enough to stop him entirely if he were to really apply effort into lifting his foot again. But it does cause him to pause in his stride. The boy tilts his head down to see what he may have accidentally bumped into, only to find the white-haired girl who had been accompanying the group of men. With her gaze aimed upwards, he now notices the small horn that's protruding from a corner of her forehead, something he couldn't have seen earlier when she had her head down. He would have probably been able to pry her off if he hadn't made the mistake of locking his eyes with her own that are a bright red so vibrant he can only describe them as purely innocent. Himiko audibly gasps in what must be the same amount of surprise that Akatani has written across his face. Before either of them can get a word out though, somebody else beats them to the punch. Around the time that they had stopped moving, so did the group of men being led by Yuta. At the head of the pack, the man with the surgical mask turns his head ever so slightly. Without even fully glancing behind himself, the guy barks an incredibly stern order. Come back, Eri. Their eerie tone triggers all sorts of danger warnings in Akatani's mind, but he isn't capable of leaving behind such a terrified child. When her tiny hands clench the fabric of his pants leg even tighter, he crouches down so he can show her that there's no intention of going just yet. This reaction must be enough to give her a boost of courage in order to stay put, her head cradling into his stomach with her eyes closed as though it were an affirmation. Since neither boy nor girl makes a move otherwise that indicates she's going to obey her given command, the man in a surgical mask is forced to fully face them now. Akatani feels himself tense up as the man's lackeys turn around as well. Excuse me, sir. Your daughter. She seems pretty scared. He tries to act oblivious to the matter even though the child is holding onto him as if her life depends on it. The way that the man's eyes narrow serves as an unspoken threat, regardless of the excuse that one of his subordinates makes. Sorry that she's causing you such trouble. She probably just wants to be held since she tends to fall over a lot. The one in the raincoat is who makes an attempt to reason with Akatani first. It comes out sounding so improvised that the teenage boy can't help but take another weary glance at what must be the leader. The brown-haired man's squint becomes further tapered, presenting his annoyance in a fashion differential to how one would normally just sigh or blatantly huff. Even so, he graces everyone in the room with what little patience he has left by going along with the subordinate's story. Yes, Eri is constantly horsing around, getting herself all scraped up. However, his voice doesn't shift in the slightest from that same eerie tone. It's the kind that urges whoever hears it to obey. There's no doubt that this man is absolutely dangerous. Yet, pardon my saying, but these look to be a bigger amount of bandages than what you would get from only horsing around. Aside from that, she hasn't uttered a single word for herself and hasn't loosened her grip at all. Akatani knows that he's going to tread over the line that Yuta had so desperately tried to put between them. What are you really doing to her? He fixes the man with an intimidating glare of his own now that he's fully committed. The goon with a goatee chimes in now, completely infuriated by Akatani's accusation. You dare talk back to the boss? Are you calling him a liar? Veins bulge from his forehead with each exaggerated shout. The thug takes 2 hefty stomps forward, only to be blocked by Yuta, who's waving his hands in a haphazard manner. He's probably just concerned, is all. Please forgive him on my behalf. Yuta attempts to bow while still keeping his arms outstretched, as though that'll be enough to stop the muscular man from plowing through. Yuta then shoots what's meant to be his own glare in the direction of Akatani, the only contradiction being how worried his expression looks. He's just a stupid teenager that doesn't know any better. There's no real bitterness in his comment though. The goon looks ready to pounce regardless of Yuta's pleading. That is, until his boss interjects with a small exhale. Kids are so difficult nowadays. Nobody knows if he's referring to Akatani or the small girl named Eri. Having to put up with them, it honestly makes me believe that I could turn into a very different kind of person. He acts far too casual as he begins peeling back the wrist on one of the surgical gloves. Eri seems to notice the man's gesture, her tear-brimmed eyes widening as the instinct to run back kicks in. However, when she lurches away from her spot against Akatani's chest, she's blocked by a pair of arms. The way that they curl around her, it's like they're creating a protective shell that nobody can get through. Even so, she worries that it won't be enough. Her desperate gaze returns to the boy's face. If you take that glove off. Eri's mouth opens in awe when she sees the boy's emerald eye has now shattered with a crimson color far darker than her own irises. I'll kill you. The bad-tempered goon with a goatee stomps forward as though he had been the one to get provoked. You. Why, you little. Once again, his assault is interrupted by a sound from the leader. However, unlike the annoyed huff from last time, it's a soft chuckle coming from the masked man. The elastic fabric of his surgical glove snaps back into place, the hand coming up to signal his henchman not to retaliate instead. After the light laughter subsides, the brown-haired man shakes his head in amused disbelief. Very well. Allow me to educate a high school dropout such as yourself on what you'll need to be aware of if you hope to ever reach your elder years. His golden gaze fixates on the scarlet stare coming from Akatani. I am the capo of the Eightfold Cleansers, or in other words, a gangster. He pauses briefly in order to gauge what sort of reaction Akatani may have. When he sees no change in the boy's expression and how that darkened glare only glowers even more, he continues, Oh, I'm sure that means nothing to you. You're so young that you'd probably consider what's called villains as true criminals. Well, you would be wrong in your assumption. Are you aware of what's called an underworld? What about an empire? These rhetorical questions get answered instantly. That's where the real crime gets operated, and that's exactly where you are right now. The rundown location of Yuta's shop now makes more sense to Akatani. So, who do you think runs such an operation? I'll save you the trouble of guessing. It's me, the head of the Yakuza. His golden glare shimmers under the store's lighting. Now that you've been properly educated, do you still believe that you should speak to me in such an informal manner? Or would you like to take back what you said? Akatani tilts his chin down. but not once does he take his eyes off of the dangerous man or his lack. He hadn't expected Yuta to be working with a powerful criminal organization such as the Yakuza. There's no telling how many branches of the villain group exist and what they're all capable of. However, Akatani can only see 3 members currently present, and that makes him like his chances a little more than he should. He isn't as good at rebuttals like Himeko is, so he says the first thing that comes to mind. Okay, boomer. He hadn't meant for it to come out sounding so monotone though. Himeko had been lost as to what she should say or do throughout this entire situation, but that manages to ease the tension enough for her to recover. The bun blonde stifles a laugh as Yuta clutches the area that his heart is located. The Yakuza leader doesn't find it very funny though. His glare narrows into a squint again as his eyes switch from Akatani to Himeko to Yuta. The gaze returns to Akatani. You don't scare so easily. There's a contemplative hum from him before he continues. You're either a foolish boy that appropriates their childish nature, or you have a quirk so vile that you actually believe you hold the capability to kill me. Before Akatani can make a retort, Himeko finally decides to chime in with her own. You actually thought you could flaunt your status in the bad boy league when you have the Tokyo Ghoul to compete with. Her own question is as rhetorical as the ones earlier given by the Yakuza leader. With a shrug of her shoulders, weird flex, but okay. She makes her own meme reference. Yuta gawps over the revelation whereas the trio of Yakuza only react with what looks like mild prudence. The goons step closer to their boss, taking Himiko's announcement to heart more than the actual leader. You expect me to believe a mere child is the Tokyo Ghoul? Though the capo shows some piqued interest where their squint widens with raised eyebrows. Akatani bares his teeth like the wild animal that he has the reputation of being, but not for any reason other than being openly outed about his persona. Himeko doesn't appear to be fazed by whatever angered expression that he gives her if the Cheshire grin on her own face is anything to go by. When Akatani glances back down at that girl in his arms though, his fury readjusts to its original target, seething air through his gritted teeth. The ghoul accepts whatever fight is about to go down. Kakugan already active. All that's left is for his Kagyun to make themselves present, the cochineal tentacles flowing out from his back like steady streams of blood. Sensing Akatani's hostility, the Yakuza leader holds his hands up to make a placating gesture. In the event that you truly are who you're acclaimed to be, I believe it would be in everybody's best interest to resolve this without any bloodshed. He carefully chooses his words and makes sure to keep his hands up as verification that they're sincere. The spiky-haired goon turns towards his boss with a perturbed expression, but overhaul. Even if he is the Tokyo Ghoul, why should we give the brat a chance? We can take him. The other thug does too, but without the need to vocalize their confusion. It's only the fraction of a complete turn, but the Yakuza leader called Overhaul tilts his head just enough to send a golden glare in his subordinate's direction. Mimic, are you questioning my command? His voice would have been more than enough to scorn the thug when used with that kind of tone. The man called Mimic cowers instantly, bowing his head and pleading for forgiveness. Of course not. Your decisions are absolute. I would never dare to question them. Please, forgive me. There's a crack at the end before he begins weeping over the mistake he had made. Quit groveling. Overhaul motions for Mimic to raise his head back up. I'll overlook your insolence just this once. Next time, you'll be exposed of. Thank you for your leniency, Overhaul. I won't disappoint you again. Mimic wipes the tears from his eyes with a finger before he flicks them away. Once the doleful moment subsides, the muscular man returns to giving Akatani a darkly expression. Overhaul ignores his subordinate, redirecting his attention back to Akatani. One of the hands that are raised comes down to point towards the young girl that's trembling within the boy's arms. You've taken an interest in her. He says it matter-of-factly. You wish to take her from me, but we both know that I'm not so willing to let that happen. And yet, you claim that you want to settle this dispute peacefully. Akatani warily watches the other 2 Yakuza that don't appear to share the same settlement. The one with the white raincoat slowly slides a hand into their pocket, attempting to stealthily grab whatever is inside. Overhaul follows the line of sight from Akatani to notice it too, beating the boy to the punch and saying something. Chrono, do not draw your weapon unless directly ordered to. Though that reprimanding isn't as harsh as the prior one. The henchman called Chrono doesn't make any attempt toward trying to explain himself. He merely nods in submission before slipping his hand back out into the open to show that it's completely devoid of any knives or guns. I understand the desire to take precautions, especially when facing someone with an unidentifiable quirk, but that's a two-way street. We're both in the same boat, so to speak. Overhaul glances between his own men and Akatani's side to let them know that it's directed towards all of them. A few strands of blonde hair drop loose when Himeko tilts her head in a cute pout. I'm bored with all this talking. Can you get to the point already? The whine is accompanied by an impatient wiggle. Cause I'm gonna start stabbing if not. Yuta quickly slaps a hand over the blonde's mouth to keep her from saying anything else. She doesn't mean that. He nervously stammers out a forced laugh as if it were just a prank. Whatever part of Overhaul's expression isn't covered up by the surgical mask shows that his patience is starting to run out. Regardless, he continues to hide his hostility by waving a dismissive hand towards Yuta and Himiko. She doesn't speak for the Tokyo Ghoul, and neither do you. And that's all he has to offer those two before pointing a finger towards Akatani once more. My business is with him. If it weren't grim enough already, Akatani's expression becomes even more steeled. The blood tails behind him go from whipping side to side to rising above him in an intimidating manner that's similar to that of a snake taking an upright posture. Gritted teeth look like they're bared when his lips curl into a ferocious snarl. I meant what I said. Blood is so unsanitary, I would like to avoid creating a mess. As would Yuta, I'd assume, since this is his establishment. Overhaul briefly tries to pacify the cornered animal that he's been presented with before elaborating on the alternative to brawling over, which is why I'm going to offer you a solution. I propose that we make a wager over something other than our lives. I suggest we take a gamble over something far more sensible than violence. Akatani raises an eyebrow as he listens to the Yakuza's offer, slightly intrigued with where it's going, but doesn't dare lower his guard just yet. Join me in a game that's resolved many Yakuza disputes ever since the dawn of the Zhou dynasty. Battle me in a game of Go. Overhaul gestures towards the bandaged girl that hasn't stopped trembling ever since she ran into Akatani's arms. If you win, I'll allow you to leave with Eri. It'll be completely free of charge. There'll be no arguments. There'll be no death. It'll be fair. I'll keep my word. Akatani's dour face falters over his bewilderment, but it recovers immediately when he gives Overhaul a skeptical scowl. The Yakuza would never make an offer this generous, especially after being threatened. However, they're a group that's known to be quite honorable. Akatani mulls over the suggestion and finally realizes what's been left unsaid. He has to ask, and what'll happen if I lose? The pointed finger curls over with the rest of Overhaul's hand as it clenches into a fist. That golden glint in the Yakuza leader's eye glistens after he answers. Then you will belong to me just as much as Eri does. Akatani instinctively opens his mouth to make a retort, but another tremor from the terrified girl in his arms makes him close it. Whatever words sat on the tip of his tongue slide back down his throat with a hard swallow. The cold stare stays fixated on Overhaul, but it's much more contemplative than threatening. Himiko opens her mouth next, taking Akatani's silence as a segue to chime back in. Before the blonde can say anything that'll be regretted later, the ghoul speaks in a volume that he knows will boom over her own. I accept your challenge and its rules. Akatani answers Overhaul while simultaneously retracting his kagyun. The ghoul knows that all eyes are now on him, ranging from Yuta and Himiko to each Yakuza and Eri. There's no taking back his response. He has now made a pact with someone who may be equally evil as the devil himself. The whimpering from Eri has lessened, but she still looks horrified. Whatever worries she has are now staring up at him in tear-brimmed eyes. Himiko has always hidden her emotions behind a wide grin, but that smile is nowhere to be found currently. Yuta has been distressed throughout the entire encounter, but he looks so pale now that Akatani worries the mask designer may have dropped dead and become a corpse. Overhaul appears to be quite the opposite of disturbed. His cheeks are pulled up enough for Akatani to know that there's a smile beneath that surgical mask. The Yakuza leader gestures for them to come away from the exit and return to the inner part of the shop. Then let us begin. His head flicks towards his subordinates in order to give them a command. Grab us a board to play on. Akatani keeps an eye on the Yakuza as they move to grab what's needed for his go game with Overhaul. The ghoul can't help but wonder what such a notorious criminal organization will do to Misutafu. The police were already stretched thin with his activities as a vigilante. He has no doubt things will only escalate if Overhaul makes his gang more prominently presented. With extra attention to the underworld and its inhabitants, the Tokyo Ghoul will be put at jeopardy and so will everybody around him. Akatani thinks of Deku and his co-workers. He also worries about how it will affect Himiko or Yuta, who's already so involved with the conflict. The police investigation may gain more traction and receive help from the FBI if Yakuza population draws attention to his own nightly endeavors. If Akatani Amakumo is to continue misdirecting authorities, he must win this go game. Otherwise, the lead detective may get heroes involved with his case for some assistance in the arrest. Detective Naomasa Tsukachi just so happens to be on the phone with Japan's top-ranked hero right now. One hand holding a mug of lukewarm coffee that had been brewed by Officer Sansa Tamikawa stays steady to ensure that it doesn't spill while another hand holds the cell phone. A spread of papers and case folders lay littered across his desk, each one containing confidential information about the Tokyo Ghoul. He keeps a close watch on his office door from the corner of blackened eyes, careful as not to allow anybody to overhear his conversation with the pro. Sorry that I'm unable to stop by the precinct tonight. I hope that I haven't let you down. All Might's disempowered voice comes from the other end of the line. The contrast in deepness doesn't ever change when Toshinori stops using his muscle form. but it's much more subdued in terms of exuberance. Whether it's to conserve whatever energy he has left or if the time limit has already been exceeded, it comes as no surprise for the detective to hear this truer version of All Might. Not at all, Tashinori. I understand. Naomasa is thankful that the hero can only hear his response and not see the distressed pinching of his forehead. At this rate, the detective will develop wrinkles before he even turns 40. Without the aid of his friend for tonight's workload, Naomasa can barely resist the urge to let out a hefty sigh, nearly choking on the attempt. Clearing his throat to properly cover it up, the detective carries on with a much more hopeful tone. Is there any chance that you can come in tea tomorrow? He accidentally stumbles over the words as he tries to casually make this request. It's only mildly worrying that there's no immediate response from the hero. It'd be silly to assume something happened to one of the most powerful men in, quite possibly, the world. But Naomasa has known Tashinori long enough to expect an instantaneous answer. The ambience that occupies the same speaker as the phone's electronic hum is enough to nearly become unsettling. Finally, Tashinori replies, albeit with a voice full of uncertainty, I've never worked this closely with the police before. I'm not sure that I'm cut out for all this crime scene stuff. I usually just punch villains really hard and leave the rest to real pros like yourself. If All Might weren't so damned righteous, Naomasa would have considered that comment about police being the real pros a derogative jab, but he doesn't need a lie detection quirk to know Tashinori is being 100% sincere. It's almost funny how different of an outlook that the symbol of peace has about policemen. In this modern age, with quirks and literal superheroes, the authorities are often looked down on and more commonly get mocked about how useless they are in comparison. Nobody takes police seriously anymore. Cops and detectives have become a bit of a dying breed. Yet, here's the #1 hero of all people, calling what's considered the bare blunt of a bad joke an admirable profession instead. It's for reasons such as this one that Naomasa is proud to call Tashinori a friend. It's for reasons such as this that he so badly wants to work with this particular hero on this particular case. I'm not going to ask you to do anything outside of your comfort zone if you don't want to. You're already doing enough for this investigation by simply being here. Your patrols have already warded off more small fry than the ghoul managed to, and I think it's alright to assume you might even be enough to scare away the Tokyo ghoul themselves, especially if Eraserhead's theory about their age turns out to be correct. Naomasa knows that All Might doesn't care about having his ego stroked, but the reassurance feels necessary in order to prevent the hero from feeling bad in case he were to opt out of the investigation. The detective tacks on a few excuses on behalf of Tashinori just to be on the safe side. Besides, I know that you have your hands full with preparation for this year's semester at UA, finding a successor and all that will probably occupy enough time as it is. Thank you, and Naomasa. It's easy to tell how flustered Tashinori has become over the compliments when all he can manage as a reply are clamored thanks and noises of the phone fumbling in his hands. The detective resists the urge to laugh and waits for his friend to recover. It's just, I want to help. I really do. But you're right. There's a lot that I have to take care of right now, and I'm not sure that I have enough time left in me per day to get it all accomplished. The mood is killed by another grim reminder of All Might's reign nearing its end. That doesn't mean that I won't help whenever the opportunity arises. But I can't promise you that'll be every day that I'm here. Tashinori is quick to reiterate his justifiable reasoning. That's more than enough, Tashinori. Feel free to stop by whenever you can. Naomasa reaffirms his prior statement while allowing his head to droop a bit. He hopes that Tashinori can't hear the disappointment in his tone, but the hero had never been observant enough before to notice something like that now. However, there's a first for everything, and the detective would really prefer to prevent it getting pointed out. Fortunately, the detective is granted an excuse to hang up when his cell phone vibrates with the notification that there's another call coming in. I hate to cut this short, but I've got to speak with somebody on the other line. I'll see you later, Tashinori. He quickly spouts his reason for ending the call before clicking over to see who's next to speak with. Naomasa doesn't even have the chance to get out a proper greeting. As soon as he hits the answer button, he hears a familiar voice filling him in on classified information. The Yakuza have resurfaced right here in Musutafu. That's only the first sentence in this new conversation, and it's already too much to unload. For starters, a case regarding Japan's massive criminal organization is just going to be another heavy thing to stack right with the hero killer of Hasu and Tokyo ghoul of Musutafu. Secondly, for an underground hero that claims to be so rational, calling someone and not even beginning with a simple hello is rather irrational. Then again, Eraserhead has never been one to waste time by beating around the bush. Why Yakuza? There's no way. Naomasa is still reeling in disbelief to fully comprehend whatever Eraserhead says next. It's likely the details of how the underground hero came across this intel. But the detective only catches bits and pieces about an information broker named Jern that's old enough to already have a rap sheet in the precinct's archive. Naomasa isn't aware of whether or not he's interrupting the underground hero, but he doesn't care since it's proprietary information that he needs to know. Do you think that they're affiliated with the Tokyo Ghoul? I'm not sure. The answer gives Naomasa an unsettling feeling in his stomach. Eraserhead skips the details deemed unnecessary at this point and finalizes his summary instead. All I know is that they're more active than they've ever been. I've been following a group around and it led me to a mask shop, which leads me to the belief that this is the build-up for whatever scheme is starting to unravel. Naomasa doesn't need to ask why the underground hero bothered to call. That isn't enough for me to make an arrest, Aizawa. There's no evidence to justify. I know. Eraserhead interrupts with a firm response. The line goes quiet for a brief moment before the underground hero continues. However, you're still able to get a search warrant for me. Then, we may be able to gather enough evidence to make an arrest. Naomasa rubs the bags beneath his eyes. The very existence of them elicits some kind of a cross between a yawn and a sigh. We both know that by the time I get that search warrant in order, the Yakuza will be long gone from the store. The detective holds firm with his voice as well as to not allow another interruption. You're not the type of person that does wishful thinking. What's your angle, Aizawa? Eraserhead's breathing becomes stilted, indicating that he may be suppressing a sigh that's more than likely to be the cause if Naomasa knows the underground hero well enough. Soon, the inhales and exhales level out. There's the return of silence, only background ambience to let Naomasa know that the call hasn't ended. Then, fine, meet me at my apartment and I'll show you. Which is followed by the telltale click of Aizawa hanging up. Naomasa lets his arm dramatically drop, almost like the phone in his hand weighs more than he can handle. The detective draws in a deep breath, holding it in for only a slight second, before exhaling completely in a satisfying sensation that no sigh could ever produce. After he slides the mobile phone into his pants pocket, he runs the free hand through his hair to make sure none of it has fallen out due to his stress overload. He's far too young to be developing gray strands, but he knows that they're there. Yet, if there's anything to drown one's woes with, it's coffee. The detective takes a quick swing of the lukewarm substance, convinced that it's more of a liquid courage than alcohol. Once he's had his fill, Naomasa swings open the door to his office so that he may finally face the world's problems head-on. He knows his fellow officer won't be at their desk, so he calls out for them instead. Tamikawa. The bell latch to his co-worker's collar jingles when they whirl around to see who called their name. It's not so far-fetched to see the cop with a cat quirk fraternizing with other slackers by the water cooler. Naomasa ignores the urge to scold them all and motions for Tamikawa to follow behind him instead. Something's come up on the other end of town and you're driving. Off, man. Tamikawa's triangular ears flatten against his downtrodden head, falling into submission. The officer digs into his pocket to find a set of car keys. Naomasa pays no mind to how Tamikawa mourns the loss of a carefree night. Instead, the detective directs his attention to the next officer that he needs to speak with. Tenjiro, while we're gone, I need you to pull up any records we may have about an information broker named Jurin. A young man with burgundy hair and Hanafuda earrings gives an affirmative nod from their cubicle before quickly tapping at the keyboard of a computer monitor. After a few more clicks, he begins to read back the information that loads. Right. C ranker named Kajiro Okuda Aka Jurin. I said while we're gone. Naomasa shouts as a reminder. The detective grabs his trademark overcoat off the precinct clothes hanger before whipping it on. Have it printed out for me by the time that we get back and I'll read it for myself. He speaks over his shoulder while heading for the exit, then pauses mid-stride upon suddenly remembering something else, forcing himself to turn back around on the heel. One other thing, reach out to Sir Night Eye's agency and see if they'd be willing to cooperate on an investigation pertaining to the Yakuza. He notices the cat-like cop on standby just in case there's anything else to add. Tamikawa, let's go. Realizing that they're definitely leaving this time, Tamikawa quickens his pace in pursuit of Naomasa. Where are we going? He figures he should ask since he'll be the one who's driving. We're meeting Eraserhead at his apartment. Naomasa gives a curt response without so much as glancing in Tamikawa's direction. And then we're going to investigate a mask shop. Meanwhile, residing within that very mask shop are two of the precinct's most wanted. The Tokyo Ghoul sits directly across from the young head of the Yakuza, with only a game board in between them. White and black stones are stored in a pair of wooden bowls, both of which have their lids removed so the players can decide what colors they'll be given. As expected of the Yakuza, Overhaul follows the traditional method of selection called Nijiri. The eldest takes a handful of white stones and the youngest places either one or two black stones on the board. Akatani chooses an odd number of stones to lay out and Overhaul begins counting the number of stones in his hand to determine whether the turnout is odd or even in terms of matching or differing from Akatani's count. The result is an even number of white stones, and that's the color that the ghoul is given. Overhaul takes the bowl of black game pieces, seemingly thrilled by the prospect of getting to play the first move. Akatani releases an audible gasp. unable to conceal the initial shock over what his opponent's first move. Overhaul played Tenjin. A singular black stone glimmers from its spot at the board's center. Most players begin by capturing lower star points and work their way towards the middle later into the game. For whatever reason Overhaul chose this move, it's more than enough to make somebody wary. One could mirror their opponent's moves this way, resulting in a draw nonetheless, but still using their own strength against them. There's only one way to rid of this likelihood and prevent his enemy from receiving an advantage. Akatani places his own stone right next to the center point. There's no exhale or stilted breath from the young Yakuza, but Overhaul's golden glare hardens with an equally piqued curiosity. The next couple of moves is an exchange that both sides predicted immediately after their first set of placed stones. A bumpy shape reminiscent to that of a circle is formed, matching their black and white colors all around. What Akatani set out to accomplish has been achieved. Overhaul won't be capable of mirroring any moves without giving himself a handicap. However, the center of the board has been filled and compromised. The short-lived battle has done nothing but limit their space and waste time. Akatani takes a moment to glance up from the board, searching for an expression behind his opponent's black medical mask, looking for any sign that this might have been their plan from the very beginning of the game. Overhaul gives nothing away. His poker face, as they would call it, reveals zero hidden intentions. The only way to properly test his opponent is for Akatani to play a move that is neither the best nor the worst. On the opposite side, projected towards the middle but leaving enough space to conquer one side over the other. Stones that don't serve the purpose of capturing other stones or gathering territory are often deemed pointless. But the rare occasion of an exception can be made by players far more skilled beyond the average player. Yet, these moves can prove fatal mistakes for weaker Go players. Behind Overhaul, the Yakuza called Mimic begins to chuckle while he spectates the Go match. Mimic must be overly confident in his leader's capabilities. He doesn't deem the move as a difficult test, and neither would an arrogant ruler with acolytes that feeds their ego. However, for a novice, they wouldn't know any better themselves, not understanding the game of Go and how tactfully in-depth it can be. The little girl named Uri can only read everyone else's reactions, seeing her tormentors overly confident and the other side unsure of themselves. Her hope begins to leak out in the form of tears. Soft sniffles and quiet whimpers don't go unheard. Uri lowers her head to hide behind a lengthy flow of hair. Unable to meet her gaze with her eyes covered, Akatani must resort to other methods of assurance, now reminded of why he's playing this game. Motivation sparks his next move. Almost hastily, the stone gets slapped down. Overhaul calmly places his own stone, but as soon as his fingers slip away from it, Akatani slams down his next piece without hesitation. The Yakuza look amongst themselves, seemingly startled and mildly concerned, especially when this happens a third time. Speed Go is the term for these almost instantaneous moves. Overhaul would presume it's an intimidation tactic at first. Some players tend to use this trick as a means to make their opponent unconsciously play faster in order to keep up. The idea is that they'd eventually slip up by making a mistake. However, Akatani stares intently at the board between each move. The time it would usually take to mull over a counter is spent during Overhaul's brief pauses. The Yakuza shakes his head, ignoring the ghoul's faster technique. Ultimately, taking his time will prove more beneficial. The two go back and forth, each side capturing an equal amount of stones. None of the missing pieces prove crucial until a while later. Suddenly, Overhaul realizes that move from earlier truly wasn't a mistake. Now, this mocking piece on the cluttered game board gives Akatani a momentous opportunity. Overhaul briefly glances up, his golden gaze shimmering under the light as he wonders whether or not the ghoul was truly capable of reading that much further into the game than himself. Overhaul slowly lifts up the next stone from his bowl, contemplating what move he should make in order to counterattack. However, his line of sight never leaves Akatani, and he can clearly see the boy mimicking his movement. The young Yakuza drops the stone back into his bowl, as does Akatani. Now irritated by his opponent, Overhaul snatches the piece that he dropped and roughly slams it into position on the Go board. Once again, the Yakuza is surprised by his opponent when Akatani simultaneously places his own stone right beside it. The Yakuza are speechless, all of them amazed at how someone can play so quickly and yet so solidly. Overhaul would be sweating if he didn't find it revolting. The ghoul has captured the lower corner and the crime lord is behind now. If Akatani doesn't slow down, then Overhaul will be resorted to playing a game-deciding move. It's a risky play, but one that leaves room for mistakes. Overhaul places his stone. Akatani instantly reads through it, only a brief scowl on his face to let the Yakuza know how mild of a hindrance that it is. Without hesitation, the ghoul responds correctly. Now, Overhaul is bound to lose. With a shaky hand, the Yakuza leader reaches for his next chip to place. Just short of picking one up, his fingers twitch with an instinctive flinch due to Akatani's voice carrying over the board. Oh, you wish to play it through rather than resign. The tone holds genuine curiosity, but the Yakuza hear a taunt. Overhaul keeps his hand hovering over the bowl of ghost stones, intent on taking one of them when he eventually spots a solution to his predicament. Golden orbs scan the game board that's littered with black and white pieces, searching for a way to recover from his supposed loss. No opportunity presents itself openly, but he feels hopeful enough to create one just short of the match finishing. At the very least, Overhaul wishes to draw the game so that they can play a rematch where he won't underestimate the ghoul a second time. Reluctantly, Overhaul allows himself to grab another stone so that he may place it amidst the battlefield that he has created with his opponent, checking the location of his placement a final time. The fingers slip away so that Akatani may respond with his own move. The instant reply of a stone tapping the board lets Overhaul know that it's his turn again. Yet, he sees no stone countering the one that he just placed. Whatever spot that the ghoul played will cost him the victory and give the Yakuza a chance to come back. You lose. The Tokyo ghoul's voice snaps Overhaul from his concentration. Hey, Overhaul looks upwards to see his opponent is still holding a ghost stone. The Yakuza begins to realize what happened. Overhaul had been so focused on the board that he didn't see an actual stone placement. He only heard the sound of a stone being tapped against the side of it. Akatani never actually made a responsive move. It's against the rules of Go to play twice in a row, which is exactly what Overhaul did, thus granting Akatani an automatic win. Why, you little, such dirty underhanded tricks. The muscles that make up Mimic's body flex as he cocks a fist back. The Yakuza minion looks as though he's buffing up in preparation for battle. Akatani raises his own guard, fists, and crimson tendrils readying for a fight. But an outstretched arm prevents the two from clashing with one another. We had a deal. Overhaul speaks for himself and the other Yakuza. I will honor that deal. The Yakuza is bounded by a code of honor after all. Mimic's ever-present scowl remains. But his huff is all that's allowed to be released from the rage pent up inside of him. Chronostasis takes his finger off the trigger of a handgun, one that must have been drawn when the conflict started to brew. Perhaps we'll play again someday. Overhaul bids the ghoul a wave of farewell before ushering the previously captive girl towards the winner. Run along now. Yuta flinches when Overhaul's golden glare pierces right through him. I have other business to conduct. The Yakuza leader refers to the masks that he had originally come for. It's a dry swallow, but it's enough to clear his throat. Right, you kids best be going. Yuta gestures towards the door with a pleading expression. Akatani and Himiko nod in understanding before they bow and turn to leave. Would you like to hold my hand? Akatani holds it out for the frightened child so she can intertwine it with his own. The ghoul notices that she has an instinct to withdraw and curls his fingers back up when she shakes her head. The thought of what Overhaul and his acolytes may have done to make this child so afraid of being touched crosses his mind for a brief moment, and in that moment, he ponders lashing out like he had originally planned to do in order to rescue her. However, he has to take Yuta and Himiko into consideration as well, which is why he settles for having her follow him out of the mask shop. A harsh breeze hits the young trio as soon as they step outside. Akatani checks on Eri to see that she's shivering, but not bothering to whine or complain. It's a long walk from the store back to his home, and he doesn't want her catching a cold or the flu regardless of whether she's quiet about it or not. He doesn't particularly regret giving his hoodie to Himiko, but he knows that the little girl will need it more since she'll have a lower tolerance for the colder climate. Fortunately, Himiko also takes notice of this problem and removes the hoodie herself. I needed to give it back anyways, right? Thanks, Himiko. Akatani flashes her an appreciative smile before handing the hoodie to Eri. You should probably get someplace warm. He knows that it'll be impossible for Himiko to avoid acknowledging how cute the child looks in such an oversized article of clothing and that she doesn't have that time to be exposed in the cold. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow then. Good luck with the kid. Let me know if you need anything. She somehow manages to casually wave it off and begins to trot towards what Akatani assumes is the direction of her own house. All right, Eri. Looks like it's just you and me now. Akatani checks on the child again and sees that there's no change in her uncomfortable disposition. Admittingly, it may be weird for a while, but he knows that she'll be better off with him than Overhaul. Let's get you to your new home. He waits for a response but isn't all that surprised to get none. Then, he leads the way. Eventually, the two of them step through an ivory door. From within the hood that's enclosed around her tiny head, Eri's expression becomes one of awe. Akatani's living space is so cluttered with stacks of books that it may as well be an unshelved library. A boy flicks his light switch, illuminating the dim atmosphere just a tad more and showcasing the cluttered boxes that were hidden amidst now retracted shadows. Not even a slob or a hoarder would let the mess get this out of hand. Anybody would presume that he just moved in. Yet, these books are everywhere. Akatani becomes bashful, as if he had forgotten what his own apartment looks like, rubbing the nape of his neck to soothe the red blush with a chilly hand. The boy tries to level out the awkwardness with a joke and a technical presumption. I hope you like to read, 'cause I've got plenty. He then begins to wonder if the girl is even old enough to read yet. I can teach you if not. I mean, if you'd like. Eri continues to scope out the bizarre layout, still overflowing with childish wonder. For the first time since she ran into his arms back at the mask shop, she acknowledges him with speech. Do you live here? All alone? She nervously wrings her hands and keeps her eyes diverted as she asks him this question. There's the body language of an expected flinch, as if his answer will be something to shy away from. Akatani doesn't want her to be scared of him, so he crouches down to her level with a smile much warmer than the weather outside. That wonderful expression of awe returns to her face when he replies, "Not anymore." He listens to tires making their monotonous hiss over a rain-washed road, and it's almost enough to lull Naomasa to sleep, if not for the lukewarm coffee container that he periodically takes a sip from. Normally, the detective's mind would be matching the police cruiser's pace of 1 mile per minute, but he has an equally exhausted underground hero to carry that burden for a while. Eraserhead's conspiracy theory had become his wallpaper, case files and newspaper articles covering every corner of his apartment. There's no longer any question why the man always looks so disgruntled and unkempt. Between crime organizations such as the Yakuza resurfacing and the Tokyo Ghoul turning Musutafu into its personal hunting grounds, Naomasa is able to empathize. They shared intel for a while and came to a similar conclusion in the end, or one that they could both agree on, at the very least. The Yakuza had ruled the underworld in the past, but the rise and prominence of heroes shone a light in the crevices that they had crawled out of. All Might in particular chipped away at those corners, bringing those organizations crumbling down to the point that the remnants were forced to live under constant surveillance. The Yakuza had become a dying species, like a dangerous animal placed in the zoo, which means that the Yakuza must be under new management for them to try and reclaim what they have lost. Chisaki Kai is planning something. Now, the underground hero and the detective are sharing a ride at the expense of Tamakawa as their driver. Their investigations have blended together, creating a joint operation unlike any other. If the clues gathered from each of them thus far are any indication, though, then it's bound to come to a close soon. They narrowed down a location, a mask shop. The police cruiser lurches into an abrupt stop, jostling Naomasa from his drowsy disposition. While the detective had been dozing off, the distance between Aizawa's apartment and the mask shop had been cleared. Tamakawa, wait here while Eraserhead and I go in. If anyone tries to run or if a fight breaks out, we may need you in the car for backup. Naomasa plays off his grogginess by giving orders. Aizawa is probably so used to doing the same that he's able to see right through the act. But the underground hero keeps quiet about it, and Naomasa is grateful for that discretion. Though, why, you've got it, boss. Tamakawa reluctantly affirms his response with a singular nod before Naomasa and Aizawa step out of the vehicle. The officer is then left there waiting with dreaded anticipation. An eerie feeling creeps up the policeman's spine since he's all alone on a quiet and desolate street, resulting in piloerection of his coat hair turning from sleek to furball. Tamakawa knows that he'll be reprimanded by Naomasa for misusing the radio, but he's desperate for some music to break the tension. The anthropomorphic cat turns up the volume on a random station and listens to a song that he recognizes as Butterfly from Miyavi. However, the mask shop that Naomasa and Aizawa enter has no music playing through its speakers at all. The dimly lit store is so quiet that they'd be able to hear a pin drop. Nobody is there to greet them either. It's almost as though the building had been completely abandoned, with only disposable masks left behind. Neither Naomasa nor Aizawa know whether they should call out or not. If the store is still occupied, then it might be wise to approach the situation delicately, considering nobody should have expected an underground hero or a detective to visit. On the other hand, the atmosphere that they walked into isn't an ordinary one, and the element of surprise might be a good one to maintain. After a briefly exchanged glance between one another, Naomasa proceeds to keeping one hand concealed within his coat in case he needs to draw his weapon, and Aizawa folds his arms close to his chest in the event that he needs to use his capture scar. Once they are prepared for a potential conflict, Naomasa takes the lead in calling out for anyone else who may be inhabiting the shop. Is there somebody here that I could speak with? Perhaps the shop owner. The detective raises his voice on the second sentence just to be certain that he can be heard. There's a brief period of silence, a moment where the only response is none at all. Then, the sound of shuffling fabric is accompanied by a dull voice, "I'll be with you shortly." It matches the level of volume that Naomasa had been using. True to his word, what must be the store owner presents himself in a span of 8 seconds. What stands out about the lanky man with an undercut hairdo is the bandaged stump where his right arm should be. The gauze is red with dried blood. The shopkeeper must feel the gaze on his missing appendage, since he too glances down at it with mild interest, as though he too is just now noticing it. Pardon my neglection to what I hope will become new customers. As you can see, I was preoccupied. He gestures towards the stump with his good hand. Dissatisfied customer. Aizawa prompts the store owner with an amount of subtlety that makes the question comes off as casual instead of interrogative. It's not entirely disbelievable that a customer might lash out if they were angry enough, especially in a neighborhood like this. But Naomasa knows that the question presented by Aizawa is really an elaborate trap for the detective to use his lie-detecting quirk. The shopkeeper shakes their head, seemingly unbothered by Aizawa's remark. This is just from an accident that I had when using my equipment. It looks worse than it actually is. Naomasa is able to distinguish the difference between the truth and a lie thanks to his quirk. No matter how monotone of an answer somebody may give, that explanation given by the store owner is registered as a lie. In scenarios such as the one he has found himself in, the detective is forced to make a judgment call. There's a likelihood that he'll procure more results by revealing his reason for being there, but there's also a chance that the more direct route of flashing his badge will hinder the investigation further. Then there's the additional option of telling the shopkeeper about his quirk and whether that will influence the man to tell the truth or, in most cases, result in a request for his lawyer or an attempt to flee. Naomasa chooses to pull his police badge out and holds it up for the store owner to see. We have reason to believe otherwise. I'm Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. He tilts his head in the direction of Aizawa, and this is the pro-hero Eraserhead. There's a few questions that we'd like you to answer truthfully in light of an investigation. It's a compromise. Naomasa applied pressure by raising awareness to the store owner about his shared company, but also refrained from giving details about the nature of the investigation. The detective also disclosed his quirk for the time being, hoping that he won't have to share that information in order to get an honest answer. The lanky man's demeanor doesn't indicate any panic, but his eyes do widen momentarily as a surprised response to the reveal of what he had assumed were two average customers. I see. Am I under accusation of something? Should I be concerned? The store owner slouches a bit to show the detective and the hero that he means no hostility towards them. Both Naomasa and Aizawa relax once they see that the store owner is willing to be cooperative. Not at the moment. Rather, we have concerns and accusations about the kind of clientele you have coming through here. Naomasa puts his badge away now that there's no more need for it. Like my detective friend has said, I'm a pro-hero. That's why I've been tracking the movements of a criminal organization as of late. It turns out that same criminal organization likes to frequently do business at your establishment. Care to explain? Aizawa takes the lead now that he and Naomasa are avoiding being long-winded. The mask maker is no longer capable of maintaining a poker face. Finally, a burst of emotion cracks the barrier that was put up to hide an expressive frown. I suppose there's no use lying to you if you've been monitoring my store. He hovers his remaining hand over the side of his body that lacks the other one. You were right in assuming that they were the ones who took one of my arms. Naomasa keeps his quirk activated during the duration of the store owner's response. When he's certain that the explanation wasn't a lie, the detective gives Aizawa a nod of assurance. That's all. They only frequented here for masks, but were unhappy with the product that you'd given them, and you were punished as a result. Aizawa tries to keep the skepticism that he's feeling out of his tone. The mask maker shakes his head as his lips pull from a frown into a small mirthless smile. Nobody ever leaves here unsatisfied with what I make for them. The smile levels out into a thin line once he's through being defensive about his craft. They were angry about something else and took it out on me, that's all. This next question is what will make or break the investigation. This next question will decide whether or not this mask shop is a game changer or a dead end. Naomasa depends on his quirk to answer him honestly when he asks, do you know what they were angry about? The shop owner diverts his eyes from the detective's rectangular ones, a reflex Naomasa has come to recognize as used by people when they are about to be dishonest. The mask maker recollects his composure, his blank face from earlier returning full force before he responds. Naomasa doesn't expect the truth to come out of the now inexpressive man's mouth. Not entirely, yet that answer treads a line that Naomasa's quirk can't quite determine as truth or lie. Luckily, the detective doesn't need to ask for an elaboration. The shopkeeper does so all on his own. There was a little girl, definitely abused and possibly meant for human trafficking. That part is the truth, but she got away while they were here. But that part requires some more specification. Naomasa has learned from the past that his quirk doesn't give an answer to half-truths. If someone withholds information while telling the truth, then it doesn't register as a lie. This drawback of his quirk is exploitable if anyone were to learn of it. But the store owner doesn't even know what Naomasa's quirk is yet to be aware of this fatal flaw. Naomasa has to tread carefully in order to continue keeping that a secret while also obtaining the intel that he and Aizawa need. There's a natural concern for the safety of whatever child was mentioned in the shop owner's story, so Naomasa uses that to aid his ulterior motive by asking, you mean the kid escaped from them? If it isn't odd enough that the mask maker hesitates before answering, yes. The stranger thing is that Naomasa's lie detection quirk doesn't determine whether that direct response is an honest statement or a lie. The store owner is still withholding information, creating a pretense that's incredibly difficult to decrypt. There's something more to the story that the detective is being told, but he can't figure out what the metaphorical missing page has on it. There's a kid out there wandering the streets all alone. Aizawa's interjection is accompanied by the repositioning of his folded arms dropping and hanging down at his sides. The underground hero doesn't bother hiding the grim expression on his face, his worry for the missing child more than evident. Naomasa supposes the hard-ass actually has a soft spot for children, which would explain why someone like Aizawa would even bother teaching a bunch of high schoolers. Fortunately, that emotional outburst does stay true to Eraserhead's ideology of being logical at all times, prompting the store owner to specify more details about the kid. I'm hopeful that someone came along and helped the girl. The shop owner quickly redirects his attention from Aizawa back to Naomasa. Otherwise, it would be safe to assume she didn't get very far and the Yakuza recaptured her. Correct. Both the underground hero and Detective mull over that suggestive statement. It's true that a child's legs wouldn't be able to carry them very far. There is also the matter of being in a big stone maze. All the buildings of the city on a dark night would be impossible to navigate for someone younger than a teenager. Even so, the investigative duo have a good reason to doubt that claim. Naomasa catches Aizawa's gaze from the corner of his eyes. Both of them are thinking on the same wavelength, each of them considering the result of the lie detection quirk. The masked craftsman gave an indirect response to the underground hero's question, making it difficult for the detective's quirk to differentiate his answer between a lie or honest truth, but it still gives an indecisive answer of its own. Either the store owner believes his own lie, or he's genuinely that hopeful that somebody helped the lost girl. Quick deductive reasoning helps Naomasa make his own assumption though. He believes the shopkeeper knows for certain that somebody is helping the girl. Naomasa slides a hand into the interior pocket of his overcoat, digging for his wallet so that he can produce one of the many business cards that he carries within it. You make a good point, mister. The detective suddenly realizes that he never caught the man's name. Yuta, pardon me for not introducing myself sooner. The masked craftsman bows an apology before taking the business card that Naomasa holds out for him to grab. Naomasa resists raising a brow in suspicion, his curiosity making a mental note that he was only given a singular name. There's no way of knowing whether Yuta serves as a first or last name, but there's also no way to confirm whether that is intentional or not. Yuta, you've made a fair point. It'd probably be best that my partner and I sweep the area to see if we can catch up to her. Naomasa continues from where he left off as he gestures towards the calling card. If you remember anything else of significance, please don't hesitate to contact me at my office. If Yuta has any suspicions of his own, then he does a good job of covering it up as well. It's not uncommon for criminals to maintain a good poker face. It's one of the necessities to have if you wish to survive in their underworld. However, in all his years of law enforcement, Naomasa can confidently say that the shopkeeper's vacant expression is the most unreadable he's ever seen. Of course, Yuta slides the business card into one of his pants pockets. I wish you the best of luck. Naomasa tips his hat before heading for the exit, Aizawa in tow with characteristic silence. It's only once the two of them have made it outside that the underground hero raises his questions. Why aren't we taking him into custody? We have plenty enough reason to believe he's lying. Not entirely. Naomasa huffs in equal frustration. It's hard to tell what he's keeping from us, even with my quirk. I think it's for the best that we take a less direct approach. What do you have in mind? Aizawa's interested tone betrays his stoic expression. Naomasa waits until they've made it back to the police cruiser, not willing to take any chance that Yuta could somehow overhear them. At the volume that Tamakawa is blasting music on the radio, it'd be impossible. Tamakawa switches the sound off with cat-like reflexes, startled by the passenger doors opening. His raised triangular ears drooping slightly once he realizes it's only Eraserhead and his superior. I think we should stage a stakeout here. We'll have 2 officers watch the store on a regular basis. They'll be on the lookout for anyone with a young girl. Naomasa answers Aizawa without a shred of context or acknowledgement for Tamakawa. You don't think that's a little too hopeful? There could be several people passing through here who match that description for all we know. Aizawa's slouched posture sinks into the backseat's cushioning as he inquires Naomasa with a gaze through the rearview mirror. The detective doesn't bother turning his head. He returns the stare with one of his own, still facing forward. Aizawa's demeanor doesn't look comfortable at all, despite the way he's taking up the back of the car. How many parents or babysitters would take their children to a mask shop, let alone in this kind of neighborhood? Naomasa notices his words of assurance are enough to make Aizawa visibly relax a little more. The investigation has taken a heavy toll on them both, but the underground hero looks as though he's ready to take any available moment to sleep. Naomasa's rhetorical question doesn't go unanswered, but it's not Aizawa that gives the response. Not very responsible ones. Tamakawa inserts himself into the conversation. When his joke doesn't get anything less than a turn in his direction from the two others in the car, he supports it with an awkward chuckle of his own. Sorry, I just wanted to be included. Who or what are we talking about, exactly? The officer's ears droop in an angle acute to his whiskers as he shrinks in on himself. It's nothing for you to be concerned with. Just take us back to the precinct. Naomasa clicks his seatbelt into place while waving his free hand dismissively. Tamakawa had done enough already. The stakeout would be reserved for other officers. An exasperated sigh from the backseat returns Naomasa's gaze to the rearview mirror, and he sees that Aizawa now has his eyes closed to complete the exhausted appearance he'd been working on. Actually, could you drop me off at the nearest train station? I'm going to visit Sir Night Eye's agency and get his input on the Yakuza. So long as there's a child involved, I don't think we have the leisure of taking things slowly like he originally planned. Naomasa now understands why Aizawa dreads the remainder of the night from the sheer volume of that request alone. It seems they were wrong. The mask shop wasn't the finish line. It was the starting line. The investigation into the Tokyo Ghoul and the Yakuza have intersected. But that doesn't change the fact that they've only just begun. Akatani's night had just begun, or so it felt like. He'd given Eri his bed to sleep in. It's not like he used it for much other than comfort anyways, but that left him with very little to relax on. Chalk it up as just another cost of his quirk. But Akatani is more of a nocturnal creature in habit. The boy-turned-nightly predator was used to going on the prowl during this time. But he wasn't about to leave Eri all alone. So, Akatani is currently left standing idly in his apartment. To pass the time, Akatani is left with only his thoughts. Usually, thinking to himself only brought up feelings of angst and self-loathing. But now he has Eri to focus on. He has no idea how to take care of a little girl. He's still practically a kid himself. Yet, this duty has fallen unto him. If he's an animal, then he must protect the cub that he's adopted into his dwelling. He worries about the Yakuza and whether or not they'll keep their promise. He's confident in his ability to fight and kill just about anyone, but he's not so sure about an entire Japanese mafia. Akatani snaps out of his thoughts when his ears twitch at the distant sound of police sirens. His body is tense and his mind is sharp until the sound fades. He never knows if the sirens are coming for him. He can only hope they're going for the Yakuza. The tension in his body deflates with a not-so-relieved sigh. While he doesn't have to worry about criminals and cops tonight, he does have to worry about food. Maybe not for himself, but Eri is a growing girl who will surely need breakfast when she wakes up. Akatani opens his fridge despite already knowing there's nothing inside of it. He does the same with all of his kitchen cabinets. He's never had the need to keep regular food stashed when he can't necessarily eat regular food without gagging. He tries to remember what tasted good to him before his quirk eliminated his ability to taste normal meals. What would Eri like? He supposes he can go grocery shopping with her after his shift tomorrow. He suddenly realizes he has to work in the morning. At least he works in a coffee shop with a bakery. He'll just take Eri with him and she can have some sort of pastry for breakfast. It may not be the healthiest thing for a child, but it's not like she'll be having candy apples every day. At least, that's what he thinks. The sun rose like a flower opening. The clouds speckled around its bright glow fluttering in the sky like falling petals. A light shower washes into the soil beneath that shining flower. Raindrops are colored by its radiant beams, blushing scarlet and warming to tangerine. The illuminated clouds, still beneath the ethereal glow, fog up the sky like a mirror. It's the first thing Eri sees when she wakes up in the morning. A clear reflection of herself in the window that shimmers thanks to a glassy sky. The young girl's lip quivers as she worries that she may still be dreaming. Nobody has stormed into her room to yank away the warmth of her blanket. No one barged through the door to take her away from the comfort of her bed. It was the first time in a long time that she'd woken up peacefully. It seems too good to be true. Then she recalls the previous night. The boy who had rescued her from the people who did her harm. He'd taken her to this place. To his place, she remembers. Like the boy is different from the men who hurt her, this place is different from the one that horrified her. I apologize. It'll just be another 10 minutes. Eri suddenly hears the aforementioned boy. She contradicts her earlier feelings by cowering to the furthest corner from the muffled source of his voice. Her knees come up to her chest as she curls in on herself. She doesn't know who the boy is talking to, but she knows from experience in the other place that he could be bringing somebody bad to see her. Just in case, she wants to be as far away as possible from the door. Eri internally begs for the boy and whoever he's talking to just go away, but the voice only gets closer. No, I'm not sick. Eri shudders before she tenses when she hears that. The men who hurt her always told her she was sick when taking her to see the doctors. I'll be able to come in. It'll just be a little later than usual. The boy pauses and Eri is confused when she doesn't hear anyone other than him despite a response. Thank you for understanding. Eri closes her eyes when she hears the door click and the wood beginning to creak as it opens. Hello, are you up yet? The boy changes his tone and volume from what she heard just seconds ago to a much more hushed whisper. Again, he's different. The people she was with would have yelled at her to wake up. Since he's proving himself to be much nicer than the bad guys she was with before, she dares to open her eyes at least. Oh, did you fall out of bed? The boy has hair the opposite color of her own that hangs to one side when he cocks his head. Eri doesn't know if she'll get in trouble for saying she did. And she actually didn't, so she shakes her head to answer without having to respond aloud. The boy visibly relaxes at that and Eri can't help but mimic him, relieved to know she gave the right answer. His gaze shifts from her to a nightstand where the candle he had lit for the night has long gone out. Sorry that I didn't have a nightlight or anything to give you. Did you sleep well anyways? When the boy sees her shrug, he has a hard time holding back a pensive frown. I would have let you sleep in a while longer, but I didn't want you to get scared if I left you here alone. When he sees her recoil at the sight of his expression, he makes sure to quickly hide it with an assuring smile. Plus I figured you would be hungry. Wanna come with me to get some food? At the mention of food, Eri perks up a little. Her mouth waters and her eyes glimmer like a red opposing force of the blue sky. The little horn on her head slashes the air as she nods. The boy's smile becomes more genuine as he soaks up the radiating cuteness. Eri forgets all about whoever the boy was talking to earlier, unaware that it had just simply been him calling in to let his employer know about his tardiness, finally lowering her defense. Eri is about to follow the boy when he stops abruptly, making her take a step back. He glances back at her, and she worries that she may have done something wrong. She knows better than to run away, so she tenses up instead, preparing for a hit or worse. What happens instead surprises her more than anything else that has up to this point. He apologizes to her. Sorry, Eri. I just realized I don't have any clean clothes for you either. It's just something we'll add to the shopping list. Eri has to hold back the tears that threaten to spill. Normally, right about now, the only thing that would be spilling would be her blood. She's so grateful for the kind boy in front of her that she wants to tell him so. Shyly, the little girl grabs the hem of the oversized hoodie he gave her last night, already content with it as a form of clothing and not needing more. It's okay, is all she manages to squeak out. That's more than enough. The boy's smile lights up brighter than the sun itself that greeted her this morning. Eri has to shield her eyes, so she doesn't see him extend his hand for her to take until he says, "We should get going then." When she does see the hand waiting for her to take, she hesitates to take it. Any time the masked man's hands touched her, she'd feel lots of pain. The boy notices and is about to retract his offer, but Eri braves the contact and surprisingly takes his hand anyways. Each of them content, they venture outside the apartment. Eri keeps her head down most of the time and the boy does most of the talking, but it's not a bad experience for either. The two take the time to become acquainted with one another's company at the very least. After a while, Eri even begins to respond with small nods or shakes of her head. It's a pleasant walk to Deku, unlike yesterday's bitter bite of the cold. There's a welcoming warmth that makes it believably summer. When they inevitably reach the coffee shop, the boy even lets Eri come with him behind the counter. The little girl is struck with awe once she sees the pastries on display. Rows of Carepen are met with stacks of taiyaki. Cases with cakes and cookies inside are just out of reach from her tiny height. Freshly baked buns and muffins sit on plates, waiting to be served and eaten. Take whatever you want. I get a worker discount, the boy says, completely unaware that he'd be paying for it all if Eri really had her way. Instead, she meekly points at the caramel-coated apples, silently asking for one of those. The boy obliges and sets her up at an empty table with the candy apple. He also gives her some crayons and the kids' menu to play with, along with a cup of hot chocolate. I've got some work to do, so I won't be able to sit with you. He's quick to say the rest when he sees Eri meet his gaze frightfully. But don't worry, I'll be around this area serving other people if you need me. He doesn't blink or look away. One emerald eye peers into the red of Eri's eyes as he promises her, I won't let you leave my sight. Satisfied with the boy's vow to keep watching her to make sure she won't be taken by the bad men again, Eri works up the courage to verbally respond. Oh okay, and that satisfies the boy in return. He nods with another assuring smile before going back behind the counter. True to his word, Eri's table is in view from there. An older man with his white hair swept back and eyes closed then joins the boy behind the counter. He'd watched the whole interaction from afar and held his tongue until now. Mikumo, who's that girl you've brought? Is she the reason why you came in late for your shift? He has a tranquilizing composure as he tucks his arms behind his back. Yoshimura-san. Akatani Mikumo greets his boss with a bow. I must apologize. That's Eri. She's my sister. Akatani pauses as he searches for the right explanation before continuing. I normally don't have to, but I've been tasked with watching her for a while. Is it okay if I bring her to work with me? Anteku's owner gauges the two with a considerate hum. I suppose she won't be too much trouble. She does appear to be well behaved. Akatani lets out a breath that he'd been holding in when he hears Yoshimura's verdict. Perhaps he'd done so too soon. Yoshimura adds, if we have to fill seats and there's no other tables available though, your sister won't be allowed to occupy that space. Customers are the priority. Begrudgingly, Akatani accepts those terms. He just hopes such a situation doesn't arise. Fortunately for him and Eri, he only has to work the morning shift today and not the whole day, so that lessens the odds. In the meantime, I think I have an All Might coloring book in the back that you can give her. Yoshimura smiles when he sees Akatani perk up at the offer. That'd be great. I'm sure Eri would love that. Thank you, sir. Akatani returns his boss smile with one of his own. Yoshimura disappears into the back to find the aforementioned coloring book once he sees how happy it'll make the kid. He later returns with it, much to their elation. It's enough to keep Eri occupied for most of Akatani's shift, which is mostly just orders to go and not to stay, gracing the two with good fortune. Towards the end of Akatani's shift, a familiar set of blonde buns comes skipping into the shop. Akatani. The owner of that hair cheers the boy's name in greeting, much to his dismay. Good morning, Himiko. Akatani ducks his head in embarrassment while trying to hide his blush behind the cash register. Only a few customers glance in their direction, but the boy still can't hardly take it. Even Eri shifted her attention from what she's drawing to them. Reminded of Eri, Akatani works his way around the counter to introduce the two girls. You remember Eri? He says more than asks. Of course, how could I forget such a cute face? Himiko hops with adoration for the younger girl. Eri shrinks at the attention, but doesn't flinch. Akatani figures she remembers Himiko from that night as well. Whatcha drawing? Toga coos over the amateur art that's on the table. One looks like a cat, another a fish, but what really makes her squeal with delight is the one that looks like a cross between an octopus and a boy. The tentacles coming out of the boy's back is much too similar to what Akatani's quirk looks like. Looks like you got a fan, Akatani. Himiko's teasing causes the boy and Eri to blush. Himiko takes it upon herself to get better acquainted with the other girl, plopping down in the seat opposite of her. So you like to draw? Huh. Me too. Mind if I join you? The question prompts Eri to check with Akatani first, who nods with a smile to let her know it's okay. Himiko flashes one of her toothy grins when Eri hands her a crayon, the color red in particular. Red is my favorite. Thanks, Eri. The blonde already begins doodling like a child herself. Happy to see the two girls getting along, Akatani takes it as an opportunity to ask Himiko something that's been on his mind. Himiko. The girl glances up from her drawing to acknowledge the boy. I have to go shopping later because Eri needs food and clothes. Since I can't really taste anything and I don't really know what girls like to wear, I was kinda hoping. Ew, a shopping trip. Count me in. Himiko picks up on what Akatani is asking before he can even finish. With a flick and twirl of the crayon between her fingers, she points it at the barista. I've always wanted to go to the mall in the Kiyashi ward. I bet we can find all sorts of cute outfits for Eri there. The blonde begins bouncing in her seat with excitement over the mere prospect of it. Akatani hums in both humble agreement and relief that he'll be getting a girl's opinion. He's not sure that he'd be able to do it without the help. But first, Akatani diverts his attention back to Eri. If that's okay with Eri, then that sounds great. The little girl glances up with uncertainty. Does that sound good to you? She takes the time to consider the proposition, not wanting to upset anybody based on her choice. Her tiny head flicks back and forth between Himiko and Akatani before bobbing in a nod. Great. Himiko startles her with a burst of joy before reaching across the table to take her hands in her own. We're going to have so much fun together. But that promise between girls causes Eri to blush with a twinkle in her eye. The glee is contagious and Eri begins anticipating the outing as well. Smiling in content, Akatani begins to back away. I have to get back to work now. You two keep each other company until I'm done and then we'll go. Okay. He's surprised when neither of the girls pout or complain about him leaving. They really are good for one another, he thinks. Once the boy goes to serve customers, Himiko goes back to admiring the drawing of Akatani. Her toothy grin is complemented by a light blush. Eri, do you want to know a secret? The blonde looks up to see the other girl tilting her head in curiosity. As Himiko uses her red crayon to create a shape around Eri's picture of Akatani, she giggles. Only after she finishes making the heart does she lean in to whisper her secret, I like Akatani too. The next couple of hours go by with Akatani being none the wiser as to what Himiko is telling Eri. All he knows is that they're both blushing and occupying themselves with each other, and that's enough for him. It's the first time he's seen somebody manage to make Himiko sit still. It's the first time he's seen Eri open up to somebody other than himself. That's all he could ask for and that's all he cares to know or see. Once finished with his shift, Akatani folds his apron under his arm. Are you two ready to go? He asks the two girls while removing his name tag. Without hesitation, Himiko hops to her feet with the same amount of energy she had since this morning. Eri is a little more hesitant to put down the crayon she's holding, but she nods her head in confirmation. Akatani sneaks a peek at what she stopped drawing, grinning like a goofball when he sees a picture of what's meant to be Himiko. now able to tease the blonde the same way she teased him. He turns on her. Looks like I'm not the only one with a fan. Eri ducks her head to hide a blush, but Himiko doesn't share her embarrassment. Instead, the blonde giggles with her same unwavering grin full of sharp canines. You dare attempt to use my own spells against me, Akatani? She feigns a tut before twirling around in self-presentation. Besides, who wouldn't be a fan of me? Akatani's plan backfires, having the opposite effect. He stands there like a dope, wondering how he winded up being the one who's a blushing mess again. Luckily, before Himiko can mercilessly continue her assault, Eri comes to his rescue by tugging on his pants leg. When Akatani looks down, he sees the little girl holding her hand out, waiting for it to be taken. In such a short amount of time, she's no longer fearful of his touch. He feels the warmth of pride blossom in his heart and gently takes her hand in his. Not wanting to feel left out, Himiko begins to feign a pout. How come you won't hold my hand like that? She crouches down to Eri's height and holds out a palm like a person trying to gain an animal's trust. Will you hold my hand too, Eri? She bats her eyelashes for further dramatic effect. Eri glances up at Akatani, silently asking for permission. Wanting to assure her that Himiko is safe, he nods. Having already spent so much of the day with the other girl, Eri puts her trust in Himiko by lending her other hand. The blonde grins ear to ear with glee, bouncing back to her full height. The trio then embarks on their long-awaited journey. The three of them connected, hand in hand, Eri in the middle. Himiko gets Eri to swing their arms together, as well as attempts to get Akatani to join in. When Akatani sees the hopeful gleam in Eri's eye, he has no choice but to go along with it. Where he draws the line, though, is when Himiko tries getting them all to skip with her. He won't deny Eri the fun, but he himself refuses to skip, especially when Himiko suspiciously has her phone pointed at him like she's about to record. When they finally get to the mall, Eri's eyes light up like a Christmas tree. She stands in place, all evident in her expression. Akatani can barely contain his laugh. He hadn't seen her like that since she saw the library he calls a house. Himiko giggles when she notices Eri's state of stupor too, giving the tiny girl's hand a soft squeeze. Which store do you want to go to first? Akatani worries the hyper-blonde is somehow passing her energy through to Eri via their hands like an extension cord. Unsure of herself, but still overly eager to explore, Eri continues her habit of checking with Akatani. The boy shrugs, not knowing which store to pick either. Hesitantly, he glances at Himiko, silently asking for her to decide. The blonde had been waiting for the opportunity with a knowing grin. Himiko starts to pull them towards some sort of clothing store, outfits for Eri first. Food later, she shouts her executive decision. With that decided, the three wind up looking through clothes for hours. Well, mostly Himiko sorting through every outfit she deems cute enough for Eri while Akatani watches from the sideline. Himiko rolls her eyes, "You're clueless," as she tosses a pink top with cats made of glitter at Akatani. When he glances between the shirt and the girls, seeing how overjoyed they are about it, he hums in agreement. He'll never understand their fashion sense. As Akatani waits for them to try the clothes on in the fitting rooms, he's relieved that he didn't distract himself with focusing on what they're wearing, since he was able to keep his guard up and let his instincts alert him to the man who's been following them around since they'd left Deku. The hairs on his arms and the back of his neck stand up when he realizes they have a stalker. It could just be some creep, but his first thought is an alarming concern that it could be a detective tailing him or the Yakuza keeping tabs. He doesn't know which would be worse. Akatani figures now is the opportune moment for the stalker to be dealt with. While Himiko and Eri are occupied, he'll lure the person into a trap and eliminate them, as not to worry either of the girls. Akatani begins by straying from the fitting rooms only slightly, planning on leading them to some place more secluded but not too far as to raise suspicion. Akatani begins to size the guy up. He's slim, which means he could be fast. Large circular eyes with heavy bags, something that could have to do with their quirk. Except, they also have a noticeably large mouth. A casual purple dress shirt and gray pants gives nothing about them away and would actually help them to blend into the crowd. Akatani grits his teeth since he's having trouble determining their danger level, but doesn't show any outward signs of aggression otherwise. Not yet. Not until he turns this next corner and uses an appendage from his kagyun to grab a trash can, so that when the stalker turns the corner too, he can throw the heavy metal cylinder at them. Except, when the stalker does follow along, they aren't struck by the object. Instead, they open their mouth wide and swallow it whole. Akatani's own eyes widen almost as large as theirs. Once he shakes off the initial surprise though, he's quick to release the other tentacles that make up his predatory organ. "Why are you following us?" Akatani keeps his voice low so that he doesn't draw any undesired attention. He doesn't diminish the amount of aggression in his tone though. He wants the stalker to feel threatened. The stalker does look panicked, but probably not for that reason. "You weren't supposed to notice me." They take a step back as though they're going to flee. Akatani flicks one of his appendages so that it splits the ground and throws the man off balance. No, I'm not supposed to eat," he said just to follow. The man is in a full-fledged panic now. At least Akatani is able to garner enough information from the shouting to figure out he was sent by somebody else to follow him. Who told you to follow us? Tell me who. Akatani takes a step towards the man so he can start closing the distance between them. He also doesn't want to allow an opportunity for the man to escape. When Akatani's Kagyun gets too close, the man makes an attempt to bite one. The appendages being beyond flexible, they easily evade the gnashing teeth. All the futile attack does is anger Akatani. Akatani's Kakyugen activates, veins spreading from his darkened eye as he bares his own fangs. You like to eat, huh? The ghoul crouches as it readies to pounce. I do too. When Eri and Himiko exit the changing rooms, they find Akatani waiting for them in the same place that they left him. Eri is none the wiser as she runs over to show him the outfits that she's officially chosen. Himiko, on the other hand, smells the intoxicating scent of blood wafting off him. She grabs hold of an arm as they leave the store, nuzzling it with her head like an affectionate kitten. Tired from walking, Eri clings to the other arm as he carries her. Let's go get you some food. Akatani figures it's their turn to eat now. Nobody would believe the legendary All Might is the same trembling, anxious man entering the Night Eye Agency. Toshinori fiddles with the loose tie around his neck, tightening it and then loosening it all over again. He hadn't seen or spoken with his former sidekick for so long that he has half a mind to turn around and leave while he still can. Yet, his conversation with Naomasa replays itself in the back of his mind. That talk reminds him of what's so important that he took the chance of coming here. He needs to find a successor before it's too late. At the front desk is a familiar face, the pro-hero called Centipter on account of his head that quite literally resembles a centipede. A scarf wraps around the man's neck, owning the look by making it appear like a centipede's tail. Toshinori waves politely in greeting. I'm here to see Mirai. Is he available? Centipter glances briefly at the calendar on his desk before returning his gaze to the fellow pro-hero. He's currently in a meeting. That's all Toshinori needs to hear to have an excuse in order to back out. I wouldn't want to be a bother. I'll come back another time. He cuts Centipter off a little too hastily while waving his arms in a manner far too exaggerated to be a lay. Not at all, but Centipter is quick to prevent the blonde from leaving that easily. He even stands up, in case he needs to chase the hero down. I'm sure Sir would be more than happy to see you. As a matter of fact, his meeting is nearly over anyways. He gives some assurances before gesturing to the elevator. Feel free to head up to his office. Toshinori is about to decline, but one look at Centipter tells him that whatever he says won't work. So, he swallows whatever words were about to leave his mouth, and he nods with a shaky smile instead. If you insist. The blonde is a nervous wreck all over again as he steps onto the elevator. He starts wondering if he should have taken Naomasa's advice and invited Mirai to coffee instead. Maybe a public setting would have put him more at ease. Then again, they wouldn't be able to openly discuss his search for a successor with potential eavesdroppers. He wonders if that'd be for the better. Maybe he should have started small and just caught up with one another first. To say the least, it was a long elevator ride up. When Toshinori does reach Night Eye's office, he finds Bubble Girl seated out front. She's in the middle of writing something when she pauses and looks up to see him. The blue-skinned girl brightens with a smile as she greets him. Oh, what a pleasant surprise. Toshinori returns her smile, but not her gaze. He's too busy trying to see who Night Eye is meeting in his office. I hear Mirai is already with someone. Is it okay if I go in or should I wait here? He asks the question with the hopes that she'll tell him to sit and wait. He prays for more time to prepare himself for the long-awaited reunion. Bubble Girl glances over her shoulder, peering into the office as well. The glass wall between them hides nothing. Sir Night Eye is indeed in a meeting with Shota Aizawa, the underground hero, Eraserhead. The contrast between Aizawa's scruffy appearance with baggy clothes and Mirai's parted hair with plain office clothes is laughable. Night Eye happens to divert his attention from Eraserhead at that exact moment, taking notice of his new visitor. The stern expression on his face softens for a split second in surprise, but returns full force as he pushes his glasses back up the bridge of his nose. He motions for Bubble Girl to send Toshinori in before returning his attention to Aizawa. I don't think it'll be a problem. Bubble Girl delivers the message verbally despite Toshinori also watching the exchange. A bead of sweat rolls down the blonde's forehead in disbelief and betrayal of having his prayer shot down so brutally. Slowly, as though he were moving through molasses, Toshinori musters up the will to grab the door handle. He treats the office like he's entering a lion's den, half-heartedly considering buffing up into his muscle form. He hears the tail end of the Shy Hasekai ceased production on the bullets recently. I doubt it's a coincidence. From Night Eye once he opens the door. Aizawa raises a brow at Toshinori's entrance, but Mirai doesn't turn his head in the slightest. We'll continue our conversation some other time, Eraserhead. Until then, I appreciate your cooperation and my agency will try to show the same hospitality. Mirai leans back in his chair as he brings his hands together, fingers crossing. That seems to be enough, because Aizawa doesn't show any complaints. The tired-looking underground hero simply shrugs and walks past Toshinori with only a small nod of acknowledgement. Once the door closes behind Aizawa, Mirai gestures to the empty seat across from himself using his head. Sit. It sounds too much like a command that Toshinori doesn't even attempt to refuse. The blonde is actually grateful once he does sit, since he's not certain his wobbly legs would have been enough to hold him up for much longer. What brings you by, Toshinori? Night Eye prompts him to speak next. Toshinori can barely hold eye contact for more than a second as he tries to sputter out a response. It's been a while, Mirai. I am here about. I've begun searching for a potential successor. Night Eye hums, whether it be due to musing for himself or an acknowledgement of Toshinori unclear. He then swivels in his chair, taking in the memorabilia that's decorating the office. Toshinori had been so anxious, he hadn't noticed it until now. All Might posters, statues, collectibles, snow globes, and all sorts of other merchandise covers every square inch. Toshinori remembers and understands why this news is so hard on his former sidekick. Mirai finishes his chair's rotation before digging into the desk's built-in filing cabinet. Now that you've come to your senses, I'll show you who I've already chosen. He lets the folder hit the desk hard enough that it'll fall open on its own. Wherever he goes, laughter is sure to follow. Toshinori peers at the folder's contents, surprised to see the same boy that Nezu had shown him. A third-year named Mirio Tagata. The profile photo is promising. He has a muscular physique that should already be adequate to handle one for all. Like Toshinori himself, he's got blonde hair, a distinct face with a bright toothy smile. Still, Toshinori can't help but deflate more than he already has. He's not sure why, but he's not 100% sold on the decision made by somebody else. I would like to meet young Tagata before making any rash decisions. Toshinori settles on a compromise. It must be logical enough for Night Eye, since he's nodding his head in understanding. Night Eye presses the button on his intercom, leaning close enough to the mic to be heard. Bubble Girl, please send Mirio to my office immediately. Toshinori must show his shock in his expression this time since Night Eye explains. I wanted to be certain of his worthiness before recommending him, of course. He interns here at my agency. Toshinori nods in mutual agreement. It's a heavy nod, one burdened with a lot of weight over their previous disagreements, but it moves with an understanding. Tell me about the boy. What else about him caught your eye? He wishes to inquire further about his former sidekick's recommendation before actually meeting Tagata himself. The thought crosses his mind that perhaps the reason why Mirai is so intent on this particular person is because, did you use your foresight quirk on him? Night Eye dismisses the slight allegation with a shake of his head, not to see whether or not he be your successor. He removes his glasses to clean them before continuing. The truth is, I saw a younger version of yourself in Mirio. His ambition, his smile, his sense of humor, even his power, already so strong, and he uses it responsibly. A sufficient candidate that's ready now, in case there is no later. Toshinori takes a look at the picture of Tagata, noting the visual similarities between the boy and himself as well. It's important for a hero to have a smile that can put everyone at ease. At least, that's what Toshinori believes. He sighs, completely understanding Mirai's rational reasoning, but still not completely convinced. You said he already has power. He will already make a great hero. Why not give another person the same chance that was given to me? To get stronger. He clenches his fist and stares at how weak the frail skeletal hand is compared to when he's punching villains with his muscle form. There could be somebody worthy out there who doesn't have the means to be a hero, but does have the heart and desire. Mirai huffs, and Toshinori can't help but assume it's in disappointment. But Mirio is ready. He can become your successor today and be ready today. What if all for one were still alive? Toshinori flinches at the mention of the man who murdered his own master. What if he were to return tomorrow? Or someone as powerful? If you aren't enough, then Mirio would be. Somebody else who isn't prepared now would be a waste. This isn't an investment, Toshinori. Toshinori keeps his hand closed into a tight fist, returning his gaze to it. It's so small when he isn't empowered. It's a gentle thing, almost childish in size. Yet, it's clenched into a fist. It'll punch and fight for justice regardless of how strong it is. Sometimes the world needs a tender touch too. My master allowed me to grow into my power. I didn't become All Might in a day. Mirai opens his mouth to retort but stops short when he sees Toshinori has more to say. A first year could be nurtured given time. A first year has a lot to learn about heroics. A third year has already grown into the hero they're going to be. There is nothing more that you or I will teach them that can change that. Night Eye frowns, but doesn't have any argument to challenge that. In truth, he's too dazed by the reminder that Toshinori can still be wise at times. He'd forgotten that the man in front of him had been his mentor at one time. It's enough to make Mirai cry, but he covers it well by pretending to be shining his glasses. I see your point, is all he can manage without choking on a sob or risking his voice cracking. Fortunately, Mirio chooses that time to join them. He arrives in a sudden and theatrical fashion, head poking through the wall like a ghost. "You wanted to see me, sir." He flashes his best smile. Teeth sparkle like pearls, and the glare from the sun reflecting off them makes it blinding. Toshinori is startled by the strange sudden appearance of Mirio's head in a wall, but Mirai is used to these kinds of antics. "Yes, please use the door this time. You wouldn't want to wind up naked in front of All Might, would you?" Night Eye only directs his attention from the corner of his eye. "All Might." Mirio quickly glances around the room, passing over Toshinori. Rather than explaining now, Night Eye thrusts a thumb at the door. "You'll see." "Yes, sir." Mirio doesn't delay or linger to question further. He vanishes just as quickly as he appeared. Once alone again, Toshinori raises a brow as he asks, "Naked?" A drawback of his quirk. Night Eye rests a hand on his forehead with the temptation to drag it down to his chin. That may not have been the best first impression, but he also knows that Toshinori likes to keep an open mind that will tolerate such an odd introduction. It's just the rest of their meeting that needs to go well. When Mirio returns, this time walking through the door like a normal person, Toshinori can see the boy's hero outfit. A bright yellow number of 1,000,000 stretches across his chest, standing out amongst the stark white of his top hat. A red cape trails behind him, completing the Western hero look that All Might himself had adopted, with the boy's lower half being a pair of baggy blue pants. Mirio glances at Toshinori, staggers, and then stops in place. "Wait, don't tell me." He snaps his fingers as though he just had an epiphany. "I can see the resemblance. You're All Might." Toshinori scratches the back of his head, partly concerned that Tagata was able to figure it out so easily and partially impressed that he was able to put two and two together. "Yes, young man, it is I." He pushes down his worries and covers them up with a welcoming smile. "Would you mind joining us for a moment of your time?" "Absolutely. It's an honor to meet you." Mirio bows to his waistline before rushing to grab a seat with his superiors. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" Toshinori glances at Mirai, wondering if he'll do the explaining or if it'll be left up to him. When Night Eye doesn't say anything, the disempowered All Might relents. "I wanted to see if you would like to inherit my power." He decides to just jump straight to the point. Besides, he'll be able to tell what kind of person Tagata is based on the answer he gives. Mirio blinks once, twice. The room is silent as the third year processes what was just said. Mirio then tilts his head, his confusion being too heavy for his brain. "What do you mean inherit your power?" he asks. Toshinori sighs. He figured he'd have to elaborate, but part of him was hoping he'd get to gloss over the exposition part of this, once again accepting the role that was given to him after double-checking with Mirai. He begins to explain. All Might, the symbol of peace, has to come off as a natural-born hero. As such, I've never disclosed my quirk to the public. He stops when he sees Mirio massaging his temple. For a moment, Toshinori is worried that he's already lost the boy, especially since this is the basic part of the explanation. Come to think of it, there's only ever been theories guessing at some form of super strength, but is relieved when he realizes that Mirio was simply coming to terms with the shocking truth he'd about to be told. Nodding along, Toshinori rips the rest off like a band-aid. "The truth is, my quirk was passed down to me like an Olympic torch." Mirio jumps in surprise like he just received an electric shock and he's now overflowing with loads of questions, but Toshinori holds up a hand that tells him to wait and ask those questions after he finishes. "I have the ability to transfer power. That is the quirk that I inherited. It's called One for All." Mirio checks with Mirai, as though he's expecting Night Eye to reveal it's all an elaborate hoax. Toshinori is grateful that this prompts his former sidekick to explain the rest. The first person cultivates the power, and then passes it on to another. The next refines it and passes it on again. It becomes an everlasting network of power, saving him the trouble. "This stockpiling quirk is what makes me so strong. Now, I wish to pass it on to you, Mirio Tagata. What do you say?" Toshinori chimes back in to remind the boy why he's being told all these secrets in the first place. Toshinori must admit he's surprised when he sees Mirio's smile fall flat. He would have expected anyone to desperately and greedily jump at the opportunity of receiving his power. I honestly don't know. This is all so much. Why me? Do I even deserve that honor?" He places a hand over where his heart is, but the movement draws Toshinori's eye to the number printed across the boy's chest. Toshinori sees Mirai is about to say something, probably to alleviate the boy's concerns, but he holds up a hand to stop him. He wants to take it upon himself and use this as his own opportunity to see what Mirio is all about. "Tell me, young man, what does that number mean on your chest?" He points to the bright yellow font. Mirio looks down, seemingly have forgotten the number was there until now. When he looks back up, his face shows an expression of determination that wasn't there before. It's not the same hopeful smile that Toshinori saw earlier, but rather one with an actual drive to achieve that hope. "I want to save 1,000,000 people, he declares. Toshinori feels the corners of his mouth tugging upwards into a smile before he can even laugh. He can't hold it in, this feeling in his gut. He lets out a mighty guffaw as his body flexes into its muscle form. Pleased with Mirio Tagada and finding the same sense of humor that led Mirai to choosing him as a worthy successor, All Might grins ear to ear. Young Tagada, with one for all, you will save more than 1 million people, he declares as part of his acceptance of the 3rd year. Meanwhile, Akatani Mikumo is focusing on saving just one person. He wants to protect the little girl that's swaddled in so many blankets that he worries she might get cooked from the heat. As soon as they got back, she was fast asleep. Eri had taken over the room that had once been his, occupying the space as her own. He doesn't mind a single bit though. It's not like he slept much there anyways. Besides, he has much more pressing matters if he's to protect Eri. He doesn't know who exactly he's saving her from, but he's assuming it's the Yakuza. After devouring the man who had been stalking them, he found a burlap sack in their back pocket. It wasn't just a bag though. It's a mask, designed to look like a scarecrow's horrorish face. It's no bird beak, but he doesn't think it's a coincidence for someone carrying a freshly made mask to cross paths with him, Eri, and Himiko. He figures the best way to test his hypothesis and get answers is to ask Yuta himself. He'll show him the mask and see if he recognizes it. If he's right about the Yakuza still poking their beaks where they don't belong, then he'll know who to kill. He hadn't really considered what he'd do if Yuta isn't associated with this particular mask, but that'll at least let him know there's some other enemies to look out for. Akatani shoves the burlap mask into his own back pants pocket while heading for the window. Based on how long Eri slept the previous night, he figures he'll have enough time to visit Yuta and return without her knowing he ever left. He's just about to dive into the night when he hears something that stops him in his tracks though. He pauses and listens carefully. He heard what sounded like a whimper. It's the sound of a frightened child. Eri. Akatani bursts towards where she's sleeping with a boost of his quirk's power. Tendrils sprout from his back and pull him forward quicker. His uncovered eye blazes red in the dark void that surrounds it. When he crashes through the door, ready to shred anyone on the other side who isn't Eri, he's surprised to find no one. The only thing terrorizing the child is a nightmare that makes her shudder in her sleep. He knows that the commotion he's made will wake her, so he quickly retracts his predatory organ and covers his eye with his hand as not to scare her any further. Eri tosses the bundle of covers off herself, kicking in a panicked frenzy. Akatani gasps when he sees the tiny horn on her head is beginning to grow bigger. It glows faintly at first, like a dim nightlight, but gradually grows brighter until it lights up the entire room. No, make it stop. Eri screams with tears in her eyes. He doesn't know what's happening, except that she's terrified. He rushes to her side, wrapping his arms around her, hoping that the hug feels protective and not crushing. She squirms as she cries, "Get away. Don't," and he almost does let her go. But he sees the absent twinkle in her red eyes, and what replaces it. He knows that what she's afraid of isn't him. Her horn increasing in size with its bright glow must be her quirk, and he knows firsthand what it's like to be ashamed of your own quirk. So he pulls her closer. He holds her tight and lets her know, "It's okay. Your quirk doesn't scare me. It won't hurt me." He feels her head shaking against his chest in protest, but he doesn't stop. "I'm not going anywhere. You don't have to worry about losing me." Eri continues to sob louder than his words. She ceases her attempts to break loose from his hold though. She must still hear him, because she no longer shakes her head in protest. The tiny horn on her head recedes as it glows fainter, losing its prior power. Akatani just keeps holding on to her. He doesn't let go and he doesn't stop repeating that he won't. They stay there, huddled on the floor. Neither one keeps track of how long. Neither one cares. Eri cries until she can't anymore. The amount of time that takes seemingly as endless as it is brief. Akatani holds her the entire time, not wanting to ever stop anyways. Akatani knows better than to ask her about her quirk. He knows from experience not to pry, but he does want to help her. He knows he has to if she's getting nightmares this bad. So, he thinks of a place he hadn't thought of or been back to in a long time. He thinks of taking her there. "You know, Eri, I was scared of my quirk too." He keeps his voice barely above a whisper and as gentle as possible. The little girl unburies her face from his chest to look up at him. Curiosity getting the better of her, surprise evident in her expression. Seeing her now, he knows it'll help her to know she isn't the only one who's had this problem. He makes his decision and asks her, "Would you like to know how I got a little more used to it?" It's a small group of people sitting in a circle of fold-up chairs, some familiar to Akatani, some just as new to him as they are to Eri. Most have mutation quirks that affect their physical appearance. Eri takes interest in most of them and they delightfully wave to her, making her shyly recoil to hide behind Akatani's legs when they do. It's a quirk support group, a place to share your insecurities, a safe and caring environment with people who can relate. You don't have to say anything. You can just listen. It's the first thing he tells Eri to make her feel comfortable. He then takes her to get a snack from the vending machine and a canned coffee for himself. There he finds a boy who appears to be about his own age. The boy also looks just as sleep-deprived as him, despite the wild case of bedhead. "Hi, are you new here?" Akatani tries to be friendly so he can show Eri how to be sociable at the very least. The indigo-haired boy looks bothered but answers anyways. No. You. Akatani glances at Eri and then back up at the boy. I used to attend regularly, but stopped for a while. He then gestures to the little girl in order to introduce her. I'm mostly back from my sister. The boy notices Akatani's pause, raising a brow. He's not aware that Akatani still hasn't gotten used to referring to Eri as such yet. Is the coffee also for her? He asks. Akatani laughs, not entirely sure if that's a joke or not, but stopping himself when he sees the other boy isn't laughing along. That'd be mine, he says while cracking the can's lid open to take a sip. Can't live without it. Despite not getting the subtle inside joke, the boy still smiles. I can relate. He brandishes his own can of coffee before adding, I'm Hitoshi Shinso, by the way. Nice to meet you, Shinso. Akatani smiles in return. I'm Akatani Mikumo. He gestures to Eri again. And this is Eri. Before bowing, well, Mikumo, can I expect to hear your two stories tonight? Shinso tilts his head like a curious cat. Akatani can't speak for Eri, but he doesn't hesitate with his own answer. No. He stood on the edge of a muddy moat, studying his dark-eyed reflection in the slow-moving water. A light rain created ripples in the stream that distorted his appearance to the point of becoming someone he no longer recognized. He wondered to himself that if he were to fall in, would his friend Kaken, or anyone else for that matter, pull him out? Izuku Midoriya was 4 years old when he learned that not all men are created equal. Not every child is born with a quirk meant for heroism. Some are given powers destined for the opposite. For in a world where there's heroes, there must also always be villains. And Ko Midoriya, little Izuku's mother, had prepared him his favorite meal for dinner. It was his birthday, after all. You only turn 4 once. Not to mention, in this world, that age is known to be a special turning point when growing up. That's the age quirks begin to come into fruition. Like a baby's teeth growing in, children develop this major part of themselves at this critical period in their lives. So katsudon is served for such a special occasion. The panko breaded pork chop and rice with onion-loaded eggs wafted with steam. The aroma was normally one that would have little Izuku salivating. In that moment, though, the stench was worse than when he had to take out the trash. The 4-year-old had to cover his mouth to keep himself from vomiting, but couldn't prevent a dry heave. Sweetie, Inko looked up from her own plate having heard the sound coming from her son. Yet, she remained oblivious to the reason for the noise he made. The younger Midoriya was good at hiding his displeasure from her, faking a wobbly smile. Seeing he hadn't touched the food though, she did have the motherly instinct to at least ask, is everything alright? MHM. He nodded his head frantically like the over-exaggerated gesture would convince her better that way. Then, he braved a bite of the food that smelled so horrendous to him. If he was on the verge of puking before, now he had no choice but to let it all out. The rice felt like maggots squirming on his tongue. The pork chop tasted raw and the breading ground his taste buds like gravel. Izuku. Inko shot up from her chair so that she could hurry over to the other side of the table. Motherly concern had her checking him for a temperature and scheduling a doctor's appointment before he could try allaying her. She hadn't considered the food was what had caused him to throw up. She had thought something was wrong with her son. She was right, Izuku Midoriya would have thought bitterly. Had he known better at that time? It was unassuming at first. Initially, Izuku had only lost his appetite. The taste buds in his mouth had simply started to reject the flavor of his favorite foods. Not even his mother's katsudon was appealing to him anymore. Even the doctor's appointment gave no indication to what his quirk would turn him into. There, the examination showed no other symptoms. His quirk was considered a dud. If only the doctor had looked closer. Then what happened after may have been different. Izuku made the mistake of telling his childhood friend, Katsuki Bakugo, about his quirk. Compared to the other boys' exploding palms, it was clear who stood at the top of the food chain. Young Bakugo scorned young Midoriya. What a worthless quirk. You could never be a hero with something as useless as that. Believing the lack of taste in his mouth was all there was to it. Much like the doctor, the boy was wrong. They would just realize it too late. See, come on, Kaken. I can still be a hero too. Izuku desperately tried defending himself against his friend's shrewd judgment. Katsuki sneered like the other boy had just insulted him. You think you can brush shoulders with me when your quirk is worse than something that'd be given to a side character? He scoffed before being joined by other crude children in the classroom. You're not even good enough to be a sidekick. All the kids laughed and ridiculed Izuku for his quirk. He would have been better off being born quirkless. One of them had bellowed in between giggles. As cruel as it sounded to little Izuku at that time, neither child knew how true that statement was. In that moment, Izuku foolishly prayed to whatever god would listen that his power become stronger than it already was. His prayer had been answered, but not by God. Whether it was late to manifest, laying dormant, or there all along. The darker side to Izuku's power climbed to the surface. It happened when Katsuki scraped his knee while they were on the playground. Despite Izuku sitting on the sidelines, being excluded from the game the blonde and his other friends were playing, he smelled the blood. Having not eaten in days, he began to salivate. His stomach growled in starvation much like his mouth did. Unlike the katsudon, this aroma was one that allured Izuku to it. It was a scent better than any food he'd smelt before. No fresh-baked pastry could compare. The finest steak served by the pro-hero, Lunch Rush, wouldn't have been as appealing of a fragrance. Izuku's nostrils flared. Such a pleasant, sweet smell. He had to get more than just a whiff. Like a wild animal, Izuku viciously attacked Katsuki. He sunk his teeth into the other boy's open wound, fangs piercing the flesh. He could have torn a chunk off, maybe even eaten through the leg. Except, Katsuki was quick to retaliate with his own quirk. A single blast to Izuku's face was enough to separate the two. In Katsuki's state of shock, rage, and confusion, he almost misses it. The deformity of his childhood friend's eyes. The red veins splitting outwards, cracking in a webbed pattern that makes it look like it's about to shatter. For a moment, he worries that he caused it. He thinks the explosion from his quirk disfigured Izuku's face. It's when he catches the glint of red eyes through the smoke of the blast that he realizes that's just the face of the creature attacking him. What was hunched over, ready to pounce on Katsuki like he's prey, wasn't Izuku. From that moment on, a ghoulish instinct had taken over. A drive to feast on human flesh compelled the boy to just dig in already. It took every ounce of willpower not to. It took all he had not to become a villain. Izuku hadn't given up by that point. He pretended to be sick in order to get out of going to school. Locked himself away in his room like a caged beast. He fought against his impulses all that he could. He fought to stay alive, as though he could overpower the ghoulish thing within him. He didn't dare tell anyone about the nagging temptation residing within him though. Even if it meant getting help from others if he did. He was too afraid. He was convinced he'd be better off solving his own problem. For fear of being labeled a villain, he would never share the new development of his quirk, not even with his mother. He planned to keep it a secret. The poor naive child, only 4 years old, didn't know any better. Izuku, dear, Inko Midoriya knocked on her child's bedroom door with a reluctance. He had become somewhat of a recluse ever since the playground incident with Mitsuki's son. She figured he just felt guilty and never got over it. I know you said you didn't like it anymore, but it's been a while since you've tried. I thought I would make katsudon tonight. Wanna just try to eat it? It had been so much easier to solve these situations by making him his favorite dish. She didn't know what to do when that no longer worked, so she just kept trying. A pointless attempt to fix things, much like her son's. After he didn't answer, she solemnly hung her head. I'm going to make it anyways. It's here if you want it. And she gave up. She'd been so distraught that she became distracted while chopping the vegetables. The knife she was using slices open her finger. It doesn't matter that she shoves it in her mouth to stop the bleeding. It had already been spilled. A single drop on the counter. Blood. The ghoul broke down the barrier between it and her. Then it devoured its first meal. The monster used its predatory appendages to rip open the flesh and separate the bones. Its nails scraped at the skin and tore at the meat like talons. The creature sank its fangs into Inko Midoriya and chewed even after she stopped screaming. It ate until it was no longer hungry. Only after the intense craving to eat subsided did Izuku Midoriya regain his senses. But by then, it was too late. He didn't even recognize the empty husk laying in the middle of his kitchen. The child's wails that echoed his mother's did though. The tears that hit the floor washed away the blood. But not the haunting memories. He remembered the Red Sea that flowed into the valley he had created. The crimson cloud of his eye doesn't cover it. It's unhidden from him. He only has his reckless behavior to blame for it. Henceforth, he named the ghoul Akatani Makumo. A cat as black as the night itself creeps along the narrow top of a brick wall, its wet fur glistening in nature's shower as rain falls in Musutafu. A powerful beam of light sweeps down from above, momentarily illuminating the feline's depthless eyes, the void's bottomless pit twinkling in the harsh glare. The light then sweeps down and past the animal as quick as it arrived, a thrum of muffled turbines accompanying the moving illumination. The searchlight came from one of several patrol dirigibles crisscrossing the wet surface of a glassy sky. From up above, the city seems quiet. However, the officers within the blimp know better than to be deceived by a night in the Tokyo ghoul's hunting ground. The ghoul is a silent but lethal predator, not a pack hunter that howls at the moon like a wolf. It's more than capable of catching its prey alone, stalking such prey so stealthily that the tranquility is eerie. The officers know just how elusive this hunter truly is. To go this long without being caught proves as much. As one of the officers pilots the rigid aircraft, another wears earphones connected to a console that controls an array of audio surveillance equipment. The state-of-the-art electronics are channeled into a unit attached to the blimp's undercarriage. Just coming hot off the assembly line and primed off the experimental stage, the gear can detect such occurrences as a voice raised in distress or a scream, often before visual contact. However, just in case, a pair of military-grade binoculars that are connected by a heavy cable to a control unit rests on standby. The bulky frame has several electromechanical additions that allow the lenses to utilize a modified infrared light, specifically meant to peer into the darkness. Only the best for the magnitude of this stakeout has been supplied to the officers. They had originally started by simply sitting around on the streets, parked in a police cruiser. When they bore no results, they took to the skies. A searchlight procures no more subtlety than a patrol car, but it does make whatever is lurking in the dark have a harder time hiding there. It's like switching on a big nightlight to expose the monster under the bed. The blimp continues soaring across the night sky, just beneath a rolling layer of clouds lit from beneath by the silvery lights of the city. Down below, a creature more nimble than the cat glides through the dark, slick streets over which the dirigible had just passed. The creature of the night's destination is just as easy to miss. Among apartment buildings and the occasional supermarket or diner, a small structure made from brick looks to be tucked away in something of a small alley. The only sign of it not being vacant are the glass door and the red glow of kanji hung above it, reading closed. However, the interior proves to be vastly different from the exterior. Neon lamps create a well-lit array of masks, the presentation having an appearance that would have one believe it all belongs in a museum. The Nightwalker brushes by the displays, not even sparing a single one of the art pieces a glance. It seeks the maker, not what they've made. The designer of the disguises is in the back of the building, dwelling within the staff room. Supplies are kept in storage there. Tool cabinets and hangars containing equipment that ranges from small screwdrivers to a large lathe. The back space is poorly lit compared to the front that's meant for customers. The sole light source comes from a single fluorescent bulb aimed above a workstation. Strings and wires cover the desk and make a messy workspace. That's where the shopkeeper sits on a stool, completely oblivious to what lurks in the shadows. It takes the ghoul announcing its presence for the craftsman to notice. Yuta holds an unlit cigarette in his hand, gaping at who's standing in front of him, but more so at what they are holding in their hand. Akatani Mikumo shows the mask maker a burlap sack that's been outfitted to be wearable. One of yours. Akatani's accusatory tone is vastly different from the friendly nature Yuta remembers. The boy's bone-chilling stare sends chills running down Yuta's spine. The emerald eye he's used to seeing is shrunken to a red speck and surrounded by a blackened soul. Yuta drops the unlit cigarette, showing his empty palm to let Akatani know that he means no harm. How did you get that? He nearly swallows his question before he can ask it. The gulp is reserved for afterwards, so that he doesn't ask anything else in his state of panic. I took it off the corpse of a guy who was following me, Iri, and Himiko around. Akatani recaps the events of how he got the burlap sack before tossing it into Yuta's lap. Now tell me, is it one of yours? Yuta looks down at the mask that's resting on his leg. He doesn't need to see it up close to know it is indeed one that he made, but he humbly uses the excuse to avoid making eye contact with the intimidating being that's standing over him. Why yeah, it's one that I made for the Yakuza. The stitched smile is one that he had threaded himself. Yuta is almost too afraid to lift his head. He feels as though doing so would mean looking death in the face. The way Akatani had presented himself was akin to that of a king cobra using its hood to look bigger or a rattlesnake coiling up with its tail shaking. When he realizes he's still alive to be able to mull over a decision though, he's able to gather enough courage. Taking a deep breath, he forces himself to look up. Akatani is staring at the stub where Yuta is missing an appendage. The red orb is gone and the darkness is receded, his eye back to normal. He gestures to the absent arm. Did they do that to you? Yuta lets out the breath that he had been holding, relieved that Akatani is showing concern and not disdain for him. He then realizes the question that he was asked, anxiety returning full force again. Yes, but it's okay. Yuta gets off his stool so that he can get close enough to Akatani to place an assuring hand on one of the boy's shoulders. There's nothing to be done about it. Akatani's gaze hardens more if that's even possible at this point. The hands at his sides clench into fists, tightening until they shake from the amount of pressure being applied. They've crossed a line. He growls as his anger bubbles to the surface. He's a volcano waiting to erupt. Yuta sees this and squeezes Akatani's shoulder in an attempt to keep the boy grounded. Hey, listen to me. There's nothing you can do about it. Just let it go. Akatani pulls away, shaking Yuta's hand off his shoulder. You're wrong. I can kill them. Every last one of them. His eye begins to morph into its predatory state as he loses control of his emotions. I'll kill them all. Spittle flies out of his mouth as he begins to salivate. I'll eat them alive as I rip them limb from limb. Yuta frightfully steps back, taken further aback by the sudden change in the boy he had considered to be kind-hearted. Remembering how timid Akatani was when they first met though, he's able to find the bravery to not let that fear stop him from being there for that boy. Calm down. He spots the coffee maker he had turned on minutes ago from the corner of his eye. Have a cup of coffee and consider what you're doing first. Akatani breathes heavily, not quite leveled out yet, but doesn't turn him down. Yuta takes that as a sign that the boy is willing to listen. He grabs the pitcher from the brewer and pours the two of them a couple of cups. Akutami accepts his cup, taking a sip of the tepid coffee. Yuta drinks some of his own, treating it like liquid courage. He only wishes there were alcohol in it. They didn't keep their word. They didn't leave Miori alone. Akutami breaks the brief silence with a more reserved tone of anger. And they hurt you. His eyes flick to the missing arm and then back to the coffee. Yuta sighs, wanting to drown himself in the cup of joe, but tries to find the right words to reply with instead. Maybe, but we're still alive. These are powerful people, Mikumo. As confident as you are of your quirk, I don't think you should be overly reliant. It's just not worth the risk. He hopes that'll be enough to make the teen understand. It isn't. Akutami sets his cup of coffee down, opting the object in his hand for the leather mask that Yuta had made for him what feels so long ago. You don't understand, Yuta-san. He slides it over his head so that it covers his face. I wasn't asking for permission. I'd already made up my mind when you confirmed my suspicions. I'm going to slaughter them. Then he closes the zipper where his mouth is. The rain flows like a river rather than a showerhead. It pushes everything that it comes into contact with downstream. All that gets caught in the current is swept away. The cat from before paddles in the soaked streets before finding a garbage can to cling on to. The ghoul that's much more resilient wades by, emulating the storm as a force to be reckoned with. A thick wall serves as a dam, the harsh weather crashing against it, but the sturdy structure not bending to its will. Beyond that is a wrought iron fence topped with spear points, promising impalement for any other force of nature. Even though the ghoul descends from above in a flash of lightning followed by a percussion of thunder, it is a whole other caliber come to wreak hell. Neither barrier keeps it from entering the property and breaching its security. Trees and brush conceal the traditional Japanese residence that it intrudes upon. Forested land hides the hunter as well. The Yakuza compound is a wooden collection of business office buildings, each of them a dollhouse to be knocked over. What was once a koi pond now overflows, the fish diving below the surface level. When Akutami enters one of the buildings, finding the interior just as decorated, he recalls those fish swimming down. The absence of the Yakuza means they too have hidden themselves during the storm. The tentacle appendages protruding from the small of his back large and heavy. He brings them down on the floorboards. With a crash as resoundingly strident as the thunder, the ground gives in. He lands in a metallic basement, debris following him down. One of what will be many men dressed as plague doctors whirls around in a state of disconcerted alarm. The black cape hanging from the man's shoulders blows upwards thanks to the updraft of wind that came on collision. Their matching bowler hat flying off their head. Whatever expression they're making behind the beaked mask on their face is not in reaction to the cave-in itself, but rather what caused it. Silhouetted in the smoke is a monster, the ghoul's predatory organ shaking like a collection of rattlesnake tails. A single red orb glows in the midst of darkness, pointed at the Yakuza man akin to a sniper dot choosing its quarry to take aim. The creature's face is covered in leather, its artificial teeth permanently bare. The lipless mouth exposes its gums, damp from the rain and looking like spittle. The ghoul takes to crawling on its red limbs, zigzagging in a low-poised position that resembles an arachnid ready to strike. Then it does. The liquid muscles that make up its kagune pierce its intended target. Each tentacle threads the Yakuza's body, wrapping around the skeleton embedded within, and then pulls. Flesh tearing, blood curdling not just from the victim's scream, and another boom of thunder reverberates off the metallic walls. More Yakuza come to check what all the commotion is about. A blonde with their chin-length hair parted to the left, a muscular guy with his head shaved, and another spiky-haired blonde in a yukata run into the chamber from one of many tunnels. The ghoul is only now realizing that it's entered an underground labyrinth. However, it won't be the same as a mouse in a metal maze, not when the cheese is coming to it instead of having to be seeked. The blonde whose hair isn't pointed notices the mauled and mangled corpse of their fallen comrade first. Oh my god. Their face goes pale even before their impalement. From across the room, one of the kagune limbs arched over its owner and acted as a scorpion stinger. Before the bald Yakuza member can share the same fate, the still-living blonde jumps in front of him. Watch out. A dome-shaped force field materializes seemingly out of thin air to protect the two of them. It just barely does. The obstruction is the blonde's quirk. He grunts and shows physical strain when the yellow barrier cracks upon being struck. A second strike is all it takes to finish the job. Once the barrier is broken, the man in the yukata is torn into by the ghoul's liquid claws, joining his allies in a hell of anguish. Bastard. The remaining prey crystallizes his body so that he doesn't die immediately from his own stabbing. All he did was prolong his suffering. Akutami's liquid muscle imms itself into the armored skin, the power of the strike pushing the man back and nearly knocking him over. You're the one who killed Sorimitsu too, aren't you? The bald Yakuza grits blood-stained teeth as he tries to pry the ghoul's appendage from his chest, able to harden and soften his predatory organ at his own will. Akutami applies a little more force to overpower his struggling catch. Blood flows from the man's mouth before exiting through the gaping hole in his abdomen. Then he's discarded with a flick of the tail, body crumpling over somewhere out of sight. The ghoul spins in a circle, searching for anyone else to eliminate. When it finds nobody, it chooses the corridor it's facing to look for more. The creature bounces wall to wall, springing from corner to corner, clearing the stretch of hallway quickly. When it finally finds another opening of space, it's pleased to discover another living being occupying that area. This one is much larger than the others were. Thicker muscles, broader shoulders, and tall enough to reach the ceiling. The ghoul doesn't deem this stature threatening, though. It figures this just means its next victim is Meteor. The hulking Yakuza wears a signature plague mask, enraging the ghoul. It wants to sink its teeth into the behemoth's exposed flesh, the black tank top doing nothing to keep them protected. But a fist the size of a bulldozer overkilled by added knuckle-dusters comes barreling towards Akatani before he can make the first move. He's forced to leap over the punch in order to avoid it, the metal gloves augmenting the missed strike, preventing him from returning the favor just yet. When he lands behind the oversized man, he regains his footing immediately, readying himself to dodge or attack. An intruder. What a drag. The giant groans in complaint while spinning around to face the trespasser that just jumped over him. Akatani crouches low when he sees the mountainous man reaching for him a second time. Come here, you little twerp. But the brute doesn't realize he's just backed the ghoul into a corner like one should never do with a dangerous animal. Akatani's appendages lash out, slashing as a pair of claws. They slice through the Yakuza's thick fingers, the digits dropping to the ground with heavy thuds. Only then does the giant pull back their hand, but by then it's too late. After a cross between a scream and a curse, the Yakuza grabs his hand that's sopping with blood, reeling in pain. Akatani pulls the tab on the zipper of his mask, going for the jugular next. However, the brutish being manages to put the mass of his arm between his throat and the killing blow before the ghoul can sink its teeth in. Instead of biting the man's neck, Akatani gets a mouthful of the giant's elbow. The behemoth growls more than the animalistic boy who doesn't let go regardless of missing his intended mark. The brutish barbarian uses this as an opportunity. His other arm free, fingers still attached, the Yakuza grabs the ghoul who unknowingly made themselves an easy-to-catch target. By latching on with his teeth, Akatani forfeited his mobility. Now the giant can use his quirk on the boy, having met the qualifications for activating it. The touch-based power begins siphoning Akatani's stamina. Akatani can feel his vitality being stolen, his strength to struggle against the Yakuza's grip lessening. Meanwhile, the muscular man increases in size, veins bulging as they pump pure power into his system. Unharmed, but disoriented, Akatani twists for leverage some more. Despite maneuvering to free himself, he still can't muster enough energy to do so. That must not be enough to satisfy the Yakuza. The giant wants to pay the boy back with equal pain. So the Yakuza puffs and draws his anaconda arms tight around Akatani's waist until he's able to clasp his own wrist. You should have known better to pick a fight with me, kid. The beaked brute breathes into the ghoul's face. The ghoul hisses as it pushes down against the elephantine forearms, but the grip remains locked. Seeing there's still some fight left in his opponent, the Yakuza squeezes tighter. Akatani wants to argue that the instigator was the shy Hasekai, but having the air forced from his lungs, the only comeback he manages is another shrill seat through his bared teeth. The Yakuza isn't the only one who can regain their stamina by taking from others, though. The ghoul bites into one of the biceps attached to the arms that are currently crushing it in a bear hug. Except this time, instead of keeping his teeth embedded or releasing, he viciously whips his head back with immense force. The motion rips a chunk of flesh from the giant's equally ginormous arm. The ghoul then swallows it, barely bothering to chew. The humongous Hulk roars in a cross between agony and rage, but doesn't loosen his hold. They'll come to regret that when the ghoul goes for seconds and thirds, a fourth bite, a fifth. When Akatani finishes ripping a sixth piece of meat from the Yakuza's chunky arms, that's finally when the Goliath has enough. He lets go of the boy, cannibalizing him, never ceasing his anguished screams. Free from the giant's grasp at last, Akatani performs a backflip to put space between the two of them. Akatani lands, one hand to the ground, ready to spring back into action already. The Yakuza staggers a step, but otherwise flexes with the adrenaline pumping through him. Neither spare another second. They're both running on a cocktail of bloodlust and vim vigor. They come at each other swinging. Akatani blocks the giant's thick arm before slamming a right hook into their plague mask. The Goliath keeps his skull pointed straight ahead, not even turning to absorb the impact. Wrapping his beefy arms around Akatani, the giant tries to overpower and tackle the much smaller being. The ghoul holds its ground, pressing its hands against the wide shoulders of its larger quarry and pushing. Tendrils slam into the ground and stab themselves into the Yakuza, providing the extra shove. Each male strains, trying to force the other back and prove themselves the alpha. Neither would bend, but the ghoul's conviction proves greater, aiding in its efforts. The soles of the Yakuza's oversized shoes would soon be scraping along the ground. The Yakuza yells as he starts to lose the grudge match, realizing he'll have to forfeit it or lose. Maintaining his grip, the giant hurls them both sideways, bringing them crashing to the ground. They roll, and the massive man uses his greater weight to force Akatani beneath him. Holding his enemy in place with one elephantine arm, he pounds away with the other. The first punch catches Akatani's nose and bounces the back of his skull against the ground. It only made the ghoul angrier, outmatching the Yakuza in that regard at the very least. After that, each time a fist came down, Akatani twisted his head out of the way and jabbed, alternating his left and his right. He connected 4 times for every one of the behemoth's glancing attacks. When the gargantuan Goliath picked up speed, the ghoul matched him. Finally, that beak started to split, the skull beyond turning this way and that. Realizing he was losing, the Yakuza tried attacking with both hands. Seizing the opening, Akatani folded his knees to his chest and shoved his feet into the man's abdomen. Sure enough, that hefty torso rose. Free of the weight, Akatani manages a backwards somersault with the help of his extra limbs. Before the Yakuza enforcer can raise his mighty arms to block, Akatani lands a solid slash across his chest. The tank top rips in half, exposing the man's bare chest. They go at one another for one final round, this one a wreck, both of them welling with bruises. 2 feral animals tear into each other, punching and kicking as they brawl, no longer caring what they hit as long as they hit something. The ghoul coils itself around the massive man, constricting its tails and giving the Yakuza a taste of his own suffocating medicine. Losing his advantage, the bigger being succumbs to the beating and drops to one knee. A final whip from one of the ghoul's tails strikes the giant's head harder than a gator's would have. His huge form rocks one way and then the other. He reaches desperately with a fingerless hand for one of the hallways, crawling towards it only an inch before landing face down. The ghoul senses other presences coming from that direction, raising its head. Indeed, 2 newcomers step into the ring. Did you see that, Chronostasis? This guy looks like the real deal. He brought down Katsukame. Another beaked bastard gleefully slams his brass knuckles together. The one he was talking to, Chronostasis, wears a white raincoat with the hood drawn up. It shielded him from the blood splatters, tiny red specks evident on the fabric. Don't get carried away, Rappa. He only gets halfway through warning his comrade before a tentacle from the ghoul thrashes him. Slammed with immense force into the wall, ceiling, and then ground, he's broken like a panada with intestines pouring out instead of candy. Rappa bursts into laughter, not seeming to care for the grotesque murder of his partner. He's too fired up by the prospect of fighting the opponent in front of him to care. Oh yeah, finally, someone to fight who I can stake my life on the line with. He celebrates prematurely before rushing at the ghoul with all of his eagerness. Give me the thrill that I seek. Satisfy me. Akatani doesn't budge from his position to kill this one either. He lets the resilient appendages that make up his predatory organ do all the work. Flexible with a flow smooth as water, they wrap his arms before he can wind them up for a punch. Firm that they can't be pulled and sturdy that they can't be pushed against, the Yakuza is snared. The tendrils then pull in opposing directions. Rappa would have screamed as he was torn in half, if not for the Kagyun chopping his head off first. The ghoul stays crouched on all fours for a moment, catching its breath after its grudge match with the mammoth of a man it brought down. It won't waste time waiting though. It doesn't want to take a break. It wants to break. The tendrils of its Kagyun lay themselves flat on the ground, drilling past the covering and digging into the dirt. The pedipalps serve as sensory organs now, feeling for vibrations beneath the floor's surface. Acute sensitivity allows them to perceive the footfalls of someone no matter the distance. It seeks a knowledge through feeling to find where the remaining Yakuza are and learns what direction to go in. Removing its tentacles from the floor first, the ghoul primes itself to hunt, then bolts down the corridor it knows has more prey. The tendrils that sensitively felt for it now become sturdy footholds for it to bound across the halls. The predator salivates at the corners of its mouth as it draws closer to the yummy Yakuza. Another plague mask. This one white, identifies the being as short as Eri. It's another one of those beaked Yakuza bastards. Their black bodysuit does nothing to protect them from the ghoul's bite. It comes out of nowhere, the prey foreseeing its sudden demise. A jaw strength as strong as an alligator's element of surprise shreds the man in half. It's a sudden strike with an immense bite force, not unlike the land lizard surprising a gazelle, or in this case, a buzzard. The Yakuza lets out an ear-piercing cry as they're torn in half. The scream alerts a long-haired man despite their drunken state. The alcoholic staggers, letting the beer bottles in their hands fall from their grasp, not because of how plastered they are, but because of the gruesome instantaneous murder they just witnessed. Akatani can tell there's a horrified expression behind the plain mask they have on, the fitted drains serving as eyeholes letting him see how wide they are. For a fleeting moment, Akatani feels a sensation of vertigo, like he's the one who's buzzed. It doesn't stop him from taking out the long-haired man too though. Once he does, the dizziness fades. After that fast-feeding frenzy, it almost doesn't stop there. especially with the personal vendetta it has against the remaining beaked Yakuza. The ghoul has enough self-restraint to stop itself though. It wants this final one to suffer a little more than the others first. The leader of the Shy Hasekai stares at the mess Akatani has made with bewildered disgust. His green bomber jacket is speckled with blood from his subordinates, making him discard it in a germophobic panic. The surgical face mask Akatani had seen him in last has been replaced by a magenta bird beak embroidered with gold. Yuta was right when he said the distinguishing feature was a pretentious one. Boy, the Yakuza leader seethes in rage. Just what do you think you're doing? Akatani grinds his fingernails against the ground, wishing they were sharpened claws that he could use to rip the man's throat out. He figures he'll just have to settle for his kagyun. What anybody does when they're hungry. I'm eating. The ghoul snarls like a rabid animal. The Yakuza leader squints like he's staring at the most unsightly thing he's ever laid eyes on. Bullets. Then he calls for his disposable shoulders to deal with it. Imagine his surprise when they don't come. The pawns have already been eliminated. If this were a game of chess, Akatani would have beaten him in it worse than he did when they played Go. I kept you for last, main course. Akatani taunts and titters. Don't worry, I saved my appetite. The repulsed man eyes the gleeful boy warily, reaching for one of the gloves covering his hands. The Yakuza leader's hands are his weapons. Like a gun, if he can just pull the trigger, he might stand a chance against the ghoul. I should have disposed of you back then. He regrets allowing the monster to hunt him down in his own home. Even with all of his devoted followers, he's left to face the rising star of villainy. The Yakuza was supposed to rise up from the underground. Not you. He has no choice but to challenge that power with his own. The ghoul returns the threat with its own, lifting the appendages that are now its forelimbs. The unzipped mask displaying its fangs. The tails are a blur. The impact with what they lash out at, however, has more substance. Their intended target was able to use his quirk before they made it to him. The floor shifts like tectonic plates during an earthquake, a makeshift wall jutting out from the ground. That's what gets obliterated by the force of the ghoul's predatory organ instead of the Yakuza boss. Akatani lands stationary on a hexagonal piece of the ground, then ricochets off of it, heading for the Yakuza leader himself. He gets close, but that's all. A makeshift spire from shards of the ground reaches up to intersect the ghoul's path, deflecting the intended attack. One of the boy's limbs whips across the spike, severing it before it can sever him. The beaked crime lord slaps his other hand down, his fingers first creating a ripple, before the floor lifts upwards as a giant wave comes crashing towards Akatani. The ghoul surfs it, riding the wall as it pushes him back. When the shield begins protruding spikes like the one he'd broken earlier, Akatani starts ascending it. The appendages are moving, mirroring and imitating Akatani's every gesture. They respond not only to mental commands, but by pure instinct. The limbs are an extension of the ghoul's mind. They effortlessly defend against the spires while simultaneously destroying them. The arms shatter the barrier between them and their prey, pursuing the Yakuza leader relentlessly. Akatani's opponent continues to modify the ground, reshaping the area in a way that separates them from one another. When manipulating the surroundings to keep the ghoul at bay doesn't work, the young head of the Shy Hasekai uses it to maneuver himself in order to flee. Akatani anchors himself to the ceiling, avoiding the controllable surface below and changing tactics. Two stone spears shoot for where the ghoul was, but he's no longer there. He's swinging from the limbs that attach themselves to the ceiling, moving at a much faster pace than before. The kagyun rips loose from the roof, sending the ghoul into a freefall. One of the flexible limbs solidifies, swinging like a sword. The Yakuza leader shrieks in both pain and indignation as his left hand is torn off from his arm. The sight of his own blood causes the germaphobe to break out into hives, but he's already reeling from the loss of a limb. The pullback causes him to misstep and fall over the ledge of his own makeshift tower. Both fighters flailing through the air, they plummet towards a demise of jagged points jutting out from the ground. The ghoul reacts with its limbs once more. The wall to its right shatters, pounded apart by the impact of those tentacles. Debris rains down with them now, making for floating stepping stones to not only slow the fall but to get nearer to the Yakuza boss. Akatani's tentacles descend on their victim, stabbing through his stomach and lower left thigh. He cries out in agony again, but this time reacts with a vengeance. The hand that's still attached grabs onto one of the ghoul's liquid muscles. Once caught in his grasp, the overhaul ability of the beaked villain is able to disassemble the appendage. Akatani's blood bursts forth and the remains of the tail retracts in a wagging frenzy. The prey shoves his uncaptured leg into the predator's gut, pushing off in order to escape. Akatani screams with his enemy as they break apart. The Yakuza places his remaining hand over his chest, clenching through the fabric of his shirt. Then using his quirk on himself, he reassembles his molecules to heal. The process is extremely painful for him, but his missing hand returns and the two holes in his body are refilled by the time he's about to smack against the floor beneath him. Akatani stabs the tower nearest to him, sliding to a stop before he can collide with the pointed peril at the bottom. He looks up to see his enemy has also made contact with the tower, his quirk aiding him in charging up the side of it. The ghoul roars as rage overtakes it, its viscous tentacles hauling it up and after the Yakuza. A high-speed pursuit ensues as they race to climb up the pillar. Seeing the animalistic boy gaining on him, the Yakuza extends the tower's length. It grows higher and higher, becoming tall enough to pass through the metal sheeting of the underground base and straight through the wooden structure above it. In an effort to escape hell, the villain reaches desperately for the heavens. The demon chasing after him won't allow that to happen though. Akatani stops climbing the structure, coming up with a different plan to catch the beaked bastard who's taking flight just like an actual bird. He decides it's easier to chop the pillar down as though it were a tree to tear down instead of trying to reach those same heights. The ghoul's tentacles smash this way and that, sending pieces of the tower flying. It crumbles before giving way to the onslaught, bending as it's put off balance. Akatani perches himself on the top of what's left over once it topples. He watches as the rest timbers downwards, riding it down as the Yakuza leader, yelling as he tries to cling to it. The collision of the stone on top of the wood sends splinters and pebbles flying skywards, nearly pelting against Akatani. He slides down the side of the slippery slope, raptorial tendrils slithering behind him. Just as he's about to touch the ground, those same limbs push off the pillar to gain air. Akatani sails overhead before catching a piece of the foundation with his hand. With one fluid motion, he spins skyward before landing on his feet. Sprawled out at those feet lies the fallen leader of the Shai Hasekai. The magenta beak that would be covering his face is cast to the side, straps torn and corners chipped. A horrifying human expression is covered in ash, soot, hives, and blood. Anger contorted with terror leaks out with the sweat. Akatani sees why when he tries looking for the rest of the Yakuza boss. The lower half of the man's body is separated from his upper half, intestines trailing between those parts like flimsy strings. The Yakuza leader tries lifting one of his arms, but it's pinned by a bunch of rubble. When he realizes his struggle is to no avail, he quits trying to pull it free. He resorts to using his other arm, hoping to restore himself. Except, Akatani won't let that magic trick work twice. He stomps on the Yakuza's wrist, pinning the arm down like its twin. A cry comes through the man's bloodied lips when he's given more agony. Those cries continue as that agonizing torture increases. More blood is spilled, from more than just the Yakuza's mouth. Like a flightless bird, he is devoured by the predator that waited for it on the ground. Akatani recalls the dove analogy that he told Toga. He'd compared themselves to the buzzards that rip at the flesh of the fallen. Now, he realizes the true vultures were the Yakuza. They were feeding off the remains of what they could to stay alive. In order for creatures like ghouls to survive, they must do more than live off of scraps. They must hunt. The ghoul feasts on what he's hunted. Its teeth gnash together as it swallows the flesh of the flightless Yakuza. Its tendrils cut and dig into that meat as though they're a set of utensils, slicing chewable pieces. The body of the man being eaten alive writhes but is unable to escape being devoured. All the end of a criminal generation can do is yell at the glassy sky above it, the looking glass fogging up as its vision of the future fades. Clouds as thick as ice cover the sky like a cooling blanket. The murky overcast cracks when it's struck by a streak of lightning. Jagged lines split the sky, slicing through the vapor like the ghoul's predatory organ that digs into the flesh of its quarry. A gray fog descends from above, no longer content with just drifting overhead. Not a single car splashes through the flooded streets. The rising water would be more suitable of a terrain for boats. Periodically, streetlights gleam overhead, shadows dark and crisp in the flickering glow. The sound of emptiness hums with the dying bulbs, only to be disrupted by a loud gregarious boom of thunder. Himiko recognizes the view of it all. It's a night like the one she met Akatani during. It's right outside her window, rain tapping against the glass like someone knocking at the door to be let in. Her fingers trace the lines of water that trail down the window. To her, it looks like the sky is crying. The amount of tears is enough to flood the entire world. She feels something nuzzle against her bosom, snapping her out of it. When she looks down to see the culprit, she remembers where she is. Curled up in her lap is Akatani's illegitimately adopted sister. Akatani had asked her to watch the little girl while he went out. He'd brought her to his home to do so. She turns her head from the window to see the collection of books that are warmly lit. Having Yuri pick out a bedtime story took so long that Himiko had expected Akatani to return by now. It's a bittersweet feeling, to be in his home with the sweet little girl. But without him, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. She perks up when she hears the door unlocking. Who else but Akatani enters? The sound of his return rejuvenates all the energy that was drained for Yuri to fall asleep. Akata Niai, Akata Niai. She cheers with delight as she bolts from Himiko's lap to her big brother. Himiko's laugh at the nickname the boy's little sister gave him hides the part of her that laughs in overwhelming relief. Did you miss me? Akatani wraps Yuri in a hug so warm that you'd never suspect he'd come from the cloudburst outside. Without his mask, he's just a bright-eyed boy with an equally radiant smile. We both did, silly. Himiko joins in to make it a group hug. What kind of question is that? Akatani laughs, knowing that question is as rhetorical as his own was. Once the hug is over, he pulls away to take something out of his pants pocket. Thanks for watching, Yuri. I've got something to pay you back for the trouble. He keeps digging to find whatever it is he wants to give her in return for the favor. But Himiko holds her hands up in objection to stop him. She was no trouble at all. It was my pleasure. She insists when she sees he hasn't stopped digging. Seriously, I'll babysit any time. For free. Even so, Akatani pulls something out of his pocket to give her. I wanted to thank you somehow. Himiko thinks it's money, until the fingers uncurl from his fist to reveal a few vials of blood instead. The blonde is shocked speechless, her mouth hanging open in a breathless gasp. I was only able to collect a little for you. But Akatani nervously scratches the back of his head when he sees her reaction, unable to read her emotions from it. It's the boy's turn to be dumbstruck when Himiko catches him off guard with a kiss on the cheek. She takes the vials from him during that moment of short-lived intimacy before briskly heading for the door, flushed red from overheating and embarrassment. Akatani's brain barely reboots in time for him to remember the weather Himiko is going into. Wait, the rain, but the blonde has already hurriedly made her escape, standing in the middle of the doorframe, between his home and the hallway. He's amazed that she's completely erased her presence. Not even the ghoulish aspect of his quirk is able to detect her by scent. He briefly wonders if he should add the theory that she's related to the Ingenium family to her pages of his analysis notebooks. After brushing it off, he discards the thought and returns his attention to Eri. The little horned child has her head tilted to the side, white hair hanging, her attentiveness having watched the entire exchange evident. She blinks up at Akatani full of innocence. Are you and Big Sis gonna turn into my mommy and daddy now? But asks the furthest from innocent of questions, short-circuiting for the second time that night in such a short span of time. Akatani has no other way to respond than a curt, time for bed. But unfortunately for Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, now was anything other than time for him to go to sleep, despite the intense bags he's developed under his eyes, rivaling that of a raccoon's and Eraserhead's simultaneously. He continues to read the tiny print of paper reports, regardless of Makoto's constant badgering for him to get an eye exam. He refuses to wear glasses. He contemplatively rubs the stubble that's been growing itself out into a goatee. The lack of having time to shave and what's occupying the space on his chin also helping him to look more and more like Aizawa every day. The thought of growing out the hair on top of his head too in order to complete the look makes him shudder. The detective's office is as unorderly and unadorned as the man himself. A gooseneck lamp flickers with a dying bulb as it struggles to illuminate the stack of manila file folders varying in thickness. The swivel chair he's sitting in needs a new ball bearing as much as its occupant needs a break. Naomasa's title stenciled on the frosted glass window of his office door would never allow a vacation though. Instead, the detective works overtime trying to juggle both cases of the Yakuza and the Tokyo Ghoul. Little did he know he was about to receive a phone call from Eraserhead that would somehow end one of those investigations while making the other much more complicated. He answers on the third ring after considering just waiting for it to go to voicemail. I don't have enough coffee in me for another one of your theories right now. Neither the underground hero or the detective are accustomed to formalities such as saying hello when answering the phone, so Aizawa is quick to cut to the chase as well. I wish all I had for you was a theory. The usual exhaustion in Eraserhead's tone leaks through the line, but it's accompanied by a sense of dread that unnerves Naomasa. Are you seated? Already frustrated. Naomasa slides his hand up from his stubble-covered chin and runs it through the hair on the top of his head instead. Forget growing it out. At this rate, his stress will give him a receding hairline. What does it matter? Just tell me. He grumbles just loud enough for Aizawa to hear him over the phone. But still, Aizawa doesn't relent. You may want to sit down for this. The sound of rustling accompanies the underground hero's voice. Yes, I'm sitting. Just tell me. Naomasa finally snaps, having had enough. He notices from the corner of his eye that Sansa Tamakawa, his subordinate, is standing outside his doorway with a paper in hand. He holds up a single finger to signal for the cat-like officer to wait. After a brief pause, perhaps a moment of hesitation on Aizawa's part, the underground hero finally shares with the detective his reason for calling. The entire Yakuza has been massacred with an MO that looks like the Tokyo Ghoul, but no way of ripping that metaphorical band-aid off slow or fast would have ever been the right way to do so. What? Naomasa abruptly shoots up straight in his swivel chair. The broken swivel chair. The one that needs a new ball bearing. The sudden movement is too much on it, putting it off balance and causing it to topple over. With its occupant, Naomasa's butt collides with the floor, his tailbone taking the brunt of the fall. Sir, Tamakawa attempts to rush to his superior's aid having witnessed the blunder. However, he only makes it 2 strides into the office before Naomasa is back on his feet with an outstretched arm, palm flat, to let him know he's okay. Give me an address and I'll be right there. The detective runs around his desk and past Tamakawa faster than the officer with supposed cat-like reflexes was able to move. Once he's finished sliding his arms through the sleeves of his overcoat, he grabs its matching hat from the hanger. Sir. Tamakawa tries to insert himself between the detective and his frantic rush to the door. Not now, Tamakawa. Save it for when I get back. Naomasa brushes the officer off while literally brushing against their shoulder. If only he'd known Tamakawa was holding a fax from one of the patrol blimps about spotting unusual character by the mask shop, maybe the detective wouldn't have been so dismissive.